All right, guys. If everyone can hear me, I think we're going to be starting a pretty interesting show. Of course, everyone knows who the Troll King himself would be, Mr. Steven Streufert. He does have the invitation. He does know this is going on. He has acknowledged that, but it will be up to him if he shows up. So, but we definitely have some stuff to show you guys. And it's nothing new. This is nothing new. Everyone knows who the Troll King himself is and why he has this nickname, and that his group is not really of critical thinking. It's more of super biased skepticism and trashing everyone who goes outside as delirious morons, because everyone is clearly uneducated compared to Steven and the top rollers of the group. But it's really Steven who gets the overall spotlight of this of today's video, and that's because he influences everyone else to act that way. If he truly acted the way that he presents the group, there wouldn't be such a backlash to basically him being a jackass. And that's what it basically comes down to, is the inhuman decency that they show towards people, and to people who present anything, or anyone who goes out in the woods. They have a very hard time not being so skeptical that it's unbiased. There's a lot of good people in the group with some really good qualifications, but at the same time, when all you do is trash on people and act like a jackass and push everyone away, no one's going to come to you or want to come to you, even if you have qualifications. It doesn't mean much if you can't use them with people. And that's what we'll get into with some of the things. I'm just loading up one last thing. And another interesting thing I found out recently is Steven and his little group actually tried to plan a hoax, and actually hoax other people in an area. They tried to hoax Matthew Johnson in his area, supposedly, and we'll have some evidence to show you of that, of their own in their own writing, that you guys can see that not only did they think about it and try to plan it and stuff, and we're almost attempting to do it, but they were blaming the Olympic project in doing so, trying to implicate them, when in fact they had nothing to do with that, which is very interesting. And it's a revolving door of, they won't ever get off their asses to put the work in to do something, but they got more hyped up, amped up to do that hoax to Matthew Johnson than actually setting foot in their own backyard to do the research, which is, it's just true to Steven Streufert's colors. So I am waiting to get that loaded up for you guys, and then we're going to take a cruise and maybe hear from other people if they have some stories. But Steven should come on. I did promise him I would be nice, of course, as a friendly public discussion and debate and some discord going on. I just want Steven to come on here and really just explain how he thinks the way he acts on there is helpful to the community, and how he thinks trolling people and trolling what other people do is helping the community, and is a logical and good use of his knowledge to do so. I just want him to explain how, simple things of his own research, what he physically does, what he is contributing and stuff. And all right, so let me load up the hoax stuff. I found it very interesting, and I'm glad to see everyone in the comments and stuff. I see there's a lot of that going on. Hopefully we'll keep it all friendly and stuff, but free speech is welcome here. We don't ban people for using words that might hurt other people. If you go overboard, it might be a reason to, stuff, obviously no hate speech, but Steven really prides himself as the open discussion platform over there, but yet many people can attest to being banned or suspended for simple words being used in the Discord, right? Same words that Steven uses, especially when he's trying to troll other people. So, all right. What do you guys want to look at first? Do you guys want to look at the hoax evidence against Mr. Streufert? That if he can come on and explain himself more, that would be wonderful. Or should we show, the stuff from Steven's group first? Steven Streufert is from the Bluff Creek Project, baby-faced. He's the baby-face of that project, and the owner of the bookstore there in Willow Creek. So without further ado, we're actually going to show that Steven is acknowledging that he is aware of this. I did send the message to him. He understands. He can come on. Just give me 1 second. I didn't mean to put it up there. The whole point of this is to call him out if he wants to come on discussion, but to really just, call out the bullshit, and the just being a hypocrite about everything, about the way that present yourself as a scientific skeptic who tries to use science and knowledge and all the stuff that he learns in books and all the qualifications that other people have. He went to college for literature, literature and reading and writing and stuff like that. Not anything really associatable to finding Sasquatch out in the field, but when all you do is books and all you care about is books and you read, and he's probably read thousands of books. I will give it to Steven that he probably does have a lot of knowledge that would probably be a lot of great use in the field. But when you don't get off the computer and you don't leave your house, all that knowledge becomes useless because it's never used. Sandra Piper, if you received a notice, if you're talking about my group specifically, that is not possible because I would not have banned you or anything like that. We don't suspend people from my group. We flat out ban people if they're needed, which are typically people who post nudie stuff are typically the ones who've been banned so far. I just want to make sure everything's ready before I show everything, so it's not going to load when I present it. But this is the same old rodeo that we always go down. Steven bashing on other people, on other people's work, and other people who go out in the field, whether we get stuff, whether stuff happens or not. The simple fact that anyone who really goes out in the woods is doing more work than Steven ever does. Nah, I don't think so, Brent. I mean, I've been around to see it for a lot of years, and I've witnessed it in the early 2000s. when I've had him try to get him on my show, and he's been on my show. You can see the interview. He it's very revealing. It was such a just being a drama queen, just to pamper his ass, just to make it, to get him on the show. It was really just something else. Out of everyone who I've ever dealt with or talked to, he was the most babyish person I've had to deal with. And Steven just can't handle criticism. He can't handle being called out. He wants to call everyone else out on their work by simply going out and using cameras. I mean, any high school dropout can go out without the camera, out there with the camera, and do more work than his educated ass can ever do, right? Or any of those people. And there are some good qualified people in the group, but the way that they present themselves is in such a way that no one would ever bother to go to them for anything. If no one would show them evidence. No one wants to show them evidence. No one would rather. And so it's muddy water. They're never going to go anywhere. It's a big circle jerk off that continues to just be the same people doing the same stuff, regurgitating the same stuff over and over again. That's why. And again, I think the whole idea behind it sounds great, right? But the group lures you in with the premise of being critical thinking and all that. But most of the comments and posts from Steven are bashing other people or ragging on events, or calling out people who throw conferences, or people who simply go out. Steven lives in Willow Creek. He lives in the most pristine spot to find Sasquatch in the entire world, right? The most perceived spot for him. Literally, in the interview he says there's a trail in his own backyard that leads up a mountain that he literally can go right now and put the work in and show us. But the same excuses he's always given for decades upon decades is, well, I have to watch the bookstore. I have to guard and man everything about it. And or it's too hot out, it's too cold out. There's no one going to go with him. What is the reason? I mean, really think about it. If anyone lived literally under the fucking mountain where Bigfoot is literally coming into town, all these people have all this stuff, there's all these trail cameras set out, right? You don't physically just go out in your own yard and just go up the fucking mountain, start putting work in. You don't do nothing. And people say, the Bluff Creek Projects has all the cameras and they find it, the pine marten or blah blah blah, and that's 100% true. Great discovery. But is that Steven, or is that other people doing the trail work and putting out the stuff? Steven, hey, check your inbox, buddy. You can come on and talk. You're welcome to come face to face. You don't have to lurk in the shadows. I'm glad you actually announced yourself, though. That is definitely unusual of you, but it's okay. It's all good, Steven. So, Steven, this is a public group that, people can join. Maybe it's a private group. I don't know, but we're just going to take a look. I'm sure Steven won't mind. If he does mind, you'll see me get probably blocked from the group. But you see Steven here posting the eyeball multiple times. He doesn't seem to understand how it actually works. But takes him a few times to post stuff. But no, we're just going to be nice and stuff. I told on my Cat Piss show, yes. you're more than welcome to come on and defend yourself. We can talk about your research. We can talk about how all the book knowledge you have means nothing if you don't get off your ass to go in the woods and use it, right? What is the point of reading books and gaining all that knowledge if you don't apply it to the field, right? Most of you guys, most of the people don't believe in Bigfoot, or you flip flop on each day. I'm not sure if you toss a coin and decide if you believe or not on the particular day, but it really just seems like you don't do nothing but bash on other people, man. Let's find the good stuff. Where's the good stuff at? I don't know how many times you're gonna be posting this weird eyeball, all saying eyeball in your group. Very informative and logical discussion going on, as you guys can see. I'm just trying to even get to the main stuff I wanted to show, but so here's an interesting post that they're calling out this Zach guy who did comment on my in a group, saying that these guys are always trolling him and banning him, keeping him from the group all the time, and keep tagging him and stuff. The amount of comments that were supportive and just showing and having stories of Streufert was just delighted to see in all the different groups I posted to. Seems like everyone has a little bit of stories and stuff. Oh, so we can take a look right now at the fake Bluff Creek project busted in planting fake Bigfoot evidence at Matthew Johnson's site if you want, Steven. Then maybe you can defend this right now. I think that'd be pretty good, right? So you guys can find this. I'll put a link in this in the chat when I'm done. So here you go. Here's Jamie's, who's Steven's Bigfoot buddy. Steven, well, you should probably look on your different troll profiles. It's the profile I talked to invite you on the show, you know, a couple of years back. You know, I know you have multiple different profiles and stuff like that. You're not really sure which one you should go to check, but that's a lame excuse. Okay, we're not accepting that lame excuse. I will send the invite into the chat right now just to make sure you can get it. So by all means, there is not going to be no excuses for this. So we don't play those games here, Steven. See, we're going to actually put the link in chat. And Steven, please come on. Dude, that was like 10 years ago. You tried to, and we're going to show how. Why am I doing like that? You guys need to, here, read this. Let's concentrate on this. Let's concentrate on this, the hoaxing attempt that they were going to do, right? And I'm going to invite you on right now, Steven. So don't you worry. But yeah, as you guys will read, and basically the synopsis is him and Mr. Steven and Jamie plotted and schemed to go into Matthew Johnson's area, plant some Bigfoot evidence or hoax or whatever the fuck, doesn't matter, to hoax Mr. Johnson and their group, which we all know is woo woo la la land already, right? But to influence them, to trick them, to hoax them, which is, I think, everything that goes against your critical thinking of the coalition of logic and books and all this other bullshit you try to present yourself as. So I really find it funny that this has happened, and even if it's 10 years old, 20 years old, 50 years old, it's relevant to today. So there's the link in chat, Steven. You can come on and I will let you talk and you can explain this. I will be nice, as I messaged your fake profile and promised you that. And congratulations to all the people who posted the stuff, the post in it. Yeah. This is Steven's response to the hoax stuff. Yeah, it never happened. Well, just because you never set foot and actually implemented the plan, there's evidence that you and Jamie plotted and were gun-ho about it. In fact, it seemed like you guys were more gun-ho about doing this than actually going. Just, Steven, go in your backyard, look up the mountain, and go up there and put work in. That's what you and Jamie, all you have to do. Steven doesn't use fake profiles. Come on, guys. Steven, don't you think I have the evidence? You don't think I have the evidence? You don't think I took screenshots of me sending it to you? You don't think that? You yourself hate when you people delete stuff on your group, right? Let's move down. I think people had enough time to read all that, right? Let's if people are having a hard time reading it, I can make it bigger and stuff for you guys, of course. But you guys can find it at the website. So let's read the text messages and stuff. And I mean, you guys try to implement the Olympic project into the hoax, the fake hoax. Steven, links in the chat for you. You're more than welcome to come on. You don't have to keep commenting. It's open, free discussion. I'll be nice. We can have someone else come in the chat to be a referee. I'm sure Pat Turner might be in the chat. We have Brent Dill who can officiate easily. There's no excuse other than you don't want to. I'm showing direct evidence showing that you guys did talk about this. You guys did plan this. It seems like you guys right here, like Steven says, I'm not sure why Jamie said it. You don't know. I don't know. Why wouldn't you know? Buddy, maybe he was drinking. Does he have a drinking problem? Are you saying he is, I'm only going to have other people on if Steven's on. The only person allowed on right now is Steven. This is the invitation to him. If he comes on, other people, then Brent, you're more welcome to come on and make sure you guys can have a friendly Discord if Steven feels comfortable with that. If he wants, a referee. If not, we don't have to have one. So Steven, are you saying Jamie has a drinking problem or something? Did he get so drunk that he messages people random stuff like that? Okay. No, he doesn't have a drinking problem. Then what are you saying here? What exactly are you saying here? You're not sure why Jamie said it. Perhaps he was drinking or messing with Stacey Brown. Trolling Stacey Brown or trolling other people you don't like or who don't agree with you or don't really fucking like you because you're a jackass to them stuff. So you guys can read it right here. We haven't heard from Jamie since he posted that. It isn't true. If you will actually listen and go correct the conspiracy mongers babbling about this. What conspiracy? The conspiracy you and Jamie did against Mr. Johnson? The conspiracy to hoax him, the conspiracy to fake evidence, to influence him, a very gullible group of people who would definitely fall for it, so you could laugh at them, so that misinformation could spread to other groups, so more people could be influenced and misinformed by your hoax, and you think it's irrelevant. You don't know why. You have a bunch of bullshit excuses. Again, you guys plan to do that you guys plan to do that operation more than any Bigfoot work you guys do. Yeah, checking fucking cameras is not fucking Bigfoot work. If that's all you're doing, you go out there and that's all you do. Okay. It's not a conspiracy, okay? Let's skip down. There's more. Here you have Steven, of course, babbling and trying to shut people up who disagree or trying to call him out on this hoax. Of course, all he has to say is, "Put a muzzle on that, Carol. Um, you're a hypocrite." Blah blah blah. It's the same old shit, and this is how this is another common thing. See how this works? She is so full of rage and hatred. That's a common thing. He likes to paint people as being maniacs or crazy, or you're just hateful, or you're just angry. Are you angry at stuff? Why do you hate books? That was one of your comebacks at me, is why do I hate books? I don't hate books, Steven. I'm calling out you. Either every single statement I've made is either illogical or false. Classic Steven comeback. I don't know, Steven. It's pretty hard to I think people are not going to believe that when they see what's in front of their face. Steven is more than welcome to come on. I mean, he's defending himself in chat, but he's not coming on here. You know, if you want to stand and defend yourself, I'm giving you every avenue to do so. But I appreciate the acknowledgement. So here's continue. Let's continue. This is how Steven treats folks after being caught in a scam to plot a Bigfoot hoax. Now, whether or not, it doesn't matter who it was. It could be Matthew Johnson, and we all know who that guy is and woo-woo town that can be. But that doesn't give you the right to hoax. That makes you a hoaxer. If you do it once, you go do it again. And we're supposed to come to you with all your knowledge and your expertise when it seems you were more gun-ho to do that than just leaving the bookstore to go look. Oh, what's this? You don't claim to be a troll. You don't claim to be starting stuff. You claim to be like you present yourself in the group, very calm, logical, thought-provoking intellectual who's always just thinking and using books to further himself. But you love to troll. That's all you do. Is you have multiple fake profiles, some of which you actually interact with yourself, laughing to each other. It's well documented by other people who've had issues with you. So let's jump over to your group again, since everyone's seen all the evidence for your hoax. That you, dude, what hoax? Dude, what hoax? What are you talking about? You mean the stuff that I just showed you? What are you talking about? Just because I didn't read everything for you like I should hold your hand like a baby? Are you denying it? Do I have to read everything to you? Do you not know how to read? What about collecting donations and using it for your own personal use? Nothing to say about that besides it's fake. So just so you know, what you're hearing about the Olympic project is bullshit. I ran this group. Neither me or any of the core members of my group had anything to do with the coalition's little search mission hoax into that's Matthew Johnson's area. Jamie Wayne does not like me, and I'm guessing that's why he's starting this crap. It's no mystery. You and I don't get along, but God is my witness. I or any of my core group didn't know anything about this. This is the truth, and I swear on my life, because you guys try to implement the Olympic project into your little bullshit. Really, what are my fake profiles? Really, Steven? Give me 1 minute and I will show people. It's no problem at all. Since you want to do that. I'm sure the excuse might be, oh, it's an old profile. Steven, just come on. It's a lot easier to people to show your face and stuff. So here's Steven's profile right now, the one that he's not using on Facebook, or maybe the one he is using on Facebook. So here's my message to him. Of course, this is at way early in the morning. This is at 10 a.m. Steven, this is at like 7 a.m. for you, which you were up commenting on Facebook, and then subsequently, and then you, of course, suspended me that early in the morning. So, of course, you're trolling that early. So there's their one profile that you claim that you don't get. We'll show you others. You have your Steven Streufert Jr. profile that you like to use. Here you go. This is your profile, right? Right, Mr. Steven? So, but if we go over here, of course, I don't want to. I want to go down and look at other stuff to show. Here we go. I want to show this real quick. So here's a shout out to Daniel Perez, who actually is a decent guy, a decent human being, and is very knowledgeable in the subject and has done stuff that Steven acknowledges, because he only acknowledges his buddies or people who agree with him. But you see, Daniel is praising his Bigfooter of the year, Mr. Shane Carpenter, who of course everyone knows, and is putting with the work in. And let's see what the comment Steven leaves for Shane, for Shane's contribution and work in the Bigfoot world. This past couple years, I'm sure most of you probably know. Hell, most of you guys interviewed him. Of course, isn't the cart before the horse? Ha ha. Yes, of course, because Bigfoot's not discovered. Ha ha ha. Yes, clever. Oh, clever. Where's the other one, though? The other one. What did he discover? Of course, jackass. What did he discover? Well, he discovered how to go out in the field and put the work in to find stuff that is evidence. It's not proof, but it could be evidence that hopefully leads to more and more that could be proof. Steven, you can come on. So Steven, so literally, I don't, hey, he's calling me a liar, blah, blah, blah. Take a cent from the BA funding. Jamie runs that. I'm sure you guys are 100% trustworthy individuals who don't hoax people, who don't plan on hoaxing people, who don't try to blame other rival Bigfooters in a hoax to discredit them. I'm sure your guys are 100% honest in everything you guys do, clearly. Just more trolling and stuff. What are you mad? What are you mad at Shane for? Because he goes out there and possibly finds stuff? Congratulations to Shane. He does what any 10-year-old could do, is goes out in the woods and tries, Steven. Anyone who literally sets out in the woods, doesn't matter what they look like, what their education is, how fat they are, how skinny, how redneck they talk. The simple fact of them going out into that woods is doing more than you ever will sitting in that fucking chair, reading any fucking book, doing any keyboard warrior shit ever. And that's the fact. That's why you're mad, because I called you out and I said that to your on the group. Let's see, where is it? Let's find it, Any bloody fool can fuck go out in the woods and do more work than sitting on your ass reading a book, Steven. You don't put any of that knowledge in use to any application. Therefore, it means nothing. You use that knowledge to spew, honestly, jackass opinions that makes everyone dislike you and makes everyone stay the fuck away from you, not want you involved in anything they do, not want you to show anything they do, they don't want nothing. Everyone wants to go to you because what? You guys know the location of the Bluff Creek spot and all this other bullshit. Like, people have told me, Steven, that you and your buddies, that I shouldn't mess with you guys. That you guys hold influence that could keep me and others from climbing up some fantastic fantasy ladder, as it was put. You know, climbing up the ladder, knowing all the head-ups in the Bigfoot world, very influential. I'm sure you would use that influence if you had any to try to shit on others and try to make sure they, you must have deleted it. I'm not seeing it. Ah, here it is. This is what it's all about. See, let's take a poll, a simple poll, right? How hard is it to just take a simple poll in Mr. Steven's group? Shall we take a look? This is how hard it is to take a simple poll. A simple, who believes in Sasquatch? A simple yes and no poll, right? Mr. Steven is definitely a hater. I'm just calling out the bullshit, you know. It's the constant bullshit. It's the constant trolling from the king himself in this group while proclaiming some self-worth of knowledge that he's accumulated that makes him better than everyone else. He's still not coming on. No, I think everyone's enjoying having you being called out, having you run your mouth in the comment section, not on here. You won't come on here, but I think it's wonderful to have you presence. I honor and graciously accept your presence in our chat. I think it's wonderful. I really appreciate you showing up, Steven. I give you credit. I didn't even think that you would even comment and say anything. I thought you would lurk in the shadows like a creeper, like you are. So I have to give you credit. You are actually showing some face. I am surprised. All right, so let's go skip down to Mr. Steven's only comment about the poll, of course, is to be a jackass and troll. A simple poll. You can't even have a simple poll, right? Can't even have a simple discussion, right? You got to hate on Mr. Ryan right here. And your reasoning and stuff behind it. So let's take a minute and read Ryan's reply to you because it's, you know, it's thought out and logical, right? You know, compared to your comment and of course your response that you're about to give. Hi to everyone in the chat. I see the chat is zooming and stuff. I'm glad everyone's having fun and stuff. You know, this is very open, friendly discussion. Steven can come on at any time. I mean, he's more than welcome to come on. There's been plenty of people who will offer their services to referee if necessary. And you can explain the hoax that we just seen. You can explain that. That's something I'm sure everyone would definitely enjoy hearing. Not by comments, though. It's not a very good representation of you and how exactly you're able to tell us the reasoning behind your story, your side of the story. Okay, so that was Ryan's reply, of course. And what's Steven's reply? Man, Ryan, you are so lost. Yeah, that's great discussion. Please explain. Nope. You had your chance. Your opposition to real learning is astonishing. This is a waste of my time. My chance at what, Stephen? Your chance at using up my time with your idiocy. It's so fucking hilarious. I can't even talk, man. Here's where you once again get what you so richly deserve, Mr. Know-Nothing Troll. Mr. Know-Nothing Troll? What are you talking about, troll? Wait a minute. Mr. Ryan simply just put a poll in your group, and you are the one who trolled him. Then you call him a troll. You call him a troll. Really? See, this is the true colors of Steven. This is what you get in his group when you actually try to be thoughtful and try to, use logic. And hey, you want an honest poll done. A simple fucking honest poll done. You can't even do it with the man who runs it. The man who invites everyone for the open discussion. He will troll it. He will not allow it. So when, people call out and for him to explain, he just, and like he does in the chat, he just doesn't like it. So what's my response? Well, of course, it's a classic Steven response. It's a classic response from him. And you guys can read that. Can't even have a simple poll without the jackasses trolling. No critical thinking or discussion wanted in this group, clearly. Steven sets the example. Steven shows us the example. Everyone can see the example. So, yeah, there's no defending Steven for his own actions. And just everyone go to the group. It's a public group. Just get invited. You scroll through everything that Steven does. It's plain as day. You can see it. It's not hard to call out the bullshit, Steven, when that's what it is, right? And it was just icing on the cake to find out that you and your best buddy Jamie are trying to hoax, formulated, tried, and came up with the operation to hoax Mr. Matthew Johnson. I think it's hilarious. You guys probably spent more time thinking about doing that than actually going outside and going up the fucking mountain to look for Bigfoot. Steven doesn't leave the chair. You will find him up in the middle of the night, keyboard warring away. You will find him doing nothing but sitting at this chair, reading books, being online, guarding the bookstore. The simplest excuse he has to use of why he can't leave to find Bigfoot. But he sells books online, right? It's all online now, so he can. What hoax? Oh my God, did we not? Everyone knows that everyone's read this, right? We've already gone through this, Steven. You were here for this, right? Right? You guys understand this, right? Here. You guys can go here. You guys can look at the evidence, the text messages. From Mr. Jamie Wayne himself. We didn't actually find it. He just sent us the coordinates. A whole bunch of people who were supposed to be there with us, including half of the Olympic project, implementing them into the hoax. They couldn't make it. So this is just a bold-faced fucking lie up too. Who knows, right? Like we showed, Mr. Stevens said he was drinking. Does Jamie have a drinking problem? Of course, Steven already commented. For those just joining, Steven said that Jamie doesn't have his drinking problem, but said Jamie must have been drinking. They couldn't make it. They wanted to hoax Johnson. The Olympic project wanted to hoax Johnson. We told them no way. We thought it was best just to drive up there and head back to confirm the spot. Sure. Sure, sure, right. But then we go down here to the head of the Olympic Project's response, who swears to his God, to God as his witness, that they were not a part of that. They have no idea what Mr. Jamie's talking about. Um, we keep reading. Steven's knee-jerk reaction to his partner's admission of implicating the Olympic project in a hoax. Steven automatically blames the group he victimized 2 days prior by crashing their Bigfoot site location, right? Trying to crashing the Mr. Johnson's Bigfoot research site in attempts to hoax them or do something for them to influence them, and laugh about it later. Right. This is where Steven gave his response. I'm not sure why Jamie said it. Perhaps he was drinking. Maybe he has a drinking problem. Steven is alluding to that. Again, all this is for you guys to read. You guys, it's the website. You guys know about it. He's in here trying to defend himself. What is there to defend? You know about it. You planned it. Or you're going to throw your Mr. Jamie underneath the bus. Like he didn't run anything by you. Yeah, so let's go back to Steven's response, I guess. Steven, you can come on and come on here. Everyone can go to the coalition group. You guys can go through and literally read. All you have to do is click on members, click on Steven, and you can see everything, every single thing he's ever said, everything he's ever commented on. You can see from the horse's mouth himself exactly what kind of group he runs. So there's a lot of people in chat going away. I'm going to check some of that. Why do you repeat it, man? I keep repeating myself because, again, you keep trying to defend yourself and say there's no hoax, there's nothing to show. So I have to repeat myself showing the same thing over and over again, Steven, because you're in complete delusional denial of the evidence shown before you that's against you. And everyone's own stories about you that they have. This is the other jackass, of course, that responds right here, who is the moderator, administrative person of the group. He's always been playing jackass troll on here too. So this is just simple stuff. Just go onto the group, look at everything that Steven does, everything he trolls and comments about, and decide yourself. Yeah. So you know what? Let's do that. Let's do other things, Steven. Let's investigate what you actually post and you actually say in your own words, right? So that's pretty easy. You just click here. See, I've been suspended because I don't know. I guess I used words that might have hurt him by calling him a jackass, or I told him to get off his ass to go look for Bigfoot. Apparently he doesn't like that. But words don't actually hurt, Words are not real. They are syllables and sounds that you hear and you perceive. If words hurt you, Steven, I'm not sure exactly how you're supposed to be worth a damn. You can't even hold up to simple words. What kind of fortitude are you supposed to have that people actually are going to come to you for any fucking thing? Weird. Words don't hurt. Physical things hurt. And am I so important that I can physically hurt you with my words? Is anyone more important than your family, than your loved ones? I mean, they should be the only ones who could physically hurt you with words, right? I would assume. Most people would probably say that. Not some random jackass who calls you out on your trolling. That person should definitely not be able to hurt you, such a way that you feel the need to suspend them or block them or ban me. Now you did ban me. Actually, you actually did block me on Facebook from messaging you before. Now, why is it not doing what I want? You actually did block me before on one of your troll profiles, but then you unblocked me is when I kind of noticed, which is funny. I was like, huh, what is this? What is this person who's wants to block me? Why don't you just keep me blocked? I feel very very thankful he was always thinking about me, but. So we're going to return the favor, and we're just doing some stuff on him. Now, what is not... It's not doing exactly what I was wanting it to do. But you guys can should be able to click onto the members tab and stuff. It's on the... here it is. See, as you guys can see, I sent him a friend request. So he has no excuse of why he didn't get the message on his fake profile or the one he does actually use. There is no excuse. And he actually has the troll profile. Yeah, it's called Steven Streufert Jr., I believe is your other profile, right? We can see it right here if we actually look. Yeah, you can see your different troll profiles right there, Steven. It's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th one over. Is that not you, Steven, with another profile? I'm sure you don't use anymore, whatever excuse that is, right? That's not you? That you don't have another profile? That's not you? Seriously, that's me, but fake. Yes, we know this, Steven. We know you have fake profiles that you use. We know this. Everyone knows this. I just like to call you out on your bullshits because you just claimed you didn't have any, right? You just claimed you didn't have any the entire time, right? And I told you I'd show you, right? It's not easy. It's not hard to show this, Steven. You are the one in your own group doing this. Okay, so let's so this is what Steven's posted. Steven keeps posting this random eye picture over and over again because I don't know, he doesn't know how to use the function of the group. Of course, this is when he calls me out after other people posted to the group, because I asked people to post to the group. I can't post here. I messaged him. He wasn't reading it. Thankfully, there's people who are ballsy enough to, of course, post in the group, calling him out. And what did he do? He deleted them. He deleted those two people's posts, but then he posted himself because he wants to troll. He doesn't want to be called out, but it's allowed to be posted if he posted it to try to troll me. That's what's allowed. Right, Brent? Right, Pat? You don't, and you fucking hate when people go onto your group and they comment something and then they delete it. Steven hates that, everyone. So please don't do that. Please don't go to the group. Don't make any debates or arguments of any logical things. And especially don't delete the comments once you do. After he's engaged with you. He hates that. That will get you banned from the group, actually. That's one of the offenses that can get you banned from the group. But he's allowed to remove anything he feels is unnecessary until he posts it himself to troll everyone. And that's that's called being a hypocrite, Steve. It's called being a control freak, Steve. You know, this is an open debate, invitation to the king of trolls, right? Because as we showed on Ryan's simple post of trying to conduct a poll, Steven can only fucking comment a trollish fucking simple insult. And then when he asks to explain himself, of course, he just calls Ryan basically a moron who knows nothing and should basically stand aside upon the noble on the high horse with the knowledge of everything that is Steven, right? Yeah, it's amazing how worked up people can get over Bigfoot, right? Steven, or other people going out in the field and doing the work that you wish you would do, you get pretty worked up about that, right? So, of course, here's more of this eye bullshit because that's what Steven likes to do. Doesn't know how to use the post function. So we have to get past all this garbage to show anything else. You know how much time it has to take to individually post a fucking picture like this? Steven is spending a couple good amount of minutes just doing this with his time, right? And yet somehow he should lecture us on everything. This is how he spends his time. You know how long it's going to take to do this, to keep posting this, to keep uploading that picture off of the computer, to click yes. I'm still going down. Oh, finally. Oh, finally something. Yeah, about 2 hours worth of crap. How long did that take you to do, Steven? Was that worth your time? If serial debunking bothers you, perhaps you carry too much bunk around. I'm not sure what kind of debunking or any serial debunking you've actually done and can prove you've done. But it's all good, Steven. So here's Steven, of course, calling out this guy. Does anyone know about this fellow? Apparently, he's written some 7 books and knows stuff, they say. Just trying to troll this guy. Just calling out this guy to just troll. That's it. Doesn't want to learn anything. Doesn't want to discuss what was said. Doesn't want to find out who this guy is, other than if he can troll and what kind of stuff he can come up with, right? Oh, Steven doesn't know how to work the app. Steven, you can look right here. You can look at all the individual pictures that you posted. Stop this baby excuses that you always constantly give of why you do the things that you do. You simply spent probably 20 minutes uploading all these pictures, right? Everyone can see it. It's not. Oh, what? It was messing up, right? It was messing up. You had to just keep posting it, keep posting it, keep posting it. I'm sure, Steven. With the computer setup that you heavily invested in to fight those keyboard warriors, I am sure that's not the reason. Just, more memes and stuff, which is whatever. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Of course, Yes. Why not call out some hoaxers and stuff, right? But that's really all you do is call out people. And to be honest, Steve, let's give credit to Todd Standing, who actually gets off his ass and goes out there, whether or not he hoaxes and stuff. He has 100% more of a chance to find Bigfoot than you ever will. And wouldn't that be a fucking day that he actually is able to prove it, and your jackass self has to accept that from him? That would be amazing to see. But the fact of the matter is, no matter how much hoaxing this guy does, no matter how much bullshit Todd spews, he's 100% out there doing stuff, right? He's in locations, right? It's undeniable that he's in prime locations like yourself, Steven. You're in a prime location. In fact, you can go outside and go up a trail that's in your own backyard and go up the mountain. At least that's what you told me in the interview you did on my show. I don't know if you were lying or not, but you did say that it took you about a year or two to find that trail that was in your own backyard that led up the mountain. You didn't know a trail was in your own backyard that led up the mountainside? Really? But you are an expert about going out and finding Bigfoot, right? You go out in the field, right? But you didn't know there was a trail in your own backyard. Something doesn't click, right? You have no common sense field tactics. You don't know nothing, okay? You don't leave your troll kingdom, okay? If you didn't know there was a game trail in your own backyard that led up the fucking mountain, you are unaware of anything practical, and that's truly everything that's needed when conducting field research. You have none of it. I heard that from you, and I instantly was like, "Yep, this is one of these wannabe guys who doesn't do anything." You know, amazing, Steven. You read a shit ton of books. um, you read a shit ton of books. You probably have a lot of great knowledge, but you don't fucking use it. So it's not worth a damn. And you spewing it and trashing everyone and trying to throw mud on everyone using that book knowledge isn't helping anyone. It's not putting that knowledge to good use. It's not going to find Bigfoot. It's not going to prove anything. It only makes everyone stay away from you because you are a jackass. Maybe you are a nice guy. You know, I think we would probably get along actually, but the way you present yourself at everyone who actually just wants to try to show you guys stuff, it's evidence, Steven. No one's going to prove it. It's evidence, right? Evidence is not proof of Bigfoot. Evidence is the little breadcrumbs that people have that hopefully add up to something that maybe one day will. Because let's face it, if Bigfoot's proven right, what are you going to do, jackass? Are you going to keep trolling everyone that Bigfoot's not real? Haha. Half the time, you don't know whether you should believe in Bigfoot or you do believe in Bigfoot. I mean, you believe in aliens, though, right? That's on record. You believe in that. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Classic Steven post. What's this? Another one. See, Steven loves to post Bigfoot conferences in his group to troll and to rag on these individuals who spend their money and time and effort to assemble a pretty dang good group of people, I see, right? To actually engage with the public, to engage with people, and to have discussions and discourse, to have these opinions, and potentially go out in the field and do work, right? He's against all this, right? He doesn't like that, right? He's totally against this kind of stuff. He has to call them out and troll them, right? Because that's all he does. He doesn't get invited to speak. If he played nice, he might, right? He has all this knowledge and stuff. So you'll see a lot of that on his group, a lot of these posts and stuff, right? Oh, so here's him calling out Dr. Johnson, right? Again, calling out Mr. Johnson, who him and Jamie just try to plot and plan to show up to the area. And they didn't do it. Of course, they just schemed to do it. To hoax Mr. Johnson, right? And attempts to trick him, to influence him, and to hopefully Mr. Johnson would then make a YouTube video that they could laugh about and say, ha ha ha, we hoaxed you, or blah blah blah. You know, that could have spread. You could have had a bunch of people believe in that, like, you know, Bigfoot lays eggs and stuff, right? That's all fun and games until you get people actually believe in that, right? It's all fun and games to hoax people until people actually think it's real and believe it. So, you know, all Steven does is just make fun of people. He just calls people out all the time. So here's again, he's calling out someone else who wants to challenge us. But for some reason, he did it on YouTube and not here where he has been commenting. Why is that? Why do you think that? Should we stop being meanies and believe all the witnesses all the time? No. Fuck no. You think I believe every fucking person who tells me they saw Bigfoot? No. How many fallacies can you spot in this video? Fallacies. You love that word, don't you? You always love spotting those. Well, Steven, I mean, I tried to comment and debate with you on your group, but you suspended me. So is that allowed? Am I allowed to come into your group to debate you? I mean, you just said it here that this person wants to challenge us, but for some reason he did it on YouTube and not on here. So is that the place that we should debate you, Steven? Because I've tried doing that. I think other people have tried to do that, but we end up getting banned or blocked or kicked out. So I think there's a little confusion going on what exactly we're supposed to do and how we're supposed to operate with you, right? We have to walk on eggshells dealing with you, right? Very fragile ego. You know, of course, always ragging on Mr. Meldrum or ragging on everyone else. Of course, he actually does give a rightful shout out to Mr. Leon, who is a wonderful guy who, if you honestly want to have someone who understands critical thinking and discussions and actually how to be a decent human being, Mr. Leon is your person. And the people he runs with and he hangs out and he goes on their shows to talk about stuff. That's the person you guys need to talk to, not Steven, not Steven's group. That guy. You find him, you talk to him. If you want logical discussions about things. A decent human being. A guy who won't be a jackass to you. Without reason, I'm sure. So, I congratulate Steven on actually presenting something worth a damn and actually showing people and showing a video that people need to see also. Check out the video, please. And go to the Buckquaz group. And they're a pretty good group of people also. So shout out where it's certainly deserved. Oh, here we go. How long's Steven been in here, I wonder? Hey, Steven, how's it going, buddy?
I don't know. Let me see.
I'm glad that you could join. It's
wonderful.
You
should really shut the fuck up with all your lies. Okay. Let me address a few of these things. First of all,
yes, please.
I can't see the video, so let me just try to get this to work.
Yeah, by all means, take your time. Take your time.
I want to see. Okay.
Okay.
First off, your hoax, the thing you call a hoax, never happened. Okay, I said this to you 5 or 6 times. You can't even listen to that. It's very simple. We had a group that we founded, a chat group on Facebook that was meant to explore the location of Matthew Johnson's Soha site in Southern Oregon, which is just north of Bluff Creek. If you want to get into the whole backyard thing, that is our squatching territory too. And we felt
is that something that you own, or can anyone just show?
He's on the boundary line of.
No, you're a research area. You guys don't own that, right? Anyone can show up there and research.
No, we don't claim ever to own anything.
Just don't drive other people off.
We have been very transparent in all of our dealings with the public and with the U.S. Forest Service, and we just try to facilitate knowledge about the area. Now, Soha, we felt was a hoax. Okay, I think you might even agree that it was a hoax.
I think everyone understands that it's a hoax.
The
guy, let's just face it, Matthew Johnson has brain damage, right?
Well, I don't want to say that about him. I've met him in person. And
isn't that what everyone says, right? I believe that's what you've said before about the individual.
There's something odd about him, but it's not his brain damage. It's his bizarre, controlling personality. If you want to talk about a narcissist person, that is Matthew Johnson.
That's fine. But let's continue on. So you guys were
I don't want to disparage him at all. If he wants to have his millennial cult up there in the mountains of Washington,
he's more than welcome to. This is America, right?
He's gonna beam down, the aliens from another planet. That's fine. But what we were trying to do is discover objective facts about a location in our general research area, which includes, from Mount Shasta to Crescent City down to Eureka, Southern Oregon, Southern Humboldt, and into Trinity County out here in Willow Creek area.
You claim
right in the center of that.
But
what?
You claim that's where you guys all research, but how often are you guys actually out in the field
doing
that?
What are you fucking talking about? You're such an idiot. You don't know what you're.
What are you talking about?
Okay, Steve. Bluff Creek all the time. This is Bluff Creek. I've been going to Bluff Creek since 2000. I don't go there much anymore because I feel that the issue is pretty well settled in that regard. We've had
Why?
We found the film site. That was our original intention. We proved it, documented it, and we've left it in a state where it could be useful to future researchers to do measurements or whatever. But you're getting me off topic here. I'm trying to talk about the goddamn Johnson hoax, and you won't even let me finish it.
Yes, finish the Johnson.
You jump in with this stupid juvenile accusation that we've never done anything in Bluff. You don't go out in the woods. Well, fuck off, dude. I'm right here in the woods right now.
Yard. Why don't you go outside and go up the woods and show us?
Shut up and listen. You've babbled on for 2 hours now. Your idiotic, repetitive falsehoods, and I'm just here to address them. Now, if you want to shut up and listen for a second, maybe we could get somewhere. Okay? I don't want to shut you up permanently. I want you to fucking tell the truth. Okay? So first off, Johnson's site was a hoax. We went there, we found that site, and we proved it. And we put Johnson on the run, and that was about all we were trying to do. We weren't trying to fool anybody. The thing is that he is fooling all his followers, and this Zorth thing.
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that. That's not what's important. So what do you guys?
So what I'm trying to tell you is you keep mentioning a hoax. Okay, what happened was Jamie was talking with Stacy Brown one day on the messages, and Stacy Brown asked him something about what's up with that Soha business, and Jamie basically was just chit-chatting, probably while drinking a beer. So what? Shut up with your drinking problem accusations. You've done that slanderous bullshit 4 or 5 times now tonight against Jamie.
Is he lying?
Doesn't have a drinking problem. Look, do you understand how this works? You sit around casually joking while drinking a beer, and some dude from the Bigfoot world messages you and says, "What's up with that Dr. Johnson?" And so then Jamie basically just joked around a little and said some things that maybe weren't 100% accurate. Okay, like you should talk to him. But the fact is that I know exactly what he's talking about. We had a group, as I was trying to tell you before, that was on Facebook messages. We had about 12 people originally. Some of them were members of the Olympic Project, and I'm talking Mitchell Wilson, Phil Poling, Brandenburg, Kurt Brandenburg, and there were at least one other person. I'm not remembering their name now. There are a few people who popped in and out, but basically the goal was to explore the topographical maps and compare all these things to the actual site of Soha and try to find what that place was. Okay? And we did. One of us did find it by aligning the roads and the contours. And Matthew Johnson still to this day thinks that he was betrayed by some Judas, in his ranks of followers.
Crashed his research location and then tried to conspire with those.
Okay, so now you're gonna get into that whole crashed his research location bullshit.
Well, I mean, you said it yourself. You
are so predictable. You've got like five basic bullshit responses that you use to try to reply to every question you are ever faced with, and they bottom out into pure rhetoric and bullshit. Like what is research? What does research do? What does research do? Look, does research keep secrets in some private little fantasy land, or does it deal with things in the objective real world? Now, we were doing research on our area, trying to find out what the reality of Soha was, and we found out that it was an old logging road, and his camp was in the middle of an old logging road that had been burned over.
Save them from outer space dimensional oblivion.
I didn't say anything about Zorth. That's you babbling now. You're just babbling about Zorth for no fucking reason.
I'm not. I mean, I'm glad you guys actually got off your. Did you actually go on that? Did you go in the field during that?
Yeah. Okay. Here's what happened. So we had found we thought was the location for sure, and We sent our local people that we are affiliated with in Southern Oregon. Huh?
You didn't go out in the field to
Why don't you
verify
just let
yourself.
me finish a sentence for once here?
I
Okay.
just want to have people a clear understanding. That's all.
You're just bullshitting and sticking your face in the middle of my words.
Out there, but you didn't go out there.
Did I say that?
I don't know. People can replay the video.
No, I didn't finish the sentence because you interrupted me. You
Okay,
dork.
continue. No, it's just called.
What kind of webcast is this? You know,
it's not a webcast, but this.
What is it then?
It's whatever I want it to be, honestly. But continue on, Steven. So you sent other minions out there to go investigate it.
So we had two of our people go out there and look, and they found the bottom of this old, worn-out logging road, and we were certain this had to be the place. And their vehicle was down on the bottom in this mud rut, and there were some people up on the top of the hill. We happened to know at that point that Matthew Johnson was actually up there. We found out after this had been dispatched that Matthew Johnson and his wife were camping up there. And so we decided, well, just investigate as far as you can go and don't just bother them. But we started hearing gunfire from the top of the hill. And there's no mistaking it. That hill was the place where the gunfire came from. One, shotgun and one pistol is what it sounded like to them. And they said, we decided we're just going back. They turned around and went back. And we were following Matthew Johnson's posts on Facebook. The next day, Jamie and I just out of the blue decided, let's go up to Sola. It's only like an hour over the border and a little ways farther. So we went and we found it. We drove up there and we investigated it. We found the portal is just a puddle of mud down a narrow canopy of trees on the logging road. And Matthew Johnson had been claiming that there was Bigfoot activity all that night before, and that they could hear them stalking all around the perimeter. And we went out and looked, and the only footprints that we saw in that whole area, which was covered in snow, fresh snow from probably the day before, were Matthew Johnson's gigantic basketball shoes. That's all we saw. And we looked all around that area, the whole area that he shows in his pictures and videos. We explored it and we decided that there was almost no reason to think that a Bigfoot would ever be there. And that's about all we said. We said, we've done a preliminary investigation and this is what we found. We don't think that Johnson has a real viable Sasquatch activity spot. And we decided we would have a team get together and go and investigate it in a few weeks' time. That was also involving some of the people from the Olympic Project. So we thought they weren't affiliated as members of the Olympic Project. That's just how Jamie referred to them, like the Washington guys, right? So that's all it was. And we were going to go in there and just do a few days of research, nights, sits, and all the things that he says bring forth the Sasquatch. But at that point, Johnson made a big public stink about it, and he abandoned the site, and he said he gives it to us, and he ran off and found some new place. And in the meantime, he was basically just covering all of his traces. There was no reason to go back there at that point. And his followers then immediately started making death threats and threats of violence against us. And we had people from Washington bail out because they didn't want to risk themselves or their families relying on them by going out and being shot.
Yes, I'm sure it's so life-threatening. Yes, extremely.
Well, did I say I was afraid? No. You should shut up.
No, hey, you're the one who kind of said it, right?
Just
Can
a
you
few minutes ago, you were talking about
well
how you
before we get
value
into I mean,
family.
if you're
You
in the store,
value family and the safety of your family and all that shit that you like to spew. But the fact is that you are
if
now
you can't handle
criticizing
yourself
somebody.
against any of Johnson's
You're now
fucking
criticizing
man enough
somebody
to take yourself or
from
your
the
family.
Olympic Project who didn't want to risk his life
I
being
need to
shot by
explain
a
myself.
fanatic.
If you can't handle yourself against any of Mr. Matthew Johnson's fanatics, then maybe you're not man
How do
enough to
you
take
know?
care of yourself or your family. I don't know, Steven. I just said.
Oswald shot Kennedy, didn't he?
And,
It's like
did he?
there can be a fucking lunatic
I
there,
don't know.
and it doesn't matter.
Let's wait until the sealed papers come out to see who actually shot him, right? But that's
Look,
a different.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not even. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. The thing is, like, we found so hot. There was no hoax. You know what the hoax was? That was the joke.
Yeah, no. Let's digress for a second.
I'll tell you exactly what it was. I'll tell you right now. I'm going to tell you.
Do they have video or audio evidence that they got shot at by guns up there? That there was any guns going off? Do they have any evidence to prove that?
I don't think that's an outlandish thing. It's just me telling you what our people reported from being there.
Or maybe it's a narrative that fits your liking. How
do
you know what happened?
I did not make it up. Why would I make this shit up?
Why?
Truth is stranger than fiction, dude. The Bigfoot reality is so damn weird that
so you went to
I wouldn't have to make this crap up.
This area, and then you went to this area once or twice, and you deemed it unviable for Sasquatch habitat ever, right? Based on
also the other people who went there afterwards, except the only people who found anything weird there that I would find even slightly credible are like Adam Davis and his crew that went there later.
You mean like the tree hoax? The whispering tree? You know what I'm talking about.
Before the tree, dude.
You mean another reputable, honest guy?
Adam is involved in a bunch of weird things. What?
The tree that talks to people, that's a Bigfoot that lives underneath the
ground. That lives underground. That we helped Brent Dill get set up and oriented to fucking hoax. To bunk, I mean, we ask Brent.
Davis was part of.
Your friend Brent will tell you that we are the group that is leading the way in terms of critical thinking and skepticism in the Bigfoot world. In fact, we're the only group. We're the only group.
You try, but you're too biased in your skepticism and the trolling that you actually just push people away that you can't get.
What trolling? I'm on my page doing my thing.
Steven, I showed
Who's trolling? You're trolling me by putting on this radio show. You're putting this show on to troll me.
I already showed it. You were commenting. You seen it while I did this during the show.
My comments are great. I stand behind every word I said on there. If I've ever made a mistake, I'll apologize for it, but I don't think I have.
I don't think you should apologize for anything you've said. It's just who you are.
I made a mistake. I said if I made a mistake.
Don't apologize for being who you are.
Have we ever been wrong? Has the coalition ever been wrong? No. No one has proven Bigfoot are real.
Regard, Steven.
What?
Have you ever been wrong? What are you talking about? In what way?
Okay. We've debunked and commented on everything in the Bigfoot world for 11 years, almost 12 now. What the heck have we gotten wrong? Not a single damn thing. Never once.
Right. Everyone else who's ever presented evidence to you is wrong. Everyone else who ever has an experience out there
you said it yourself that there are some researchers who are valuable, like Perez, I think like the Olympic Project. They do a great job. They do a good job trying to find out if Bigfoot's real or not. We decided when we were done with the film site project that we would need to do something else to keep the Bluff Creek thing going, So we said, well, let's just do a camera project. Jamie Wayne was, had science orientation and got himself, all set up with some trail cameras, and we deployed those all through Bluff Creek.
How long has it been since you guys started that?
Since 2012, we've had a flexible array of cameras deployed up and down from the film site and up at all the major water spots in the Bluff Creek Basin for 11 years.
Do you have anything
We
to
started
show
in
for
2012.
the Pine Barren?
Yeah,
that
you
everyone
know what we
talks
have to
about?
show for it is honest, truthful documentation of the weather, the environment, the animals, and the
Stuff.
location and the history of Bluff Creek, including Bigfoot in it. But we don't have pictures of Bigfoot. We have pictures that we could say are Bigfoot. Plenty of those, plenty of orbs, plenty of UFOs and frickin' whatever the hell you have people claiming to see out there in the woods. But we know what they are, and we've even shown things that are useful to other applications, like the Jacobs creature photos from Pennsylvania were almost completely perfectly replicated by one of our black bear friends up there in Bluff Creek on the film site. You know, and people still want to deny it. Oh, that's not a bear. That's a Bigfoot. You know, like, give me a break.
That's fine. I think everyone knows about it, but that's not what we're talking about.
We have video documentation of a prime location.
Well, I mean,
what do you want? What do you want? You want me to hoax you? You want me to put some suit up there?
I'm not sure why.
Shut up. We've got the cameras going nonstop since 2012.
And you found nothing. So maybe you guys can switch up.
We've had a myriad of cameras, locations, varying, strategically deployed. Well, they're locked in there right now in the winter.
No. When's the last time you physically went out there to go check the camera?
Dude, I retired from doing that.
Retired from doing that. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know.
I told you, I did my work in the Bluff Creek. I don't really need to go back there. The only time I go back there is for casual enjoyment.
Willpower.
Look, we have a research team, right?
Give up.
Look, why do you have to go with this stupid ad hominem? You can't even stick to facts or anything.
Because you're the one who's
actually in the real world.
Go out there, right? You shit on people who goes and spend their fucking time.
Who do I shit on? Where have you seen me shitting on anybody?
Everyone just go to his group.
No,
I've already shown shit.
Look, you're full of it. I am an agnostic. I don't shit on people. I explore the possibilities of extraordinary claims.
Yeah, here's this. Here you are.
Where's the shit? Where's the shit?
Out another conference. This is not trolling. You're just calling them out to troll them, right?
Yeah,
shit on people's hard work.
Shitting. I'm not shitting on anything. They can have their
shitting on people's conferences. You're not shitting on. Oh, here's your.
So should we not comment on anything, Mister?
The new missing 401 UFO documentary. Right? You love shitting on Mr. David Paulides.
Yeah, Paulides, because he's got factual reality against him. He's got a serious bunch of problems in his research methods, and you know that.
At least he gets people to actually think and actually get out in the woods and wonder. I got you thinking right now. I've got you dangling on my coalition puppet strings right now. You're just a little shaggy. I'm surprised it lasted this long, to be honest. I
was on your show before. I spoke very openly and honestly for an hour plus.
Yep, you did.
More that you didn't put on the air.
And I told you on.
I told you very sincerely all that I believe and think.
The amount of hassle I had to sugarcoat your ass to get you on. It felt ridiculous.
No. Your memory is flawed.
That has to baby yourself to come onto my fucking show. Like Jesus.
What baby? What
it's all right. I can show the messages.
Go ahead.
But it was when you said
you fucking show your messages. Stop your babbling face.
Doing yard work, and you said
stupid mouth, running at the mouth, drooling into your fucking beard, and show some facts. No. Show some facts, dude.
You grow a beard?
Yes, I shaved it.
What are you calling out?
Why do I want that fucking pubic face? Give me a break. Look, dude, you call my bookstore cat piss.
Are you trying to incite something against my religion? Like calling out being against my hair or something? I'm not sure what
religion. I don't fucking care about God or religion or any of this shit.
I know you don't.
That's irrelevant.
we'll get to it. So we'll get to it. It's
Everything you say has been irrelevant. Everything
There's
you've said
another
here has
post
been false.
mocking Matthew Johnson and all the people who are putting this together.
Babble, babble,
Like-
babble, more and more and more babble. Just keep on babbling.
Here's another post from Steven where he's calling out another Bigfoot conference for just simply putting on.
People might not even know about these conferences if I didn't advertise them.
To inform everyone, so everyone can have a logical thought and have their own.
You're so funny. I am just the guy who comments on everything in the Bigfoot world.
Together to have the open discussion to make people learn
I'm
together.
the guy who comments on everything in the Bigfoot world. That
and you call them out. Why?
Why not?
Why call out everyone?
You call me out. Why?
Because you like to shit on everyone, and I've shown
what
it.
Shit? Where? Show me the shit.
Ian posted.
What shit? Come on, dude. You're just talking out your own fucking ass. This is bullshit, and you know it. This has been a completely weak and juvenile attack based on nothing. You have got nothing but 10-year-old screenshots that weren't even accurate to the facts, and I just told you what the facts were. I tried to tell you.
You told us the facts, right, Stephen? I tried to tell you what the hoax on Johnson was going to be. Do you want to know? No, it's the true side of the story. It's the only story that there is. Is there any gunshots? Could you prove any gunshots happened over there?
I have great faith in the two individuals that we worked with, who are friends of mine who live in Southern Oregon. And they're also into the Bigfoot thing. They're critical thinking, but they're also, open to the possibility of Bigfoot.
I'm sorry,
just like me.
Oh, here you are. Here's this. I love this one, Stephen. So here you are calling out Alex. How much gear do you guys need to bring Sasquatch? Most importantly, it's of course the hat, right? The only comment you actually made, because you don't suggest anything that you would bring, you suggest bring in the cryptid hat, right?
I like to joke around about people's hats. What's the big deal?
Because you want open discussion and to inform people and to use logic, but you don't suggest what gear to take. You don't suggest what you should take, what preparation.
Why would I presume to do that? It's common sense. People know what to do, and I was presenting his collection because it's very impressive. It's very impressive.
Yeah, don't forget the cryptid hat. That's the only thing you comment in that whole
post.
I've
been in one of his videos. Go back and see it.
Trolling.
It's a good one.
And Alex,
been in video. When he first got started out, I helped him out. He came to my store when he was nobody. What do you think you are? How long have you been doing this, Blake? 5 years? 2 years? What are you?
I've been doing this for 20 years since I had my first encounter at 13, face-to-face, practically in the woods, where I about shit myself.
So while you were in high school, you were going Bigfoot hunting.
Uneducated moron who obviously had fantasies while out in the woods, right?
Gee, I never questioned your educational level.
No, you do it. You can see the comments you make in the post to other people and to everyone.
What can you see? You know what I see? I see your own. Shut up!
I've already shown it. Everyone.
You wanted me on here and you won't even listen. You know what I see? I see an insecure person when they can't handle.
About what, Stephen? What could you ever do to me, Stephen?
You're insecure about knowledge. You feel that I'm
insecure about knowledge.
I'm better educated than you, and I have many more books than you. And I live in a better Bigfoot spot than you do.
You went to study philosophy and literature, right?
Yeah,
that's what you majored in, right?
Well, I mean, I majored in a lot of different things all at once. If you want to ask,
go ahead.
Why is that stupid screen there, anyways?
Go ahead. Oh, don't worry about it.
Look. Why don't you just listen to me? I'm trying to tell you what the hoax was.
Go ahead.
So why don't you just listen instead of trying to prevent me from saying what I need to say to tell you what the truth is? Okay, the hoax at Soha was this. You know that guy Richard Allen from the UK?
No, I don't.
He used to write this blog about Johnson being a cunt, and he always said Johnson is a cunt. Remember that? And he was the ramblings of a schizophrenic Brit. Well, he wanted, and his friend Phil Poling wanted to make a joke on Johnson, something that would just like blow him away, would make him like fall down in his tracks, and like would be hilarious. And it wasn't like to fake Bigfoot evidence. We were thinking of making like a stick structure right in the middle of his camp spot, but we decided instead the best idea was to get a sofa, because the place was called SOFA, Southern Oregon Habituation Area, and we changed the letter to the F, so SOFA is our code language for the group, the SOFA group. And we were going to put a sofa on Johnson's habituation spot, like a big bright orange 70s style disgusting sofa. We're going to put it right there and leave it there and then just go away.
Yeah.
And that
so
was
you decided, but you decided to try to make a tree structure, right?
No,
you decided against that?
We thought, when people talk about things on messages, they say, "What about this, dude?" No, basically, we decided not to do anything like actual hoaxing of Bigfoot evidence.
You thought about it.
Well, you just thought about it yourself right now. You're thinking about it right now. It's in your brain right now.
I think, Steven, you just admitted that you guys did plan on hoaxing Matthew Johnson. I think you literally just told everyone that.
Dude, you are lost. We didn't plan on hoaxing
No,
him.
you thought it was a bad idea to do the tree structure, though.
We have, I'm ringing this up so that you can face this fact that
no, you are being honest now. We're actually hearing some honest stuff from. Please continue.
I've been honest about this from the first fucking day, dude. Oh my God!
I can't believe being honest right now. You are. I give that to you right now. Yep. Continue to please.
Completely honest. I always am. That's why people might get mad at me sometimes.
Oh, you are. I mean, you do troll, but continue.
I'm not
so
a troll.
It was a bad idea.
If I were a troll, I would be in Matthew Johnson's group right now, sneaking around,
right,
undermining him.
I'm
and
sure
you imply
are.
that I have false, fake identities. No, I don't use fake identities.
We're getting off topic. So you thought it was a bad idea.
I want to address every one of your freaking lies here.
You thought it was a bad idea to do a tree structure at Matthew Johnson's campsite, right? And you instead thought it was a better idea to put a couch there, right, for Matthew Johnson to find.
We thought it'd be funny, but it was a group of like 12 to 20 people talking about stuff, throwing ideas out in the mix. And one of the favorite funny jokes, kicking back and forth, was the bright orange sofa in the woods. and we kind of teased Matthew Johnson a little bit with this sofa image. We just were having fun. If you look at the coalition, I would say 50% of that group is just for fun. And half of the things you guys get all pissed off about are just jokes.
Steven, I don't think so. You really hardcore. No, listen, like I said, you're too biased in skepticism.
I'm not biased.
You are blinded by it. I congratulate you on presenting yourself and standing on that side and pushing for it. But I think in that you've blinded yourself.
Dude, I'm like the only one who has.
I think that you blinded yourself.
You know what I found in the Bigfoot world,
and I think you push people away. That makes people not want to.
I'm not into being a member of a cult.
So
I'm not a member of a religion. Why can't you just stop babbling? Oh my God.
So here's Steven calling out another Bigfoot researcher because he wrote a book called The Bigfoot Survival Guide. Congratulations on this guy who actually wrote a book and is presenting it to the world to see. Who gives a shit, right? You just want to shit on people.
What did I say about it?
You just pointing it. Everyone knows what you're doing.
No, come on. Face it. Look at it. Scroll back down, dude.
Another one, right?
You tell me right now, be honest, and tell me what the fuck I just said on that book you're talking about.
Exclamation mark.
I said an exclamation mark. Oh, so that's me shitting
Why else
on
are you
people?
presenting it there, Steven? Are you going to have any discussions, some form of informative discussions about that?
When they come out with the Sasquatch ding dongs or
Did you did you engage in any discussions about the book in the comments, or did you just post it?
I don't know. A lot of posts they don't
No.
generate discussions, and sometimes they do. But I post pretty much everything.
Did you start the discussion by posting something in the thing so people
I don't know. I mean, I post lots of things every day. Because I'm trying to cover like a newspaper or whatever. We're covering the Bigfoot world, every day. Like that's what we do. And so far, the Bigfoot world has not produced evidence that has proven Bigfoot to be real. And we would love to see that be produced. If I could find it, if my guys in the trail cameras could do it, that would be great. But I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you.
He has indeed survived Bigfoot. That wasn't a jackass comment at all.
What?
Not a jackass comment at all, I'm sure.
It's meant to be funny.
It's meant to be funny.
Do you have a sense of humor? Come on.
No, it's all good. You just troll.
You don't have a sense of humor. You never talk shit, joke around with your friends on Facebook around the campfire.
Yeah,
you never do that. You don't because you're Mr. All you do is go out and super serious every fucking time in the woods looking for Bigfoot.
Yeah, I do. Damn right. I take it fucking damn serious. Why not? You think I'm gonna do it half-ass? You think I'm gonna waste my time sitting on my ass? Steve, I could read a bunch of books, but if I don't fucking go out in the field, it don't mean nothing. I'm not doing anything.
I was out in the field when I was 3 years old. What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, yes, you were. I'm sure out in the field doing research at 3, Steve.
Yeah, in Wisconsin, we didn't have fences. I used to roam up and down the creeks and all over the place.
Here you go. Here's another. There is no end to this, is there? Calling out another festival, another Bigfoot frog.
And guess what? They got free advertising from the coalition.
They got free advertising.
7,500 members who got to see
pass because some mom and pop people want to present a fucking festival to people and have some fucking fun.
Some of them are good.
My
some of them are bad.
Who cares,
some of them are silly, if you ask me. I've been in a number of conferences.
Even saying, now here's a conference we could really put our hearts into with some novel concept and no celebrities. I'm sure you would 100% support something like this.
Oh yeah, hail Satan, brother.
Yeah, that 100%. Yeah.
Fucking hail Satan.
Hey, more power to you, bro. So I think that's another. I don't know. I just feel people who literally say that. I mean, I don't know. If that's what you really believe,
saying that to you, because you deserve it.
You
deserve
have the freedom
Satan, brother.
It's how you will. But
what? What did you just say?
It's all good.
No, you're babbling while I'm trying to talk again.
No, it's all good.
You have not produced a single point of
I have not produced any single point of anything I've ever talked about.
Evidence of anything.
Did you think about making a tree structure in Matthew Johnson's area to hoax him, and then a couch?
It was not my idea. Okay, it was among a group of other people. I am the one who said no. Let's not do a hoax because we don't want to do that. We don't want to even. I don't think we should even put a fucking couch up there. And it really bummed out Richard. He was really sad, and so was Phil.
Oh, I'm sure.
Phil got actually kind of angry about it.
Confused because I thought in the beginning of the show you said that you never had talks like that you guys never planned to hoax Johnson, that you never had any intentions of ever putting any object out.
I did not say that.
But yet you just admitted that you guys actually did have the discussions, which you're
not tricking me here, Blake. You're not fooling me in any way.
Theory, right? It's all against you, Steven. It's from the horse's mouth. I think people have said it. I think
you're just babbling. Look.
That's all you can do, Steven. is
No,
talk,
I told
babble
you.
away. That's what you do on your group. Like you said,
Now
you retired, so you don't go out in the field.
you're the
You're
one
not gonna
babbling.
find
I'm just trying to respond to you.
Okay, here we go. Here's your responding time.
Really? Now I
Oh,
finally
after
earned it
this, sorry.
after an
You're
hour
calling
and
out again
47
another
minutes of
Bigfoot
this
conference.
shit.
Well, this one's important. See, you're
After
calling out this Bigfoot conference,
my
and
Bigfoot
the
bookstore,
nice, amazing,
cat
and
piss.
decent human being that Amy Boo is. She's a very nice person.
Oh, whatever. I don't know Amy Boo. Whatever.
I'm sure you don't. I'm
kind of on the other side of certain things with her.
So again, you're just calling out this fucking look. Here's another one. That's not for laughs. That's not discussions. That's not facilitating any knowledge or logical arguments. This is just calling out people who are
Ohio Bigfoot
doing the work and putting together a conference to actually have discussions and bring the information to people.
Well, that's part of the criticism. If Bigfoot
culture, 100% can do this all you want. This is America. You're free to criticize anyone you want, just like I can criticize you and show you criticizing everyone.
You could also shut up for a fucking second or two.
Okay, I wanted to point that out. That one was important.
You just want me to get mad at you and say fuck. Say fuck so that you can say.
I'm not going to suspend you for free speech like you suspended me for my free speech.
No, I suspended you based on the rules of our group, which you did not respect. You did not respect the rules of our group.
Steven, oh my God. Oh, wow. Really?
Look, you know what? In my life, I don't have time for people who kind of come in there with bullshit ad hominem.
I called you out. Because I wanted to call you out.
And talk about cat piss bookstores.
Cat piss bookstore. Oh, well, don't like it? Fuck you. Well, then don't have cats, Steven.
You're an asshole. I saved that cat's life. And
I am an asshole. I can be an asshole. I can be a downright motherfucker if I wanted to. You ain't never seen nothing yet.
You don't even know. The fact is that the bookstore is
just
closed.
Words, Steven.
The bookstore is closed.
Listen, I don't mean nothing to you.
You've got
don't
nothing.
mean nothing to me.
You have nothing.
My words should not hurt you. Please,
no,
my words should not hurt you. I should be able to say the most disgusting things, and you should walk away without feeling like you give a fuck, right?
Do you think I'm hurt right now? I'm just trying to talk to you. Like
store. That gotcha.
You know what? I just told you. The reason it gets me is because I'm fucking sick of it. After 15 years of running Facebook,
we're sick of you doing this bullshit, calling out people. But you don't like to be called out, right?
You know what? It's on my own page.
You can fucking understanding that people have. I think
this is the coalition is my group that I started in 2011. And
you are the one who lays down the foundation of how people should act there. You're the one who represents that group.
I try to guide the discussions, but I don't.
You do shit.
Here's this. A lot of times,
how is Bigfoot empowering? Of course, you're calling out this documentary. Whether it's fucking bullshit or not, who gives a fuck? You call people out.
Can you stop babbling?
Sure.
The coalition is just a group. I happen to be a moderator, admin moderator in the group. So I try to present perspectives that are intriguing and interesting for discussion. And I try to convey the news of the day. And I have to say this about the Bigfoot
there's
world.
No entities. Is that conveying an open discussion?
I have a thought in my mind that I'm trying to say right now, which you keep fucking interrupting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is what's wrong. This is This is what's wrong with the Bigfoot world. People like you.
You feel like I have to give you the time to do that?
Babbling bullshit where you just
I'm allowing you to speak here.
Right? Allowing. I don't need this. I've got thousands of people reading my page right now.
I'm sure you do, Steven. Everyone, give a clap to Steven. Proud.
Yeah, on Facebook, you can look it up. You can look up the number of people who comment and read. Our members are one smaller number. The number of people who actually read and access your page and its posts is vastly in excess of that. So, I mean, every day I've got thousands of people reading what I say. And I don't need this. It's 300 or whatever views you have on your page after a number of years.
I don't care
I'm not here to
about
insult you,
my
except
focus is
when
going
you
out in the
insult
field and doing
me.
stuff.
Look,
Simply that's something that you guys simply missed the fact on.
no,
Every time
no.
it's not just me. Every time people call you and your group out, it's the same thing. You guys just don't go out in the field. You
We
guys simply
do.
set up a fucking camera trap.
No, we're all of the Bluff Creek Project guys are out in the field all the time. I
Well,
mean,
yes, but not you, right? And
I
or the other
I'm the
experts
one
that
who
you have
started
here.
it, you freaking idiot.
Well, no
I
shit.
don't
Everyone
need
knows it,
to
Stephen.
I don't need to
Listen,
go back
everyone
to
in
Bluff
this
Creek a
chat
million
or
times.
listening to this is new. Everyone
Where
knows
I've
you.
lived,
Everyone
where I've
knows your
lived.
history.
Jesus Christ, would
Please,
you
you don't need a
just
biography.
see that little thing in your face? It's a horizontal slit. Just close it. All right, thanks. I live in Humboldt County. I've been looking around at nature and being in nature the whole time I've been here. And since I was a little kid, I grew up in nature. I've always been out looking and learning about things in the natural world. And it's always been one of my big enthusiasms. That's why I'm interested in Bigfoot now. But Bigfoot is a part of my local
Hardly, I
history
would
here.
say hardly. You seem to want to troll more
No,
people.
if I were trolling, I'd
You
be in
don't
your
seem
page. I'd be in your
to.
page commenting bullshit like every day.
You can if you
Like,
want. I mean, you want
some of your buddies and allies are the ones who have the fake identities and come onto my pages every damn day, sometimes
I'm
posting like 40 different posts.
Poor victim, you. It's so hard to deal with the constant trolling that you experience.
Hey,
right?
I'm not saying I'm a victim. I'm just saying, look, this is idiotic behavior and it's not mine. It's yours. Right now, you are being an idiot because this is the truth of the matter. Bigfoot research has to get beyond this argument. And it has to get beyond people crying about skeptics being mean. If you want
Hey,
to be
go
a
out in the field.
scientific,
Come
if
with
you
us.
want,
We'll take you out in the field. Everyone invites you out in the field, Stephen.
I
Hey,
don't,
just go. Hey, just
I
go.
don't
Let's set
need
up a
you
GoFundMe.
to.
Let's set up
Why
a
would I? Where
GoFundMe.
the fuck? I don't
Let's
even
fly
know where
Stephen
you
out
are.
in. I'll take you out. I'll pay for everything. We'll get a GoFundMe going.
I've got a
See if we can find
bear.
some
A bear. I've got bears that come to my front porch.
Oh, there's bears.
Big whoop. Yeah, bears. They walk right past my front
Bear?
door.
Okay, who gives a shit about that? Why don't you come to Michigan and I'll
Who
take
gives
you
a
out?
shit about it? Well, you just told me I'm supposed to care about nature and learn and go out and explore and have my feet on the ground. Well, every time I go out in the woods, I've got it right there in my front yard. There's no fences. This is
Exactly.
nature. Go
Go
ahead and look at
outside. Go up the
go ahead
fucking
and look
mountain.
at
Put work in. Go
I've
outside. Go
been
up the
all
mountain.
over.
Take some
I've been
video.
all
Show
over.
us out in the field. Just show us out in the field. Just show
Well,
us something.
dude,
Show us anything,
I think
Stephen.
if you would be honest,
Anything.
we've shown you everything. We have like 80
No,
fucking
stop.
videos.
I want you to do it.
I did it.
Or we'll set up a GoFundMe.
There's
We'll fly
80
you to
some
Michigan. Come
there's
research with us. Come on. You have an open invitation.
I don't have any reason to go see you.
I will get a GoFundMe going. We will 100% pay for everything. I want you to have the honest, most upstanding experience you could possibly have. And if something happens, who's the most best person to have by my side than Mr. Steven Streufert to verify?
Why would I leave the wonderful world of
bookstore?
Northern California to be in your scrappy
go
little
outside.
hellhole?
You're not going to anything. You're not doing anything
How do
out
you
there.
know where I go? Where do you get this information? You have a camera in my kitchen here?
Go out.
How do you know this? You're just saying it. You're just babbling.
Everyone in the chat, how do we know that Stephen doesn't go out in the field anymore? Can someone refresh our memory, please?
I just told you I retired from doing what we would call active field research.
Okay, cool. Hey, but I
if
definitely
you want to know the truth, Mister, it's none of your fucking business. Look, dude,
you don't have to leave the trail. I get a wheelbarrow for you. I'll lug you around.
You're such an asshole.
I'm not an asshole.
Wait till you have a heart condition that nearly kills you. you motherfucking piece of shit.
Hey, I hope I do, but you know what? It'll be long after you, motherfucker, right?
Scummer, bagger, little fucking dip.
Should we? Hey, Steven, I have a healthy heart. I'll bust out 100 push-ups right now. You want to see it?
Yeah, you know,
You
I used to do shit like that too.
Hey, you think my heart's not fucking right? You want
yeah, but you want to make this into some kind of weird, some kind of weird psychotic,
I appreciate your death wish.
Juvenile little fucking competition.
No, it's pleasant. It's music to my ears, Steven.
You can't stand the thought of actual
and get in the back of the fucking line. You got a long fucking line to wait behind, buddy.
What are you talking about, Mister? Now you're gonna say put your boots on the ground and go out in the field.
I've already. Hey, there are people in this chat that will 100% pay for you to come to Mission and research.
Well, maybe I will.
No strings attached. 100% skeptical. I want your honest opinion about everything that happens. Maybe nothing will fucking happen.
Maybe I will.
Maybe there's always a damn chance.
If you shut up, maybe I could like say something to what you were trying to say. Will you
come out if I get the funding?
I'm not interested in doing that right now because I'm closing my bookstore. It's nearly gone. It's
okay, Steven. Here.
And
are you busy?
Moving on to something else. Yeah.
You busy?
And I'm gonna.
Okay. Are you busy next year, 2024?
Don't really know what's going to be happening.
Are you busy 2025? Let's schedule something.
No, I don't want to.
Okay.
I could when it makes sense, but you're just putting some goofy.
What do you mean? What doesn't make sense?
You're putting some goofy little trap out there. Like, let's get Steve to come out here, and then you're gonna think I'm gonna be scared of the woods at night.
What are you talking about? I'll be with you. I'll have a gun. You don't have nothing to scare about.
I don't care about you and your gun. I've been all around the world. I don't need you fucking.
I'm just letting you know you can be safe around me. I'm gonna protect you.
I don't feel safe because of you. Because of your weird fucking bullshit.
Did I wish death upon you to have you have a heart attack or something?
You are a fanatic, just like the rest of them.
I want to prove your ass wrong, and I want you to be right next to me when it happens.
Well, you know, if
you think I'm gonna hurt you. Who the fuck are you? I'm gonna throw my life away to go to prison over you?
No,
you ain't that important. Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm gonna give my life away for you?
Your life? What are you talking about?
Please. You are 100% safe around me. So don't use that. That's just
a joke, dude. It was a fucking joke.
It was a joke. Just like my heart condition, right? Just a joke.
You are such an asshole. I swear to God, I'm going to ban you from the coalition forever. You're just gone. Why would I want to go camping with some dick who doesn't even acknowledge that people have medical conditions?
Okay,
what kind of person is that to be with in the woods?
I will put you in a wheelchair. We will get off.
I don't use a wheelchair.
I'll get you an electric bike to ride around, man. We can make it happen. I have a wheelbarrow.
You really are. See, you're still maintaining with these insults, and that's just uncalled for. You're like, you talk about me bashing people. You talk about me bashing people. What the fuck are you doing right now?
Carry your fucking ass out in the woods. If I have to strap you to my back, I will walk you out there, Steven.
What woods? You guys don't even have woods where you are.
They don't have
scrappy woods. They're scrappy little stick forests that are worthless to me.
Right. They have no big at all, right?
I don't even know where you are. Where are you? I've been trying to ask you for an hour now. Where the fuck are you?
I'm in Michigan. Everyone knows that.
I'm
in Michigan, state of Michigan. Did you know that Michigan has over 2,000 sightings?
Nah, claimed sightings.
Claimed sightings, of course. No, of course you wouldn't believe that. Nor have you actually spent the time conducting the research to show all that either. But luckily,
there's talking about conducting. I've read pretty much every single Bigfoot book that there is.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And I've also been out in the field. I've been to conferences all across the West here. I met all the important people in the field. I'm highly regarded by the people who actually know how to think.
Yes.
Not like you.
Highly regarded.
You and your lowbrow Ryan Reading crowd.
I don't even know who that guy is, man. I just another He's just another jackass calling you out, I guess.
And you know, I
He
can just bet.
wanted to
I can
take
just
a
bet.
poll in your group, and you couldn't help but be a jackass and troll him. And I showed you.
I pointed out a very simple fact. It's a
He
false
wanted to take a
dichotomy.
poll. He wanted a simple yes or no answer. You
It's a
had to be a
false
jackass and
dichotomy.
troll him.
The whole point of Bigfoot is that there is not a certain
I love
answer
you,
to the
Steven.
problem.
I love the answers you give. I truly do.
Well, why are you intrigued by Bigfoot? If it were just a real animal, you wouldn't give a
I
fuck.
came face
It'd
to
just be
face,
like
life and death, actually
it'd
about
just be
pissing
like
my pants.
gorilla.
I've had experiences. I continue to have experiences. I've chased the truth. I chased what it is. Dude. Maybe you know what? It's maybe. Hey, it's all. But until you experience it, I can't explain it to you.
I could take acid and run around in the woods too if I wanted to.
Blah blah blah. Who gives a fuck? I'm wrong. I'm just some teenager didn't know what I was experiencing back then. That's okay. I've heard it 1,000 times.
Maybe you were. Maybe you weren't. I don't know.
It doesn't change reality. It doesn't stop me by. You're actually adding fuel to my fire to prove you wrong, but that's okay. One day we will get that. Whether you're
I have not
in the grave or you're
position.
We'll find out.
I have not even claimed that Bigfoot is real or not.
It's always true to me.
Where have I ever made a claim that Bigfoot is real or not?
People can look for themselves. I don't need to show up.
No, I don't. What they look at is you scrolling through my page and pointing out inconclusive things.
Did you talk about hoaxing Matthew Johnson by doing a tree structure and then putting a couch in his area of operations?
I already told you that we went and had a talk about things that we could do while we were investigating Johnson. So some of the things that we brought up were like sound monitoring and thermal cameras and night vision and all these things. It's not a matter of admission. You're being an idiot. There's nothing to admit.
There's not. You're right. There's not.
When you're in a group talking with like 20 people or 12 people and someone says something here or there, that's not like some kind of plan. It's like talking. It's like I say, I'm going to go to order a cheeseburger and I change my mind. I'm going to go Taco Bell.
It's not like me and my group of people ever thought about going to someone else's research area and hoaxing them. You're right. That's something that doesn't fucking come up with my group.
You just keep banging that drum, which is totally false.
Because you just admitted it.
Think it's gonna?
Admitted it that you thought about it, and then you guys thought, "Oh, that's not a good idea. We should probably not."
I admitted that there was a conversation on Facebook messages, and that when it actually happened, it was me and Jamie, and we just went up there and we didn't do anything. We looked, we photographed things, and we left. So what do you want, buddy?
Nothing. You admitted it. You literally you told at the beginning of the show. You said
your brain is like stuck in a fucking lock. What's wrong with you? God,
nothing, Steven. I'm so glad that you came on, though. I think
this is why Sasquatch will never be proven real because of
it is 100% going to be proven by people like me, by people like you. By simply showing up to the fucking woods, Steven, it's going to be proven. Not by reading a fucking book sitting on your ass for a decade, claiming you do shit. That's not doing nothing.
Dude, I've been doing shit
since I was born. Don't work. Obviously, you have a decade's worth of data that shows obviously you don't fucking work. Or your guys' area, it's literally like finding a needle.
So now it's all a macho competition. Like somehow objective reality cannot be.
I don't know.
Documented by.
Do you have any passion for this? Do you have any fire that boils up into your spine when you fucking want to research this? You don't have any of that?
I've got all kinds of things.
Okay, sit back and relax and let other people who have the fire get shit done.
The fire.
They're going to be the ones.
The cultic obsession with a fantasy.
Obsession of what? Of what? The truth, finding out the truth, exploring the truth.
You're completely irrational.
It's not a cult delusional thing. You can claim that. You can perceive it as such.
If you want to know my answer, I will say
what I experienced out in the woods and what other people are experiencing.
I don't know what you experienced, man.
It's like you wrong.
What am I wrong about? Because
we're just delusional. Right? We're just delusional.
I didn't call you delusional.
It's all good. These are the comments that you make in the group that people see.
Here's what I want to say. I think it's highly likely that Bigfoot is not real. But I don't say Bigfoot is not real. And I'm not going around conclusively saying that everyone's insane, like Michael Merchant wants to make it out. Like, he is the one who's using the false dichotomies. What we do is we consider all the range of options that happen when a person has a supposed Bigfoot encounter. Could they be accurate? Yeah, maybe Bigfoot's real. Could they be lying? Maybe. Could they be mistaken? Yeah. Could they have been dosed with LSD falling from the
that? It's not
chemtrails?
I don't believe everything I experience out there is Bigfoot. I don't hear a squirrel dropping nuts against a tree and think it's fucking Sasquatch. Even it's common sense, right?
And I've watched your videos.
How do you experience that stuff? How do you learn to judge between the differences? By going out in the field and experiencing it, right?
No,
reading
I've been there. I've been
putting
there.
it to application is 100%
Why? Because I like read books. Do you think that it's all I do? I mean,
Steven, I 100% applaud you for your knowledge that you gained with those books, but when you don't leave your chair and you don't put it to practical use, and
I did leave my chair.
Like a jackass when you spread the information.
What jackass?
To fucking listen to it, whether it's good information or bad.
You pointed out nothing that is actually jackass. You pointed out some things that I didn't even say a word. I said an exclamation point, a freaking mark of punctuation.
On Ryan's post, that he simply wanted to take a poll.
No, what you are is an anti-intellectual fanatic.
I'm not an anti-intellectual. I gave you the open space to come on here. I think I've allowed
you don't want me. You don't want me to talk. You don't want to actually listen because you're just talking over everything I ever have said here.
Well, so, people in the
chat, I don't know why I'm even doing this.
Right, I guess, right?
What? What?
I said people in the chat who watch the video can decide on what.
No, they can't decide because you haven't let me finish a single sentence I've been saying here this whole time.
Are the people in chat who watch the video incapable of rational discussion and thought and distinguishing between our two arguments?
They can think what they want. I mean, I'm sure I know a lot of those people, and some of them I would agree with and some not. But that's okay. I don't care. Like, I'm just going to keep doing what I do. They can have their own page in South Jersey or whatever the fuck they do. I don't care. But if you do something that's out in the public,
stuff to your group, and then
you do something that's out in the public, like I'm trying to say, out in the public eye, in the public world of Bigfoot, we are debating that topic. It's a lively topic that's under much discussion.
There's hardly ever debates going on. There's hardly debates ever going on.
Well, this is the debate right now.
Oh, yes. And again, one that I applaud you for showing up to.
Well, I would have a much more reasonable conversation with you if you would do so in a more mature and professional way. But I mean, this is just an ambush. This is an ambush attack. I woke up and I see this stuff.
Does nothing. It's not going to discover Bigfoot. If you go out with me,
to be on some radio show and I haven't even had my coffee yet.
We have 100% more likely of a chance to find Bigfoot than any discussion we're ever going to come up with here, right?
I've looked for Bigfoot, but here's the thing. Maybe Bigfoot was in my yard one night. I was sitting here right on my porch. Didn't you remember that story I told you?
You don't know if it was a bear or if it was Bigfoot. You don't have the experience to tell the difference.
What do you mean I don't have the experience? I've been in the woods my whole life.
Was it a bear or was it a Bigfoot?
What I'm trying to say is, like, I didn't see it. It made the ground rumble like thunderous footfalls. Now, I don't know why that was happening. I didn't see the Bigfoot do it. I felt it in the ground. And so I got up and I looked out on the front across the driveway into the woods there, and I couldn't see anything there, but I heard this big crash down into the brush. And that's what happened. The next day there were some depressions in the grass that really looked like footprints. And as it left, it backed off into the brush more, and I backed off to my house just thinking, there's no point in chasing it into the dark with a dying flashlight. And this was right after I had moved into this house here. So, You know, like you mentioned that trail and stuff. I didn't know the trail was there because it was buried in log debris and yard clearance matter. But this thing was in the side yard, moving behind some brush, and I could hear it like kind of snorting, breathing, and it went out past the dirt road into the gulch where the creek is down below. You know, but my position on that is, I could go around and claim all day long that this is my Bigfoot experience, and you then could therefore admire me for being so heroic in seeing a Bigfoot or having a Bigfoot in my front yard. But I'm being truthful and honest with you and everybody else in saying that I just don't know what it was. I mean, it's exasperating and frustrating that I didn't see what it was. I can't imagine it was a 400-pound man or a bear. You know, because I know bears, when they come up the hill, you can hear them, and you know how they walk, and sometimes they're very sneaky and quiet, but they don't just make the ground thunder like that. They're a quadruped. They don't have a very easy means of making footballs with heavy body weight upon them like a biped would make. But I know also that the mind is easy to trick, and you know, my mind was really worked up on Bigfoot at that point. You know, I'd just gone through like major enthusiasm over Bigfoot with local conference here in Willow Creek, and met all these old timers. And I started going up into Bluff Creek to investigate it. And, you know, that's when this happened, is right before we started the Bluff Creek project. And maybe my mind was just very, very eager to see Bigfoot or to experience Bigfoot. You know, the first night when I lived out here, there was a freaking sound of a demon. I mean, I can't even explain to you how scary and demonic it sounded.
So why don't you just go in the backyard and go look? Why don't you just go up the mountain and go?
I am trying to tell you how I went and looked. I went out and looked, and I saw the freaking demon sitting up at the edge of the woods. I could tell you about something that happened 3 days ago if you want.
I'm not really interested, you know.
Why are we talking?
Well, the stuff, like, how would you know if it's a bear?
You insult me for no reason, and then I try to tell you a nice Bigfoot story.
Have you came across a bear in the middle of the night and charged at you? I have. It's not fun. It's pretty easy to tell the difference between a bear and a
down on my front porch.
You've already told this story on my interview. If people are interested in hearing the story, that the only
if you keep bringing the shit up, I might have to repeat myself.
The experiences you have that you claimed, whether you have it or not, I don't know. You don't know. Is on the interview.
I don't know anything about them.
Just like you just exactly didn't know what happened. Trail underneath leaves or blah blah blah. They could led up the fucking mountain.
You want to know what the truth of the truth of that trail is? This. I'll tell you the whole truth of that trail. It's an old logging road that went through here way back in the day, and then they used that logging road for access to the creek, where they withdrew water out of it. But I mean, I had lived here for just a few months, and when this was happening, you know, I was
different. In my interview,
It's all good. Okay. The thing when I discovered that trail was not the first year, but the second. I was up there gathering wood for the winter, you know, and pulling this debris and piling it up and seeing what I could cut and whatnot. And then I noticed that there seemed to be a trail under these branches and stuff. Like in 2007, when they first redid this house, it was an old cabin.
It's another instance of where you are trolling other people who clearly just want to have a good time and spread information.
Where did that all come from? I was talking about a trail.
I'm not really interested in it, really, because then
why did you mention the fucking trail?
Because you have no experience. You have no practical experience out in the field. You don't use your book smarts in the field.
No,
you can't even. You're not in your backyard long enough to discover an old logging trail that led up the fucking mountain after a year or two of living at your house.
No.
And okay, in what world are you experienced to lead or be any kind of
Well,
expertise
this is
by
like
being in
a
the
kind of a
field?
different landscape
Really?
than where you live. It's not
Kind of,
some
dude.
flat little
I
shithole,
don't give a shit about no fucking
some
excuses
flat
you
little
have.
bog of Michigan with stick truck trees. It was like it
Yeah,
was a, I'm trying to tell you, I was in the middle of trying to tell you this. You just started babbling about something else.
old. It gets old, Steven.
Well, then why do
All
you
that stuff
keep
that
fucking
everyone knows
saying
about.
it, repeating it?
What's stuff you got? You got,
It's really basic. The trail was buried under some
calling
loft
out conferences,
clearance,
no
some clearance.
discussions,
Oh
right?
my God. You just want to say shit and you don't want to ever back it up with facts. And then when I got facts, you don't even want to hear them.
Okay, well, here's calling out more
You know
people.
what that's called?
This
It's
one's
called
great. This one's
slander.
great.
You
You're
motherfucking
calling out
dumbass piece of
TV
fucking
laughs at you.
shit.
You're calling out a beautiful woman, right? You like calling her out. You've made fun of her too, right? On her looks and the way she acts and
Maria?
stuff, right?
No,
Just
no,
because
look,
she's
I
a
have never
former
done that.
NFL cheerleader,
I do not
smoking
make
hot fucking
fun.
cheerleader. You're gonna make
I do
fun
not
of her.
make
You
fun
have
of
made fun of
people.
her.
No,
You
I do not
have,
make fun of
Steven.
people based on their personal
Have,
appearances.
Steven. You have though. You do.
No,
You
I
call
haven't.
people rednecks all the time. You call people out all the time.
If I
Why'd you
call
post
anyone a
that for a
redneck,
laugh?
I'm happy to call
Fun?
myself a cracker or whatever. I don't care. But it's like I don't make
You're
fun of
not.
Mayor. But you
Beautiful.
guys mistake it. You think that anything that happens on my page is
Oh,
me
it's
doing
just
it.
fun, guys. It's not mean. We're just having a
You
laugh.
even think it's me talking to myself. Well, it's not. You imagined like 5 different fake identities that I'm talking to, and they're not.
I showed I Steven. There's other people who's commented on the posts that I put in everyone's groups. There's several people who commented about dealing with you and the same
Like
stuff that you did.
they might think they're dealing with me, but are they really? I the only reason I've ever had a secondary identity
I,
was
sh- I
was to use back in the day when you could be blocked in your own group by trolls, and so I had to have a secret identity that would be able to view what the trolls were doing in the group to try and destroy our group and discourse. So
as if good.
they finally changed that, and that was a great thing that Facebook finally did. And then I took my secret
Another good
guy and
one.
I changed it to my
Here's
last
you making
name.
a.
So
Here's you showing.
you
At
don't
least
want
it's
to hear
not.
the story about the trail at all, do you?
I'm more interested in why you post pictures to make fun of someone's looks, like former NFL cheerleaders. Your attempt.
What am I doing to make fun of her? Show me where I made fun of Maria. There's a lot of people out there who say really nasty things about her, and I've always felt that's
Yeah,
wrong.
100%. There definitely is.
And
I'm
I've
pretty sure
tried to
you've made
shut it
fun of
down.
those before. I'm pretty sure we could
We've
find some
deleted
comments.
those comments that they
I
put in
mean,
our
it might
group.
take a while. We're only at December 12th of 2000 of last year. Like, we're not fucking somewhere. We have a lot to keep
And
going.
so
There's a
far, you
lot to
have
see.
nothing, buddy. Nothing. Nothing. And I'm sitting here trying to tell you the story about my cool
Can
trail
you
by
really
my
be
house.
sincere in this writing after 3 seasons of Bigfoot TV fakery and lies? So you're calling her a liar and a hoaxer and all this.
That's exactly what that show is. Now, I'll talk about that. I'm not talking about what her face looks like. I'm talking about that show being fake. And we know it's fake. You've seen the videos. Season 1 was completely lies. And
And the other
the
post
other
was
the other stuff after that has been
friendly,
just
just smile, laugh of just her and was that mountain monster dude?
what? I thought you wanted to know about my trail, which I supposedly don't have knowledge of to find, even though I found it.
You're
I'm the one
up
who
there.
found the trail. And I went and
You did,
found
Steven. You did.
I talked to the old timer who lives here since the 50s, Jay Rowland, who was one of the Bluff Creek working guys, who was there when Jerry Crew cast the tracks. And I talked with him on a daily basis a lot of the time up here. He's my next door neighbor. And I asked him, "What's that trail back there?" And he said, "Well, that's the old water trail. That's That's where we used to go down, dip water before we had the water tanks. And I said, yeah, that's cool.
Here's another, of course, calling out people who think in the different skull shapes and the Paracas skulls.
Yeah, because that's bullshit.
Sound. I'm sure it is, right?
It's full bullshit.
Right. For anyone who doesn't know, there's skulls that are found where the suture plates are non-human in non-human places can't be
that non-human
produced,
business is exaggerated.
That cannot be produced. That can never be produced by head binding.
That's what the woo people say.
It can never be produced with head binding.
You know, there's always something wrong with these things. There's always a reason. There's always a reason why they're not accepted by science. And, you know, the paranormalists,
it's almost like, you know,
they want to cover it up. They want to hide the real facts of science. Like when they did DNA testing on the Star Child's skull and found it was just human. It was probably a hydrocephalic human. You know, I mean, they don't want to hear it, so they'll just continue on until they find some weird anomaly in the genetics, and then they're going to say,
family event that someone else is putting on because you just don't fucking like it. You want to call it out to troll. No discussions, no other reason to call it out and why you don't like it. You just
so basically, you really have nothing, don't you, Blake? Just totally
I'm
nothing.
showing. Everyone can do this.
This show is completely a lark, bullshit.
I'm showing what you are posting.
You expended your resources in the first 5 minutes, and they were all lies.
Here's Mr. Ron Pine. He's actually a qualified individual, but he acts like you, so no one really wants to fucking deal with him. Even though he actually is the man, has been in the field, actually has shit that he's done in his lifetime. But your influence in the way people act here really drives people away, so that they can't even. They don't want to go to people like you and him who have the qualifications.
There are
no one wants to deal with jackasses. Don't fucking act nice to people who want to just try to, you know, work with you.
Well, I think it's
I'm acting like an asshole because I want to act like an asshole.
It's a jackass who talks like you are right now, who constantly babbles when someone is trying to say something.
Sometimes glass jars and pedestals need to be knocked over.
We might as well be on Fox
and for change to happen, I think that the old narration of excuses we have of why we don't find Bigfoot and all the camera chaps bullshit, I think it's old. I think that new blood is needed to prove all you old farts wrong. You guys obviously done your decades of stuff. No, it's all good. It's all good. I'm trying to explain something. Maybe there's more new-blooded needed to come in.
I'm going to ask you right now. Go ahead and tell me, since I'm just too busy sitting in my chair
to put all the book smarts to practice, to apply it.
I would like to point out that you are sitting in a chair right now. Look at you.
Yes, Steven, I am.
You're the guy with the screen in front of him, the keyboard warrior, the troll. That's you, Blake.
100%. Thank you for the observation. Is there anything else with that?
It's so ironic. You know,
I'm sitting in the chair.
What we're working on right now is our future plans.
You know what I'm working on? I'm thinking about after this podcast, I'm going to go into the fucking woods and look for Bigfoot. Freezing my fucking ass off while you're going to sit in your fucking fat ass and go troll elsewhere on the computer for hours and hours.
You're gonna make,
I think that's what I'm thinking.
You're going to make bodily insults.
I think I'm so fired up, passionate about our interaction that I'm going to go out in the woods and I'm going to go look for Bigfoot. Hardcore, freezing my nuts off out there.
Well, I don't care.
And I'm going to enjoy it to the fullest. I am going to have so much fun doing it. I love it. It's so much fun to me. I'm going to have a smile on my face. I'm going to think about you trying to show something. Hopefully I get something. Odds are not in my favor, but if I get something,
how do you know what I'm doing after I get off this weird conversation? How do you know? You don't know.
I know you're not going to go outside and go out those woods and go up that mountain and go look for Bigfoot.
Why would I go back there? There's pot growers back there right now redoing their road. I don't want to get shot at by some fucking pot growers.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Are you trespassing on their property?
Well, there's ambiguous property lines back there. my property line ends at the water tower up there.
Well, then
But
don't trespass on other people's property, Steve.
it's shared land. It's a riparian
Okay,
creek
there's no
bed
problem,
that was
Steve.
used for water. It's got an easement on it for water.
Okay, there's no problem, Steve.
So shut up. You know, I went up
What's
there
the
and I found that
excuse?
cool trail and I hiked back in there. But at some point, marijuana production became a major deal, and there were people up there firing guns all the time. At that point,
Which is legal, right? That's not illegal to do up there, is it?
you do not exactly want to participate in their kind of behavior that was going on up there.
What behavior is that? Lawfully shooting guns at a gun range that
Yahoo,
they might have
fucking
enacted as
firing
shooting.
and shooting guns towards residential neighborhoods.
How do you know that they're shooting at residential neighborhoods?
Because they're right on the edge of my property. They're up there moving around. I could hear them shooting in all different directions. My kid is hiding behind the wall of my house so she doesn't get shot because of these freaking pot growers.
Are there ricochet bullets flying around your property hitting your house?
There could have been.
Could have been.
Who are you to question that?
I just wanted to know how many stray bullets accidents there's been in.
One. It only takes one, buddy. And like those people are not.
How many years have they been doing that though? How many years have they
died out now because they legalized
controlled shooting? How many years has the controlled shooting been taking place on their property that they legally can do?
Controlled shooting. It's roughneck goofballs who are hired to grow pot by landowners or who lease the property.
Have you ever been up there to see what they're shooting at?
Yep. They cut down like 3 acres of the woods, which was horrible, and then they would shoot at all kinds of fucking shit, including animals.
Do you see them physically shoot an animal in front of you?
Well, like a bear walks past my house and goes up the trail across the creek into the pot growers part of the hillside on the other side of the canyon, and they start shooting at something over there. I kind of pretty well damn know it's the bear they're shooting at.
Are you legally allowed to shoot a bear on your property that's causing destruction of your property?
You have to have a kill permit.
Are you able to defend yourself?
What's your line of arguing here? What are you trying to prove here?
You're just trying to. I'm just trying to.
I know where I live.
I'm trying to get further details.
Here.
I'm just trying to get further details of the story.
I'm inquiring. Because you don't listen. You don't listen.
Is it illegal to defend yourself up there? I'm not from there. I don't know.
A bear.
If I buy property in Willow Creek, am I able to defend myself against a bear that shows up on my property? Can I shoot the bear if it breaks into my house? It starts destroying my crops, my livelihood, my property, my dogs, my kids. Am I allowed to defend that?
Are you that afraid?
It's not about being afraid. I think it's about self-defense, which any logical man.
A bear has never harmed me.
That self-defense is one of the most important things a man can do for himself and his family.
You feel so manly. I've never been harmed by a bear once.
I don't know, Steven. If you're in a situation where you don't know how to defend yourself and you are trying to protect your family, don't you think that at the very least you should probably learn something?
My kid was in the house, and I had my
anything.
It
doesn't matter. Anything to help gain the advantage in self-defense. As a man, as a human, as a woman, you don't think people don't need self-defense?
If you would stop babbling, I might tell you. Usually, right by my front door, there's an axe.
Not actually important.
Right there, there's an axe.
Real situation, Steve. You'll run behind me, and I'll protect you. It's okay. Because I would. Don't worry. I have your back.
You're just trying to play the macho game. Why can't you?
I don't have to play a macho game.
It's your insecurity, man.
And I explained why
you are so afraid.
Right? It's a fundamental obligation as a man to learn self-defense, not only as an individual, but
you're manly.
Those around
so that you can feel macho as you go out LARPing for Bigfoot.
That's why men used to, like during the Titanic. Men and children first, and then men would fucking freeze up and die.
Life. That is actually not there. That's just an imaginary fantasy trip.
It doesn't matter. It's all good.
Dude, the bear came up to my house. What can I tell you? I didn't have to run away. I just stood there looking at it.
That's
If it
fine. But
came near me,
if it
came
started
near me,
store, I'm sure you would
I could have
have the
busted it over the head
obligation,
with a mall axe.
self-preservation to defend yourself, right? And it would be legal to do so,
I'm not
right?
afraid of bears.
And also setting up target practice and shooting on your private property is also legal up there, I assume too,
I keep
right?
saying that, but did you see their property? Do you know what they were shooting at? How they were doing
Well,
it?
where are
You
they
don't know
shooting at, Steve?
anything. Why do
Do
you keep
you?
saying this shit that you don't know?
Do you?
Yes, I went up there and looked.
What are they shooting into?
Logs and shit. they're up there playing around shooting guns
So you said
randomly.
they cut down the forest, right? And they pushed everything back and they created a berm and they're shooting into the berm, right?
There was no formal shooting range. There were a bunch of chainsaws sitting around and shotgun shells and stuff on the ground and whatnot. I don't
They were
know. I mean,
shooting into a log,
they're
right? And they
shooting
created a
in
target
random
for
ways within like a.
accurately and controllably shoot into, right?
You're such an idiot.
I wasn't there, Steven. I'm just trying to gather what you're trying to
Yeah, so
explain.
why don't you shut up and like not fucking talk about things you don't know?
I don't know. You're trying to present that
You
they're
don't
shooting in
know. This
uncontrolled
is a
fashion
fucking
into
fact.
town where ricochet bullets might fly and kill
No,
your pet cat
no.
or whatever.
Look.
I'm just
I know
I'm
what
just trying to gather
target
if they're
shooting
shooting
sounds like.
uncontrollably
I know what
or
that's
if they're
like.
shooting in a controlled manner into a target like you just described, in which they
No,
created for the purpose of shooting. It
that's
sounds
not
like
what
a
I just
very
described. That's what
controlled. It's a very controlled way of shooting things.
you.
And
It's
if a
what you
bear
are doing. Is
comes onto your property and presents danger, I think you are able to defend yourself, right?
and it's exhausting trying to talk with you, numbskull.
It's
Fuck
That's all
you.
good. I'm just trying to show. I'm just
You're
trying
not
to get
showing
details.
anything.
I'm
This
just trying
is
to.
such an embarrassment for
I'm.
you.
tr- I'm. Yeah, I think you are talking and showing everyone what we need to hear,
What
and
do
I
you want
applaud
me
you.
showing you? Showing you what?
So you're scared. You're too scared to go up there because people are shooting at a controlled target that you know where it's at, so you can avoid where people are actually shooting.
Have
You
you
can.
ever seen like Murder Mountain, the TV show? You have no
Are you
idea.
afraid of life
People
by
used
going?
to get shot and killed out here in Humboldt County all the time. It's not a
Are
matter
you
of me
scared
being
of
afraid.
fight?
Oh, I'm so scared. And you're so macho, Blake, because you're not scared living
No,
in
you
your
just said that
Michigan swamp.
people get shot and go missing up there. Are you scared to go and live up there and go research it?
I mean, obviously, I'm
I
not. I live
personally wouldn't
here.
be. I mean, I would carry the self-defense needed to protect myself in a situation. But there could be any random
Obviously,
weirdos.
I'm not afraid because I live here still, and I don't care. The marijuana industry died out, but there's somebody over on the other side of the canyon now doing some renovation on the road. So I figure they're probably going to grow this year, and that kind of fills me with dread. Not because I'm afraid, just because it's annoying. I don't like it. It's stupid and it's noisy, and it's just brings in the bad element into town. You know, we have weird marijuana culture peoples all over the place, and it scares away the good, honest Bigfoot tourists and stuff like that.
Well, Stephen, you shouldn't worry about what other people do on their private property and what kind of things they decide
My
for that.
God, you just keep repeating
Don't be
yourself.
scared either. Just go out and research. Why don't you go knock on the door and say, "Hey, I'm going to do some Bigfoot stuff. I don't give a shit what you guys are doing, but hey, don't shoot me." Do you ever think about doing that? Interacting with your
There are
neighbors to
different persons up there every year.
Yeah, why don't you interact with your neighbors and try to get permission and say,
They're
"Hey,
not
I'm
my
the local
neighbors.
Bigfoot
They're
guy."
intruders who are hired to produce black market drugs.
Why don't you call the authorities on them then if they're illegal?
Because you don't do that here. It's not really you can't arrest
Well, I
everybody.
don't know. Then deal with it,
It's
Stephen.
like
I don't know. I
there's
guess
like
it's an obstacle in your
50% of
way to
people growing or smoking.
the mountain in your own
You
backyard
can't
to the
put
same.
everybody in jail for that. And I don't even care to put anybody in jail. I just don't want them shooting a gun in a way that terrifies my daughter. And I'd rather have it be like it was before
Are they shooting
when
at your house, Stephen?
oh yeah, they're like right nearby, I'm sure.
Are they
Like I've
shooting
heard them shooting.
towards your
It's like,
house?
40 yards up the hill on the edge of their road. I've heard them
Steven,
shooting.
if they miss the target, is it has a chance to shoot and hit your house?
It doesn't matter. It's like it's a form of terrorism
It-
that people are doing in the middle of the night sometimes too, like 3 a.m.
whoa, it's a form of terrorism to shoot guns on private property at a target.
You keep saying that. It's
You
absurd.
just said it. Is it
This is
illegal?
it's a residential area.
Is it illegal to shoot guns on your private property at nighttime at a target?
It's disturbing the peace.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
The answer is your neighbor is an asshole. This dude like you
It's
are.
America. We have the
God,
freedom of being
I'm
an
glad I don't
asshole.
live in your shithole of a place. What a dick. You don't want someone shooting a gun.
Because my
You don't want
shithole of a place
someone
because I'm
shooting a gun off when your daughter's trying to go to sleep to go to school in the next day.
Oh well, teach her that you know what? Some people have different opinions than daddy, and
Oh,
some people like guns, know how to use it and know how to defend themselves.
oh God! Now you're gonna get all NRA on me now too.
I'm
buddy.
not. No, you're the one who kind of said it was like terrorism and shit. I didn't say that. You said it, dude. You're the one who's convinced that your neighbors are enacting terrorism on you because they're shooting at a private.
I know that my neighbor Jay Rowland and his wife had
Second Amendment rights.
How would you?
Hey, dude, you're scared for your life. Are they shooting in the lane? The answer is no. You didn't give an answer. The answer is no. If they miss the target, that bullet is not heading toward your house.
How do you know? How do you
know?
Us.
Tell us, is it?
You can tell when people are walking around shooting guns in different directions. You can hear it by the acoustics of it.
You're not a gun guy.
This is not even our topic of discussion. What's wrong with you?
Are you a gun guy?
No, I hate the fucking things.
How would you know what the hell it sounds like?
Because I live next door to them, you idiots.
Hey, okay. If they miss the target, is it going to hit your house?
I have friends who shoot guns. When we are out in Bluff Creek, some of us have them.
Is it going to hit your house?
Robert Leiterman's a former ranger. You don't know that. Did you know that somebody shot my bookstore?
Set up that when they miss it, it's going to hit your house.
Did you know that someone shot my bookstore?
Steven.
They did.
It's not the question I asked.
They shot out a window in my bookstore. They could have killed my daughter or me. What the fuck is your problem? You condone this behavior?
What'd you do about it, Steven? Did you get a self-defense tool to use against that situation again?
I have certain things that are there in the bookstore, but the thing is,
okay, good. Okay,
my
good.
friend from the
gun, you know how to use it, right? You will use it in the next time, right?
He said he was going to
believe in self-defense, right?
Shotgun to keep behind the desk. If I were afraid, I would be cowardly and buying guns and putting up security cameras, but I'm not. You see, someone shot my building.
You're able to defend yourself though, in case someone did that again, right?
I've never had to, but I could.
Okay, good. I'm glad. Every man should be able to. Every man should be able to protect their daughter and kids, right? So my
whole life, I have never had to rely on anybody else to defend me.
Well, if you call the cops, I'm sure. How long is it going to take for them to show up? If you call your neighbors, I'm sure they'll bring some firepower over a lot faster, and will be more than willing to help.
Yeah, like Bobo was threatening to come up here all strapped one night because I had been getting death
Why is
threats.
that? Because you're being a jackass to people?
Jackass. You still have not substantiated that.
Literally threatened to come and show up at your doorstep. Don't you think you might be doing something to cause that? Like, it's not randomly happening. Like, some guy's not randomly going to fucking look at Steven's profile on Facebook and show up and do that or threaten you to do that. Like,
so you think I should just
cause and effects going on to lead us to that situation?
Should I just obey and be passive and not ever speak my mind?
No, of course not.
Then what the fuck are you talking about?
We're pointing out the fact that you troll and you.
What do I troll?
Have discussions. This is the most discussions you've had in open discussion. This is the most open, transparent discussion.
This is me trying to say the same thing about 10 times and then moving on and trying to say the next thing.
You admitted that you admitted to thinking about and planning to hoax Matthew Johnson. We've clarified that a number of times.
No, yes. I de-clarify that. I'm saying that I had nothing to do with the planning of a hoax.
You had a thought that
this does not make sense to you. This is the English language. You should have learned it in fucking kindergarten. I did nothing to promote a hoax. I'm the one who said no.
No, of course not. You were the one. Speaking of hope, the shining light on the hill, the one of logical understanding that thought, this is probably not a good idea.
I said hoax.
I just don't believe that. For some reason, I really think that you guys almost did it. And I think by the grace of God, you guys didn't, because you'd be the laughing stocks and everyone would laugh at you for hoaxing.
Why would that
Johnson,
be so?
As if that's hard.
Why would that be such a laughing stock thing if we put a sofa?
Because you just became a hoaxer.
No, it was a joke. You just
hoaxed someone, people. It's not a joke. It's not a joke.
How is putting a sofa up there a hoax?
At first you were gonna fake a tree structure.
I was not. Someone mentioned that among 100 other things.
100 other things were on the table of what you guys were gonna do.
Oh, yeah, this discussion went on for months. We didn't just find the place overnight. It took months.
But that's what your end goal was, to just fake stuff there?
No. It was a joke.
Lengthy, yes. Just a joke.
What are you dumb? Are you just brain damaged?
I'm not. Look, you guys discussed as a group the idea and planning of several, not just one thing, of several hoaxes to throw at Mr. Johnson for him to find, for him to make a video on, and then him to blast her on the whole fucking internet for some people to believe and some people to that. So then you could laugh at Mr. Johnson and say, "Ha ha, we tricked him. Ha ha ha." That's funny. It's funny that you.
How is a sofa?
It's funny that you became so low in your research and knowledge and your understanding that you would go out and try to hoax people.
You just want to interrupt me constantly so that you can just throw in these little.
Okay, you didn't have nothing to do with it, but you hang around the people who would. You allow the people to remain in your group, to be friends with you, when they themselves are.
All kinds of people in a Facebook group, and we talk about stuff. I can't just dictate what other friends of mine happen to say or do.
I mean, like Robert said, the sofa isn't a hoax, right? It's just a dirtbag piece of shit thing to do to Matthew Johnson, who
we didn't do it. It was a funny
who obviously
idea.
Isn't all there, right? Who obviously believes that Bigfoots are aliens coming down from spaceships, talking to him that he.
This was before his spaceship thing.
How many times do you call out Matthew Johnson before it gets old? You wanted to go there. You wanted to fake a tree structure and
it's old. I told you it's old. It was 2015, 2014. We were doing this.
It doesn't get old when you hoax, but that's not. It doesn't get old.
A hoax.
And then you
listen, Blake. Just stop for a fucking second. Listen.
And what about the Olympic Project people? Didn't Jamie just try to implement them into a hoax and get them in trouble?
Look, I'm gonna hang up on you, you fucking idiot. Look.
Oh, Stephen, please don't do
Listen
that.
to what I'm trying to say. If you want me to talk on your show,
it's getting hard. It's getting
then
really
late.
I'm trying.
I'm
trying. What have you been drinking beer?
Yeah, you're losing your mental faculties now.
I am. Are you drinking or anything? How are you able to keep up with me? I'm amazed.
I told you I just had coffee before you badgered me into going on your show with you.
I didn't badger you. You're a person of your own free will.
You posted something like, here's a show coming up in a few hours with Steve, who happens to be sleeping during that whole time.
No. I didn't. It was a clear understanding that you're not going to be on the show unless you show up. I think I made it clear.
Clear understanding. You didn't say a word to me.
Clear understanding with the smiley face at the end of your name, by the description I gave under the YouTube video and the description I posted in all the groups I shared.
I saw you saying a bunch of shit about this.
You were never going to show up unless you chose to show up. I messaged you. We shown that. I asked other people to present it to you. I couldn't share it to your group. I
Look, I'm
messaged
trying to
you.
say
I
this.
did every avenue I thought I could to make sure that you seen it, so you would follow and watch and possibly come on, in which you
You
did.
want to
So
point the finger
in
all
that
day
regard, I
long.
guess I'm successful in doing what
This
I wanted.
is complete
Thank you
nonsense.
for your participation in that. I appreciate it.
I'm trying to tell you something. Look, by
I'm
the
sorry
same
for being an
logic,
asshole. I just, it's just especially for you right now.
this is why I said I can't stand talking with people like you and Ryan. It's because
Here
you
you
just
are making fun of C. Wayne Wilson,
bang yourselves against the
one of the
wall.
most
Your head
nicest and
bang,
sweet
bang, bang, bang,
guys.
bang, bang.
He might
Like a
take pictures of just, trees, and everyone knows that. But at the same time, Stephen, you don't need to call out C. Wayne Wilson all the time. I think there's an understanding why people don't need to call
I
out
know,
C.
but
Wayne
he's a
Wilson.
nice
Right?
guy. He's funny. I
He
like to have him
100% is, but you
content.
love calling
I
out
like
him.
I like
Had
to
many
have him
epic
come and
battles
talk
with
about his
him.
Bigfoots in my group. It's
It's
great. I
fine.
mean,
You like to pick on people who are intellectually inferior to you and
hey
people who
man,
have no chance of.
you're not ever seeing me making comments about his intelligence or his weight
It's
or his
implied.
hairstyle
It's
or his
implied.
baseball
It's all
cap.
implied.
I don't
And I'm
say
sure you
any of
have.
that.
I'm sure you
No,
have.
I have
Not in
not.
that post. Not in
I
that
have not.
specific post. But the
If
farther
people
you go
say
back,
that in
I'm
my
only at
group, that's
December
not me
1st.
saying it. You idiot! Stop babbling.
Everyone go out and
Oh
go
my
find it
God.
yourselves.
Join
I
my
agree.
cult.
Is it implied?
Come fly with me in Zorthland.
Hey, Steven, I invite you to come to Michigan. We'll set up a
Well, maybe
GoFundMe.
someday I will.
Fly
If
you
you're
over.
gonna have to learn how to speak like a normal human being first,
I will.
I'm not
If
gonna
out
go
in the
on there
field, I am
on the basis
strictly
of this
passionate.
conversation. That's for sure.
Well, hey, if we're in the field doing work, we're doing work, Steven. I don't got
Work.
time to talk and bitch about shit. I'm gonna do work. So if
Good. Well, document all the things that you see and
you're gonna be
find
there
out
with
there.
me, you can help me. You can show me how it's done. You can walk me through it like a baby holding my hand, right?
Well,
The expert. That's why I want you there. So
the
when
way
something
that I
happens,
would
we have an
probably
expert
be
opinion on it.
traveling anywhere in the United States about Bigfoot is in regard to maybe writing a book.
Are
Uh,
you afraid that you're too afraid that COVID might affect you by traveling?
well, COVID could kill me very easily. In fact, I think I just survived it. I was sick for 7
Was
whole
it really
days.
epic? Were you struggling for life?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, it was fucked up.
How many shots and boosters did you get?
Well, I was just home isolated, dude. I have all the vaccines, but
Never got the
it could have
boosters or
been.
any shot, huh?
No, I have the vaccines. Shut up.
Oh,
Uh,
oh yeah. Which ones? Are they all the same maker?
Moderna.
All of them?
Moderna.
All of them?
Yes. I've
Even the
gone to my
boosters?
clinic and gotten all the shots that they'll give me. But the
All
thing
of them?
is, like, I might have had a stomach flu. I don't know. I'm just not, that's not even the topic. Why are you trying to make it a topic?
No particular reason. I just
I was
wanted to
trying to tell
understand.
you wanted to say something about me being a hoaxer because I was in a group that talked about the idea of hoaxing a
It's a hoax,
stick.
always a hoaxer.
So by that same logic,
Liar will not be believed even
by
when
that
he
same
speaks the truth.
logic, you are a hoaxer right now because you're talking with us about it. You're thinking about it. You're a hoaxer, Blake Deutscher.
I didn't think about planning it. I didn't think about actually showing up and doing anything. In
No,
fact,
neither did
in
I.
what way am I
I was just
thinking
talking
about
about.
hoaxing? I'm discussing your hoax. I'm discussing that the discussion that you actually thought about doing, the hoax that you
There
thought
was
about.
no hoax. There was no
You
hoax.
claim I'm a hoaxer because I'm discussing the fact that you
Look,
guys
I
actually.
don't even care if you want to call me a hoaxer. You can because
You
I'm
told
not
your
in your
story. You
fucking
told the truth.
believer.
I give
I'm
you
not
that.
in your
You
believer
100% told
cult.
us the truth that you
I'm
guys
not in your cult.
100% thought about hoaxing Matthew Johnson. And I give you credit. You did come on here and tell us the truth.
You know what it's called? It's called
You admitted to
brainstorming.
it. No, a hoax.
What do you want me?
A hoax.
It's admit. I
Let's
just told
no.
you
You
exactly what
let's the
happened.
key word, the key whole understanding of it is the hoax. Brainstorming a hoax, planning a hoax, implementing a hoax.
What hoax?
Exactly, Stephen. What hoax? Right? No one knows what we're talking about right now, right?
There
It's
was no
excuses you give
hoax.
like that on your group and on here. It's over with. It's old. That doesn't work. You can act
I'm
like
not
that
trying to
actually
make
works right
anything
now, but
work.
everyone knows what we're talking about. Everyone knows what you said. You can act like that all you want. It doesn't. The film is not going to lie. Video is not going to lie. You
What
admitted to it.
video?
You guys
What video?
facilitated it. You almost attempted it, but you decided not to. Too bad, because I would have loved to have seen that happen.
Well, maybe I'll hoax you. I'll come to Michigan and I'll leave some fucking big dog shits in your front yard. A flaming bag right on your porch.
Well,
How's
Steven, if you're lucky enough to find where I go, then by all means, you can attempt to.
You know, I don't know. I mean, I grew up in Wisconsin. I'm kind of from your area.
Yeah, I'm sure
Why
you
don't
know
you just
exactly.
mellow out and peace out, bro?
Here's Steven and his twin. I thought that was pretty funny to post.
Well, you're a real dick. You're such a fucking.
I
You
can
know,
be. You're right. You're right. It's almost like
do you kick
when people
Down
don't like
syndrome
someone else, that they
children?
just don't feel the need to
Do you push old
act
ladies
decent
down in the street?
for that
What is
person's.
wrong with you? What is wrong with you?
Like
You know,
everyone else, there's a lot of fucking shit.
someday, some shit's gonna happen to you, and you're gonna lose control of whatever the fuck you think your shit is, and you're gonna regret being such a
Actually,
dick.
you're wrong, because I spend most of my time trying to discover myself in a way that nothing
Oh,
can,
really? Like I didn't do that?
and control me in such a way that I lose control. I don't give other shit power. I
You know,
don't. Your
sometimes shit
words
just
don't have enough
happens.
power to upset me. I
Sometimes
don't.
shit just happens
You
to you. Like, you know, you have a genetic disease or something. You know,
do I?
and
Are you
I don't
making fun of
know.
a disability that I may or may not have? Is that what you're
I
saying?
didn't say you. I said one, like me. Like,
It's okay.
fucking shut up. You are just being a total dick. All your fans should be looking at you right now and just
What
thinking
fans?
that.
I don't have fans. I don't want fans. I'm not
They think,
famous. I'm
what
not a
an
celebrity.
asshole.
I'm
You
not
know,
a podcaster. I don't
does he
live
laugh
stream
at
shit to
his
watch.
does he laugh at his
I'm a
senile
Bigfoot
grandmother
researcher.
too?
I go out in the field and I look for fucking Bigfoot.
When Blake was
and
13 years
then
old,
I laugh at people who just sit on their fucking ass spewing shit like they matter when they don't fucking go out in the field to do anything.
I'm
You're
not in
not going to discover
competition
anything
with
in the
you.
chair, Steven.
I'm not in competition with you. You're
I
in
know.
your weird
You're right.
little
No,
fantasy world,
you're
and I'm
right.
in whatever mine is.
Passion, no fire, no willpower, no might to get off your ass and to be disciplined enough to fucking go out there and try. So why don't you sit back in the chair and let other people try?
Who do you
The
think,
most
like,
dumbass, uneducated, moronic rednecks simply have to show up into the woods and are
I don't say,
100%
you know,
more
you're the
likely
one who
to
keeps
find
saying
than
redneck. I don't have
whoever.
anything against people who didn't go
No,
to
I'm
college
not. I'm just saying, like, the most
or live in a
subtle-targeted
rural area.
world can find Bigfoot faster and more likely than you by simply
Willow
showing.
Creek, Willow Creek is
The
a
simple
redneck
act of
town.
showing up, taking one step out of the house, is more than enough effort.
The other night, I took a step outside of the house and I was going to my car, and up in the forest in the trees, I heard this incredibly weird screech, just a totally bizarre fucking screech.
It was an owl.
And then it started hooting at me like a monkey.
Yep, an owl.
And it was
Here's another post. Here we go again.
This
is
really,
but you're calling out
close by, like a cool owl. But a lot of people, I've heard them say that couldn't have been an owl. It had to be a 900-pound owl. It must have been a Bigfoot imitating an owl. You know, it's like, this is the kind of shit that Matthew Johnson would say or Arla Williams would say. And I think that's all rank bullshit. It's all based on ignorance. And, you know, we've had a lot of...
Have you heard regular owls out in the field? Have you had enough experience to know the difference when you're actually in the field?
I know pretty much about owls. I've seen them and heard them, and I'm not an owl scientist. I've had them in my yard. I've had them in my house. We saved them off the road. I mean, what do you want?
No, Steve, I'm just trying to.
There's owls up there that are really cool. They're
the Olympic project, right? Right? You don't like them because they found Bigfoot nests?
I
supposed Bigfoot nest and hair and all this other
just stuff. Earlier that I respect the Olympic project. They've done a lot of good things. And I'm not the one who talked anything about the Olympic project either. What I don't like is them promoting
Wait, call the Olympic Project. No, yeah.
these nests as if they were Bigfoot nests, and then covering
That's
up the
not
fact.
making fun of them. That's yeah, it's just a joke.
Hey, if Sasquatch researchers can't
Just
withstand
another
the
joke.
scrutiny,
Another joke that you have 100% knowledge of and can decide for yourself that this is
so I'm
100,000%.
keeping count here.
You were
Actually, of
there.
how many times you've interrupted me.
Well, you're in the woods enough to find these things all the time to distinguish whether they're nature related or Bigfoot or something other than natural.
In my experience, those are not Bigfoot nests. They're probably bear beds. And I've talked with the people around here from Bluff Creek area. Jay Rowland told me they used to laugh about it. They would find these weird bear beds that were kind of part hibernation beds, part dens, part day beds. They don't necessarily have to hibernate here. It's not that cold, you know. But they would find these things and they'd show them to Bigfoot researchers like Peter Byrne, and they would chuckle off from the side about it. That they thought it was funny that they could fool these guys, supposedly great researchers who, just will fall for anything like donkey shit or bear beds or wooden stomper feet that go on.
Well, hey, people are gullible, right? But the simple fact of them actually being out in the woods is 100% more effort than sitting behind a computer chair.
I commend anybody who goes outside and enjoys nature and does research.
That's something that you probably have never really admitted.
The idea that I don't.
I've had discourse with you in your group, and I think that's something that probably they should hear, because that actually shows that, well, you know what, you're not so unbiased, I guess, right? But I only think that's because you're on here trying to say babyface. I mean,
no, I'm being exactly the same person that I'm always being.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the troll king, right?
No, I'm not. I don't troll
That's
anybody.
Why people have problems with you. It's not just everyone.
What am I trolling right now? What am I doing?
Shit just don't magically happen and Steven's the victim. Like, there's cause and effect, right? I didn't just one day say, you know what, fuck Steven. It was interactions with you. It was my impressions of you, of interacting with you. It's seeing your interactions with everyone else, your own words out of your own mouth.
I remember. I pretty much remember.
I understand that you're a fucking jackass prick who's full of himself.
I thought you were like a blob. I thought you were a blob squatcher.
Everyone else. Blob squatch. Okay, you think every picture is a blob squatch.
Are you done yet?
Actually, I showed a really decent picture that you can't even say is blob squatch, but every experience that
I don't see it.
You were claiming, oh, it's a black bear. It's a black bear. We don't have black bears this far
really
south.
But black bear.
No, we're not from Michigan.
I don't even know.
It's okay. You don't remember. It's okay. I know you don't remember.
No, show it to us again. I see 1,000 blob squatches every day.
I'm not going to pull up.
You're talking. Okay. I'm like the. Your pictures fade blurred, just like all the other blurry mess that I see.
Blurry picture. Better than anything you've got, right? But it's not a competition, so why?
Oh no, we've got pictures of a bear's ass that looks just like Sasquatch's balls.
Yeah, you're right. You got pictures of bears' asses.
It's an up close picture of bear's balls. And it looks just like
Actually, this is the picture I showed you guys, and you can see the individual hanging off the tree right there.
Okay, I don't see anything.
Of course you don't.
I don't see anything but wood there.
And did it help? Are you able to see that, Steven? Is that a porcupine up there, Steven? Is that a bear, Steven?
What exactly do you want me to look at?
I don't know. Can everyone else see?
There's several pieces of what look like woody knots.
So you're not a trained observer, so you don't know what you're supposed to look for in a picture.
I'm looking at my phone out of the corner of my eye. What the hell do you want?
Oh, it's okay. I'll replay it for you. I'm sure you have no observation skills to determine what you're supposed to look at in this picture.
Look, I've accurately identified a whole ton of things that are claimed to be Bigfoot.
Are you ready to watch it now? Because I can show it again.
Me and the crew in the coalition group have busted.
Do you not know where to look and to find Bigfoot in this picture, Steven?
I see something. I see the typical woods shot where someone's trying to look at a Bigfoot.
Should I draw a circle around it, Steven? Would that help you? Would that validate
circle,
it?
if you need to draw a red circle, it's a piece of shit. And you don't.
I don't think I need to draw a red circle. In fact, I think it's clear as fucking day. It's not a red circle.
Where is the rest of this thing? Where did it come and go from? What is it doing right now? Why does it look like a piece of wood?
Steven, why does it look like a piece of wood, right? With shaggy hair and a fucking face, right?
All I see
and the trained observer who actually witnessed this and experienced law enforcement and
I'm
federal
trying to look at it,
has
but
the knowledge and expertise and training to accurately take account what actually happened to him. And he's been on my show, gave an interview. It's Val Savala. You can find him in the interview he's gave on my show where he talks about the picture. And
maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I don't know if I'm wrong or right about that.
You don't know what you're looking for in that picture, so I'm not sure why
all you did was ask me what my opinion was.
When reviewing photographic pictures, evidence, when you, in that example, have no understanding or clue where the fuck to look.
To me, that's not evidence. That's just a blurry picture.
Because it shows that you obviously either, one, you're full of shit and you don't want to fucking see what you're seeing, or you obviously don't know what the fuck you're seeing or looking at or trying to look for. You don't even know where in the picture to look at.
I'm looking at the whole picture.
Where your
Why don't you put your little red circle on it and then we can talk about it?
Why?
Well, why not?
Can't see that? It's hanging. Hey, look at the tree. Look at the biggest tree. It's hanging off the left of the tree. Do I need to draw a circle around it? Here, I just brightened it up for you. Do we need to draw a circle around it, Steve? Can you see it? Have your eyes focused on it?
I can see exactly what you're talking about, but I don't see any.
It's okay.
Any reason to think that it's Bigfoot?
I'm sure you don't. I'm sure, but anyone else could come onto the computer after the fact, blow this picture up. In fact, we've shared it.
Well, why don't you just go ahead and blow it up then? I'm sitting right here. If you want to do photo analysis with me, I'll sit here and deal with you.
Here you go. Well, you didn't know where to look.
Now all I see is pixelation and blur.
Why would we come to you for your expertise when you just demonstrated that you didn't even know what the fuck to look for?
I didn't demonstrate that. I was looking right at it.
Okay.
What else am I supposed to look at? The green parts or the brown parts?
I don't know, Steven. What are you supposed to look for? Do you know what to look for out in the woods?
No, I'm totally lost in the woods. I couldn't find the Bluff Creek film site. It kicked me in the ass.
That you are 100% book smarts. You are, but you are 100% a dumbass in the field when it comes to practical application of the book smarts.
Well, you've never seen me do anything in the field. You have no idea what you're talking about. How does 80 videos of us doing our research sound to you?
Sounds like not enough. Sounds like you need 80 more.
I'm not talking about pissant little fucking follow me around in the woods as I bungle around videos. I'm talking about we had segments and produced edited videos with stages of our research and exploration.
Oh, right. So you mean you like staged what you guys were about to do and like, hey, we're going to show this and find this, not actually real time what the fuck actually happens in the moment stuff, right?
If stuff happened in the moment, we would record that.
Right. You just went out to plan and to shoot segments out there, right? That's
we were doing research on the ground. We were looking at the soil and the plants and the tracks along the creek and
how long would you guys out coming back to camp to rest?
The whole time we were out there is in the field. What are you talking about? If we're down in the camp, that's still in the middle of Bluff Creek, in the middle of more green than you're ever going to see in Michigan. I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, but you know what? I think that's counteractive because you are literally looking for a needle in a haystack, where my haystack is significantly less harder to search through. Well, that's why Michigan actually is one of the top.
All I'm asking you is this:
Bigfoot research and
fucking collection of evidence, put it together in a way that's indisputable not to me, but to scientists, to everybody in the world who can
Trust
then
me,
look at it
Steven,
and
when
say,
you come to Michigan and we get incredible footage of Bigfoot, and I will 100% try to get your help to show all the people you want to show, Steven.
well, I told you maybe I'll be traveling in the country to write a book, but that's in the future, not right quite yet.
Steven, you have an open invitation where we'll set up a GoFundMe to fly you out this summer. Come research it.
Any funding would be appreciated, but they don't pay you much to write books.
The funding would definitely be directed by me for you to come here to research here. Yeah.
But anyway, it's like I don't make any money off books anymore. It's completely dead field.
Research.
You can't sell Bigfoot books and make any real profit.
Well, you would definitely know that. I don't sell Bigfoot books. I have no idea.
Well, always caught talking about my bookstore. It's not even open anymore. And the bookstore was not about Bigfoot. It was a whole building full of books in all topics. And I had like a small little cluster of Bigfoot books. That's all I had.
Cat piss books. Piss smelling books, Larry?
Well, what should I do? Leave this cat outside and let her freeze to death? Would you prefer that?
No, actually, I thought you were going to say, yeah, I have a fucking bookstore. There's mice. Mice eat fucking books. That's a logical fucking answer.
It's a feral
cat.
cat.
Might die outside if I leave it outside.
It's a feral cat. This cat has lived there happily since 2010.
It's all good.
You pissed in that room.
So much.
Pissed in that room a few times because she would go. She would go and hide.
Should honestly hurt you that bad should be words from your family and loved ones. Like no person on this planet should be able to make you so upset that you feel the need.
Why are you saying this again?
Because we're through you.
If you say shit like that, I deem you unworthy of my conversational time. That's why I suspended you from the group. You violated the.
You only suspended me because I called you out, Steven. You call everyone else out. You got no problem.
You can come back in a month and you can
I
talk
don't care to come back. The only
reason I joined up with coherently.
There was some actual information posted by Daniel in regards to something going on in Michigan, in which I jumped on the boat and tried to further the research. Not by sitting on my ass playing computer warrior, but actually going out to the location,
sitting on your ass
around the area of the sightings, of the historical sightings documented by him, and actually putting the work in. Steven.
Daniel, you mentioned Daniel. He's a member of our group.
Yep, he is.
He comes to Bluff Creek with us.
He's a wonderful guy.
We are the ones who showed Daniel Perez where the film site.
Actually doesn't act like a jackass to people trying to come to you. He's one of the few in your group who acts decent.
I've been associated with Daniel since like 2007, and I met him in 2003, and we've worked closely with him on the Bluff Creek film site
project. You don't make fun of them. You don't bust their balls.
Bust whose balls? Look, if you guys have the evidence, just bring it. You have to get past the skeptics of the Bigfoot world before you can ever get to the scientists.
You guys have a blind arrogance of the skepticism that you do not accept anything as anything. Evidence of Bigfoot isn't proof. No one's fucking trying to present proof of it, but we're trying to say, hey, there's something fucking happening. We're trying our best to fucking show it. Everyone's busting our balls, but you ain't. No one. You guys ain't out there doing the shit. You guys won't come to our fucking eras. We invite you. We invite you to come to our fucking eras so we can show you what the fuck we're experiencing. And your excuses are all the same.
Maybe I'll see your area someday. I don't know. If you keep being a jerk, though, I certainly won't.
Steven, I'm being okay. That's cool. In the field, I expect you to put some work in, and I will put work in. In the field, when someone's in the fucking field together, they're basically your battle buddy, right? You trust in that person.
I'm not playing these forest.
No, we're not playing games. If something happens to you, you break your fucking leg out there. Who's the person next to you to help you? That person you take out in the fucking field.
Any forest warrior games.
If you fall and you break your leg in Michigan, who's the fucking
I'm an intellectual. I'm an intellectual. I think, and I
You don't think that maybe when
write.
we're out in the field, I don't have your life in my hands, and you don't have my life in your hands?
Well, if we were
You
out there
fucking
together, I
think
would expect that.
you don't think that maybe you should plan and analyze and have an understanding like shit could go fucking wrong fast. I could fall over and impale myself in a fucking stick. Guess what?
Boy, I
There's a life
never
and death.
thought of that. That's why I've been dead for so many years from falling onto dead sticks in the Sierra Nevadas when I was 8.
I'm giving examples of some catastrophic situations that might arise. It's, not likely, but the odds are not zero, right? So in those situations, yeah, if I take you out, Steven, you're my battle buddy. It's life and
Well,
death
if I saw
situation.
you
I have to
walking
trust
towards that
you, right?
that broken tree with the spiky freaking
I would
wood
hope that people
sticking
would be
out,
able
I
to
would
trust
probably put my
out
arm up
to be
and
able to keep
stop
their
you
life
from
in your
stumbling
hands.
upon it like daggers through your guts. I would definitely do that just from one human being to another. And it's like common sense. I don't even know what are you talking about that's so fucking fancy about your field research. It's just going
I'm
out and
not. I'm
looking
just saying
around.
basic things, Stevens. Basic. I interrupted you, but you were going to talk about some fancy LARP playing, blah, 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 macho badass shit. It's not macho badass shit. It's called survivable situation. Anyone who
I
goes
don't,
out in the field can break their fucking leg, twist their
I'm
leg,
not
be
sure
stranded away
what
from.
has challenged your survival in your life in your field research. Because I can tell you that I've been all over Bluff Creek and all over these mountains out here, and I've never once had a life-threatening situation except on the road driving my car.
I just, we don't.
You're at a loss for words, man.
No,
This
actually, I
is
wasn't
just
really paying
such a
attention to what you were
dead
saying.
end.
Reading the comments in the chat because they're actually more insightful and
Well, I haven't seen
informative.
them in several hours.
Better use of my times than.
I
But no, the
probably would have
fact of the
been.
matter is, field research is more important than book research
No, it
because
isn't.
it's all you want. But if you don't do anything with them, it doesn't mean
No, it
nothing.
isn't. Look, you know what?
Yeah, actually, yeah. You can have a
A
person who reads
fool
100,000 books and never leaves never leaves their house, and you can have a dumbass dropout redneck who doesn't read any books, who goes out in the woods, the forest,
Yeah, maybe,
and puts in the
maybe,
work that actually
maybe.
does accomplish stuff.
But
Reading and
it's
analyzing and having fantasies up in the brain while not applying them in the real physical world means nothing.
who said anyways not applying them in the physical world.
Again, it's more valuable to just go out in the woods and into the field research than to read a book.
Why is it more valuable to? I mean, what if somebody
You
had
get practical research. You get practical experience.
a PhD
You get
in wildlife
hands-on
biology?
experience of what you're experiencing
Do you
out there.
think? Do you
You get
think
the
that
hands-on approach to
PhD was a?
experience the temperature, to experience the animals, the sounds, the very fucking forest that you're in, the vibe and everything. You don't experience that by reading a book.
I've got the vibe right outside my window.
You don't experience the pleasures of a woman by reading a fucking book. Right? The same fucking thing.
You can
read a
have
fucking
both.
book and experience the and finding the truth out there. Okay.
Boy, you're getting some weird territory now, man.
No, it was a pretty simple explanation of the same thing.
That doesn't explain anything.
If you're offended or you can't handle the choice of words or the discussion, maybe you're immature to handle that.
No, maybe you're immature for saying it.
I don't think so.
Why do you feel this desperate need to compare yourself to me?
Compare to
you feel so insecure.
You don't experience life by reading. Experience life by
grovel before me like an abject, pitiable worm. I'm just sitting here talking to you.
Did you get offended from that? Did those words hurt you, Steven?
No, not at all.
You seem to be
caught. You have not made a single effect upon me except being maybe somewhat more weary.
Coming out in my face proves otherwise, but I
like to say "fuck you, asshole." All right,
like you.
I appreciate this venue where I can say "goddamn, you're a piece of shit."
Yeah, 100% free speech, just no hate speech. It's
like on the coalition. I don't do that there. I very
No,
rarely
yeah,
ever will call.
you're
I
not for
very
open.
rarely will call anybody a
As long as
moron or
people
an idiot.
sexual stuff, no hate speech, you're allowed to say whatever you want in my group, pretty much.
In fact, I
We don't
said a
allow
bunch of
hoaxers
things
to
in
be
my posts
promoted,
that I
but
made.
we don't stifle free speech because you call
But
someone a jackass
what?
either.
Everything is still there. I didn't delete any posts.
You did delete post. You
No, I
deleted
didn't.
Brent's post, and you deleted some other guy's post.
No, I
You
didn't.
did. You did.
No. If you saw our
Yeah.
admin statistics board where it's
You did.
activity log,
Actually, you did. Right, Brent? Did Brent? Did you take down your post, or was it eliminated?
I suspended you and I suspended Ryan. And
Yeah, that's fine. But I wasn't talking about
there
them.
was some weird
And
thing that happened in
blocked
the
delete the post. You deleted other
Facebook.
people's posts.
Facebook is like auto approving
You
and
never
auto
deleted my
declining.
post, huh? And how come when I tried to show it just now, we can't find it, right? You can't
I
find it.
have no idea. I'm
I'm
not.
sure you don't. You have no control of the group, Stephen.
I'm
You don't
not
spend
looking at
hours
the group.
on the
I
group. It was like you weren't on the group trolling people at 7 a.m. this morning, right?
I was awake for a while and I posted a couple of things and went to sleep.
You're always awake, catching everything.
No, I sleep like a normal
It's
person.
listen, hey, everything's on video. Everything that people have been saying. This is you, Steven. You literally watch everything that happened in your group. There's nothing that happens in your group that you don't know about and you don't have
Yeah,
control.
I put that there for a reason. Yeah, I did.
You posted it, said like you took 20 minutes to post the same picture over and over and over again. That's
No,
how
but
dedicated you were to your group. And I applaud you.
do,
That is dedication.
do I
I would
have
not.
to repeat myself again?
I
Look,
mean, if you want to. I think we've already
that
heard the
image,
explanation, but if you want to.
I clicked and uploaded it one time, and then I went on to do other things, and
That's
then
right, Robert.
something was
That's
going on with the Facebook app on my phone. So then I got on
it's
here and I
funny.
saw
You
some.
set out a little contraption, and it's just like the little people just fall into it and just cause it themselves, right?
Well, I didn't do it.
I'm not
You
talking.
know damn well that Facebook does weird fucking shit all the time. Like, I don't know. I clicked upload and then I saw it said something like upload failed.
I'm sure, Steven.
Give it another
Actually,
try.
I'm pretty sure it's not the first time I've seen this over the years, and other people can
Well,
bear
you could
witness to their
say
own.
you think you've seen something, but it's not what you
I
think.
can't scroll down fucking fast enough to show everything. We didn't
I'm
even get
sitting
to
here right now telling you
typing.
that's exactly what happened. And the reason I'm not looking at my page right now is because I'm on my phone talking to
It's all
you.
good, and I appreciate it. I 100% never expected this to work.
3 hours and 20 minutes talking to you that I could have spent doing something else like eating a burrito.
Yeah, you could, but you willingly chose to come on here when I 100% applaud you
so
for
I was sort
showing
of
up.
trapped. But I figured
I didn't. No, I can't set a
came on
trap.
here.
There's no
Came on
way I
here
can set a trap unless you
to,
actually walk to it and set it off, right?
well, I know what you
And
were
you can't
doing.
openly know
I've
about
seen
my
this
trap
shit
when you
before.
openly knew what was going to happen. So it's not a trap.
You've got your
You
little
can't say
buddies
it's a trap when you
lined up
know.
behind you. I know you do.
I what?
There's your buddies, your allies. They're going to be there.
What allies? I have what? Who? Actually, the people in my group thought I probably shouldn't do this. Call people out.
The ones that came in to join the coalition this morning after you posted that shit.
I have no idea who joined or any of that, but isn't your group open to anyone to join?
They can do whatever they want.
I mean, I don't have no reason for people to join. I can look at everything right now. There's no reason.
I have nothing to hide. I have nothing secret going on here. But I do have policies against
everything
trolls.
that we wanted to hear from you, actually. And I think we have come full circle. If you want, the record that we have to beat is like 4 hours and 30 minutes to.
Well, look, I'm just sitting here talking, but if you could, we could expedite things by you not interrupting me so often. Like we take
sure. If you want to
talking.
keep on continuing, sure. I just want to make sure that you guys did think about hoaxing Matthew Johnson, though, right?
You did talk with me about hoaxing Matthew Johnson, didn't you? Right?
I believe that we discussed. We had a discussion on you and your group's thought process and actually application of hoaxing Matthew Johnson. Yes.
I believe the group that I was in was talking about doing things on Soha, one of which might have involved a sofa, one of which was there was some other thing like he wanted to, Richard wanted to,
been a hoax,
Richard,
right? Hoaxing. It's
no,
hoaxing.
There's no hoaxing.
You know what
But
would happen? One of the people I was with said, "Hey, we should fucking hoax people." I would say, "Shut the fuck up! You don't ever fucking hoax people. You don't think about hoaxing."
Richard Allen wanted
because when someone's found out for hoaxing people, they get exposed, and their reputation in word means shit, right?
Well, my reputation
at that point, you're a liar. You're a
actually
scumbag.
said and done.
You're a degenerate scumbag who has to plan and scheme against other people to hoax them. It's a degenerate scumbag thing that people do. If I was around people who said that and we're doing anything, I'd call them out to their fucking face. I would leave that group. I wouldn't want to be around those individuals.
I'm glad to hear you're such a fanatical, self-righteous.
You're damn right. I want the fucking truth. And I'm not going to stand and tolerate fucking liars when I want to fucking find the truth.
No one's lying to you now.
Or hoaxers. Hoaxers are liars. Hoaxers are 100%
liars.
No
one's hoaxing now. No one hoaxed anything then.
No, you had a change of conscience. We decided it was against your best interests.
Nothing changed because it wasn't even my idea. We just had a discussion.
Hoaxing and thinking about hoaxing.
If you're sitting in a group and somebody says
the hoax is hoaxing, and it makes you a hoaxer. And to facilitate allow that to be around you.
You're irrational and completely insane for saying that.
I mean, I could give a fuck what people think about me because I'm going to go out the fucking field, put the fucking work in, so you could just run your mouth while people like me and others will do the
sometimes when you're all serious doing your Bigfoot research, don't you ever have a moment where you just want to have some shits and giggles and laugh, drink a beer, just don't take it so fucking seriously? Maybe
that any day of the fucking week. The amount of time I have to spend out there is dedicated to 100% focus. I don't got time to go set out and play camp.
You don't have any time to just be a normal human being.
No, I can have fun. We do have fun. But
you are compelled to be a fanatic out there, like a zealot.
Oh, I'm a fanatic. You're right. Yeah. When I look back and other people are like, "Can we take a break?" and I just want to keep going. Yeah, I guess I'm a fanatic. Yeah. And when people don't want to go into swamps and I go chest deep into fucking swamps, I guess yes, you're right. I'm a fanatic.
No, dude, that's right. Cool.
And
that's cool.
No, you're right. And when
let me just say something.
That's cool. I'm gonna explain myself. I'm so fanatical.
That's great. Why can't you even accept a compliment?
Shit starts chasing me and others, and when I fanatically go chase after it to find out the truth, I guess I'll find it out before anyone else does, since I'm fanatical, right? Because I'm putting the fucking work in.
I don't know. You might just like run right past.
Why? Because I'm passionate. I'm passionate about it. I have a fight about it, and I don't want to do half-ass work. I don't want to fucking spend my money and time going out to a fucking spot with Bigfoot just to sit at camp. Just to sit at fucking camp and drink beers and tell stories. We can drink beers and tell stories anytime you guys want. Any fucking time of the week. Over the phone, come to my house. When it's out there in the fucking time to put work in, it's time to fucking put work in. You ain't out there on vacation. You ain't out on their vacation taking drinking time with your buddies. It's out time to go and put work in, motherfucker. You just clocked into an 8-hour shift of work. If you don't feel like that, if that's not how you feel, you're doing shit half-ass. If you feel like as soon as you're out in the woods, you didn't clock in for a fucking 8, 12-hour, 14 motherfucking hour shift to put in work, then you're right. You ain't fanatical. You don't have a heart. You're not passionate. You're not going to find anything with the fucking attitude you have.
What
people who
have
my fucking attitude,
you haven't even demonstrated what
I am
attitude
100% and more dedicated to finding it, and I don't give a shit. Fanatical, out of my mind. It doesn't fucking matter. It's the words that you want to just spew. It doesn't have no bearings on my research. You don't affect anything I'm doing. There's nothing that you ever do.
I don't even care.
Anything I fucking do.
I don't even care to. I don't give a shit.
Oh well,
Find Bigfoot though. I'm interested. If
it's
you've got
okay.
some better
I
evidence
am fanatical about it. You damn right.
than
Why
that I
not?
used
You
to
think
be. I
you
used to
should
be too.
half-ass do it? Well, I'm just a weekend warrior. Well, then have that attitude, buddy. That's about
No,
as much effort you're putting into it.
I'm doing something different now.
Hey, good kudos to you. But don't call people fanatical just because you don't have the same passion as I do. That doesn't make me
I try to, the story
you're
of the
not a troll
catcher
and
in the
call
rye.
names. You've done a
The,
lot of name
the,
calling
you
stuff.
ever you ever read that
I've
book, The
called you
Catcher in
names,
the
called you
Rye?
trolls. I think I've pointed out stuff, but
Well,
I
knock
don't
it
think
off,
I've
because
ever
I'm not a
called you
troll.
fanatical. I don't think I've, and
You've
I wear that proudly.
you've gone there. You've done that. You've gone there. You
I've
want to
done
make
that.
fun of
I'll
me.
go farther than
You want
anyone.
to
I'll
make
go.
fun of me
It's
because I've
fine. It's not a
gained
competition. You're
weight
right.
and
How
I
could
have a
I
heart
be
condition.
ever? How could
You'd
anyone be
rather
in
push me
competition
off
with a
the
guy
cliff than
who
see
doesn't
me
have the
actually be
fiery
right.
passion of finding out the truth for himself?
Well,
Who
it's
physically won't
completely
lift his
fiery
fat ass up the
passion.
chair to go and look. But it's going to call me fanatical because, yeah, I am chasing my fucking dreams. I am chasing after the truth. I am bloodlusting after finding out what the fuck I've experienced. And you call me
That's cool.
fanatical for going after that?
Well, you
I call
sound
you a
fanatical right
piece of
now.
shit who just
You
uses
won't let
excuses, tries to cut down other
other
people
people get a
from
word
putting
in on
hard
a
work and
normal
dedication
conversation.
and passion that they feel to this subject into practical use. That's why I've always called you out. That's why I'm always going to call you out.
Don't call me out.
It's
Why? I've
shit.
always been very pro field researcher.
It's it is.
I've always
Only by those
commended.
who accept
I've
and
always
you.
commended everybody who actually goes out in the field and does work.
It's all good, Stephen. It's all good.
I mean,
You're not.
where do you get these ideas that I've said or think or believe these things? Because I don't. I think I have criticisms of certain groups, but I think that they've done good job.
Every groups.
Like the
Just criticizing your group, right?
the
That's
OP,
all this is.
the Bluff Creek Project. Even David Politis has done some good work. I mean,
that's something that is the first time for coming out of your mouth. I don't think
who was the first person to even know about Politis's book? It was me. He was in my store. I was talking to him before the book even came out.
It's all good, Stephen. You play friendly to people you meet, and then you just play jackass behind their back.
I'm not playing anything.
Like you said yourself, I'm a fanatical person because I am passionate about the subject. Pretty simple.
Passion. Not in the way you do.
Yeah, that's right. That's why. Maybe could that be a reason why maybe my odds might be better than yours, just from that simple fact?
No odds. There's no odds.
Anyone's odds who feels how I feel has more better odds than
either the thing is real or it is not real. And all of us involved in it are doing our own parts.
I laugh at the people who just can't.
Jeff Meldrum does his part. I do my part. You do your part. Ryan Reading even does his part. Everybody's doing their thing.
King of Trolls now? You retired. You're playing King of Trolls. Your Bluff Creek project has been in the works for decades. You've proven that Sasquatches are definitely camera shy.
They're not camera shy. They're not there.
We
haven't monitored Bluff Creek.
They're not in Bluff Creek. They're not
so completely that either they don't exist or they're not there at all.
Compared to Michigan, where we're just fucking little sticks, right? There's no Bigfoot here.
To me, I don't understand. I don't understand the forests of Michigan because
you don't understand that. You don't understand a lot of the research that's going on anymore because you don't.
Sticks. They're not impressed. I don't feel that forest as being a forest. To me, forest is like a huge redwood tree.
Sasquatches don't need mountains and forests and stuff. In fact, we have plenty of reports of Sasquatches integrating themselves into suburbs and stuff.
Go find them in the dumpster in the alley.
I'm sure you care. Of course, you are. The naysayers always are saying the same thing until it's proven otherwise, right?
Most of the time,
then of course you'll switch sides. And then I'm sure you'll reorganize yourself to be presented as the expert still in your own way.
It's not even me that's the naysayer. I'm mostly the agnostic.
I'm calling you out because you are the head honcho. You are the king of the trolls. Your influence dictates how everyone else acts.
If somebody says something mean to you on my group, it's not my fault.
Fun of people. It is your fault.
You're the one
who sets the rules, and in your own rules, you say no trolling. blah blah blah, all that, and you troll on
Okay,
people's
so
posts.
if I
on people's
implement
posts.
my authority and I go and I delete a bunch of comments, then you're going to get people like you whining and complaining all day about that. And
But
you
when I
can't
delete
fucking
my
win.
comment,
You can't win
whine
running a Facebook group.
about that
No one's
too.
paying me to do that.
I got the
You are
messages to
blessed and lucky that you have what we have done. 12 years of actual
I
study and research
am
in this field.
100% not blessed in any fucking way in any fucking work you've done. Your work has not affected anything I've done.
Good. Fuck
Other
off.
than not to invest in fucking trail cameras.
Fuck off then.
I'm
Good.
not.
Go ahead. I
That's
don't
the
care,
high
dude.
pedestal you like to set yourself up on, right? That's that high
No.
pedestal, high horse you like to mount and ride around.
Okay, look. That's
You have
not
a
me.
decade
That's not
of
me on that
nothing.
pedestal. What's on that pedestal is the concept of science, reason,
It's not
logic,
you.
rational
No,
thought. That's not
that's
me
not.
up there. I'm not promoting myself. Why would I
You're
promote
not the
myself?
facilitator of knowledge and of understanding of the scientific way of doing this.
Look,
You
I
are not
might
the
have
facilitator of that. You are not the
I
master
might
of the
have,
domain. You
I
do not
might
know
have,
everything, Stephen.
I don't
You're not
claim. Where did I ever claim that?
determine everything that everyone
Dude,
tells you.
where did I ever fucking claim that? Never,
Somehow
ever.
you have
Anywhere.
a decade's worth of accomplishments that we have to revere and be blessed by, and
You
we
should be.
somehow should give thanks to that. You have a decade's worth of nothing.
You should, because you say you value work and research, and
I
that we've
value
done
hard
that.
work. I 100%. That's why when I go out in the field with you, I can tell if you're the real deal or if you're just bullshit. Now, I might go in the field with you and discover, holy fuck, you know what? Steven actually is one of the real guys in the field, could do the work.
I already told you,
I would be forced to admit that.
I'm not
But I
interested
have
in
a feeling,
macho
just like other people I
fucking
met and went down to Florida with and
some
discovered that
macho fucking dick waving
charlatans.
concept.
It's just
here.
charlatans talking smack who don't do the work, who have nothing to show for themselves for
Who
the
was
decades and decades and decades of effort that they've actually put into the woods. Either one, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Two, they're in a spot that absolutely has no Bigfoot. Or three, they are delusional and arrogant enough that they're not fucking picking up on anything they maybe should.
And who was that?
I don't know, Stephen.
You said there were some people that did that. Who are they?
No, Stephen. Who are they?
You don't even have a concrete example of anything you've been saying here. Not even that.
I think I have. You set yourself on a pedestal of decades worth of research that somehow makes you.
That's an abstract
honestly nothing.
concept. That's
you don't have nothing.
figurative
put
language.
trail cameras out and you discover that's extinct or whatever.
Look, I didn't even design the concept, the idea of the Bluff Creek Trail Camera Project. Jamie wrote it up. The idea was to test
concept at all.
Test. Well, look, we thought about this for years, that it would be a cool idea to have observation of the current environment of the film site.
From it,
but
pay for
we wanted to find the film site first
for a couple of years.
I can't even hear. I can't answer your question and hear you talking at the same time.
I know. I'm not really.
So why do you talk? Why do you keep trying to provoke me to say something and then talking over me once I start? Do you realize how annoying that is?
I don't know. I thought you wanted to be treated how you treat others.
That's not what I do to anybody.
No.
I let people say.
We haven't shown that at all. There's not 3 hours and 34 minutes worth of stuff that you could see clearly, or you don't. Like Ryan, he just wanted a yes or no poll on whether you guys believe in Bigfoot, and
every day I have to spend at least 3.5 hours on that group. That's like full of people like you and Ryan whining and complaining, bitching and moaning, and acting like they're super macho and cool, and they pretending that they're
macho and cool by being somehow physically just going out there.
Important because you're going to go out and prove that an animal exists.
Is it macho and cool to think, hey, if I break my leg out in the fucking woods, maybe we should have a plan to fucking get our macho asses out of there? Is that
we have plans.
As a man, I should have some tool or of knowledge to defend myself.
Keep going back to this man thing. You want to compare man for you?
Is that a competition?
You want to see my 12-inch cock, don't you?
Thank
Fucking
you for that
pervert.
creepiness thing. But see, that's something that
You're
could
the
get
one
you.
who keeps bringing up this
Now, see,
macho
that sexual
shit.
thing I brought up is nothing compared to what you just dropped.
You're like a slime
That's where
ball.
your mind goes, right? Your mind goes to that. I could give a fuck about that.
No, that's what you're
If that
talking
floats your
about.
boat, then by
You
all
want to
means,
do it.
go
You know,
over there. I'm
have you
sure
ever
he
heard the
loves
expression a dick
exposing you.
waving? Have you ever heard the expression
Sure,
a
dude,
dick waving contest?
I'm manly man, blah blah blah. It's not acting manly to have
Oh,
strategies
how
of
tough is
self-defense.
your
It's
camouflage,
not.
please?
I don't do a camera blog. I don't do vlogs. I don't
No,
write
your
vlogs, and I don't
camouflage.
control. I am
Your
out in the woods, Stephen.
camouflage.
It doesn't matter. All this on here don't matter. Out in the woods matters. Out there,
Does that
that
beard help
matters.
you find Bigfoot somehow?
It might. Are you gonna make fun of me for my religious practices?
What is your religion? I don't know what that is. You said it
I
before.
don't even know exactly. So maybe you shouldn't make fun of people. You have no
Well,
idea.
I'm not. I used to have a
what
beard that was
practice,
close, fairly close to that.
Everyone can make fun of your fat ass fucking body. I mean, that's not hard to do. I mean, okay. Are you jealous of my? Do you not like my beard?
Absolutely not. I don't give a fuck.
To answer your question, yes. I think that potentially, if a Bigfoot sees my hairy fucking ass out there, that yeah, hey, maybe they might mistake me.
That's why I asked it.
Or hey, maybe a nice female Bigfoot might fancy me, and I can get her on camera. So yeah, there's some practical applications.
Like Bobo used to say,
my religious reasoning, but
take one.
I wanted to inform since you wanted to play that game.
Look, I don't know what your religion is, so whatever. I don't care.
It's not something you respect or nor care to actually learn about. So I have no need to.
I asked you if you want to tell me.
I don't need to care. I don't explain my religions to people who make fun of them.
Other people, like maybe you go out and worship rocks and horny toads.
I don't already hailed your master. You've already explained that. I am 100%. You are 100% in your ways to. You can practice whatever your religion you want, but I'm not going to sit here and explain myself to a person who's not.
I
doesn't care in the first place to learn about it, nor is going to actually listen. So that's
you think I'm evil because I said hail Satan, don't you?
No, I just think it's a perfect example of the personality you have and the lack of respect that you have against people. And that you probably have
what is a matter of respect here?
It shows a lot. Okay, it just shows a lot. And you don't care to talk about my religious beliefs, nor do you care to be informed about them. So I'm not going to get into it with you. You obviously
talk all about my.
I don't care. I don't care.
You insult my religion. You know what it is?
I don't care what your religion is, Stephen.
Logical, rational thought.
Yep.
Scientific, reasonable exploration of the unknown universe all around us.
That's amazing. I feel sorry. You live a very, very lifeless belief. You don't even know.
You don't even know what the essence of science is.
I don't care. I don't know. I don't really want to get into it because it doesn't matter.
For you to say that is completely mindless because science is what is showing you those things that you think are magical. Those things like quantum physics and ultimate dimensional orbs and alternate universes and shit. That all comes from science, not from you and your mystical bullshit. Not from Ryan Reading and his weird metal experimental magnetism thing. It comes from science.
I think for those of us
who are just trying to take science and distort it into something that it's not.
Nor would it be reasons you would accept or actually listen to. But everyone who is of faith definitely 100% believes it in their own accord for their own reasoning, and they have their own relationship because of that. And so it's all
you want to be there with Jesus.
I think it's just it's very intimate to have a relationship with God, and that you can actually believe in something and not.
When
I die, I'm just gonna fucking. That's it. That's a very hopeless existence to fucking.
I used to believe in God and Jesus.
Yeah, until he left you at the age of 15, or what was that comment you made?
Something like that.
Something like that. That's right. I'm sorry that you felt like the world tore you down in such a way that you felt like it was God, but maybe it was the
Well, if
world.
it wasn't God, what was it?
Hey, I don't care. I'm just saying. Hey, I'm just saying. Maybe there's reasoning.
God made this whole shit. Didn't he? He fucking put
he
us
gave us free
suffer
will.
and die in
Give us
misery and
choices.
never find Bigfoot.
Good. You have the choice. Right?
He thought very
You can be
cleverly to
drunk in
himself.
all your life.
I'm going
You
to
can
make
be
up this
sober.
idea of Bigfoot. I'm going to put it in their minds.
He
I'm going to
doesn't
make them
baby you. He doesn't
hunt
hold your
for
hand to
Bigfoot
make choices
their
for
whole
you.
lives and never find it. And then they're going to have to die and go to heaven in some pie in the sky dream. That's not the real world. That's a fantasy.
Humanity.
The real world is what we can discover with our minds and our
it's all good until you die and then you find
our
out
observations of the real world.
Doesn't
things
matter.
that are real.
I don't want to talk about religion. It's not needed. This is not where the debate and discord is going to be about. You obviously believe in something totally different than me, and I accept that. But Bigfoot like I said, I'll throw a little prayer your way and all that, and hope you.
All right, fine, thank you.
Okay.
Let's Hari Buddha. Krishna loves you.
In that sort of way. No, I wish everyone could get into heaven and stuff. That is, why not, right? I think it's funny. I think it's funny when Christians act like charlatans and telling everyone they're going to go to hell and stuff, but they won't help those people try to get to heaven, right? So I think there's a lot of bullshit that happens in all kind of aspects in all society.
Right. So don't you think Bigfoot
but I
is like a 100%
think that go ahead. What were you going to say?
Don't you think Bigfoot is like a religion nowadays?
Some people.
Is it for you?
I don't worship Bigfoot. I don't believe in Bigfoot in such
okay. I don't mean worshiping like a deity. I mean more like a mystical path, a spiritual path. Like Ryan, he keeps saying there's something that we haven't discovered yet. It's like beyond science somewhere. Well, I ask people like that, where is this thing that you're talking about? How do you know there's anything there at all? And then they describe like a mystical path, and they reply basically saying that all skepticism is closed-mindedness.
I don't know, because when people are out there experiencing the truth, it's only they know what happens, right? So I don't know if people are communicating with fucking Bigfoot through the mind speak. I don't fucking know. I don't believe that shit. But if it happens to me, I'm gonna jump on that ship and I'm gonna fucking ride it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had some pretty trippy experiences in my life too. I can't even begin to explain to you how many weird things I've seen.
What's actually going on? No, but to the fact of the matter is, people are experiencing stuff out in the field, whether you want to believe it or not. It doesn't take away from the reality that they are. And who the fuck are you to call out those people to say that they're not, that they're delusional, that
I'm not calling out anything about them.
They're fanatical, wasting their time out there doing this. Like, who the fuck are you to call them out when you don't fucking go out there? You won't go out to the field with people.
I'm right there right now. I mean, I'm like observing wildlife through my window right now.
Right, you are. You're in the most prime spot in the fucking America. So go out in your backyard, go up the mountain.
Have you seen my house on a map?
Get shot by your neighbors. They're in a controlled environment, shooting at a controlled target, not at your house.
God.
We've already established that.
They're up in the woods shooting bullets through the trees.
They're growing a little pot. Who cares? Just don't go on their property. Don't trespass, right?
A large-scale 3-acre pot grow with millions of dollars.
Okay. So find a way around it. Do something. Use your brain. Come up with a solution.
Why is this the topic all of a sudden again? It's like,
because it's a revolving door.
You wouldn't even let me describe what was on the path that I found behind my house.
Does it really matter, Steven? Is it really that important? Did you make any significant discovery?
How many times did you mention the path?
I mentioned it a few times because it shows your lack of field knowledge and being able to find stuff in your own fucking backyard after a year of living there.
Do you realize how thick the woods are here?
I don't know. Explore it. learn about it.
Well, they are. They are.
I don't know.
And
It took you a year and a half to
this,
fucking go to your backyard to find it. You obviously didn't do that much exploring
I found
in your
other
own
things.
backyard, and
I
you
found
are
other
going to go
things
out in
in
the
my
woods, and you're
yard.
somehow going to leave camp to go exploring, and you somehow know
You're
what
just
to
going
look
to
for out
repeat
there.
that
You
bullshit
didn't even find a
again.
trail. You know, back
Do
and
you,
you,
do
like
you
you said,
ever
it was a
learn?
logging road, not even a fucking game trail. So I'm not
There's,
sure in what credible way anyone's supposed to listen to you
there's,
about practical
there's a
field
game trail
knowledge or
going through
application when
where I live
you're
is about
clearly
an
not
acre.
suited for that expertise. Now, book knowledge, you want to recommend books all fucking day. Steven's the man to give you the advice. Practical field knowledge and expertise and
Repeating
experience,
your
not so much.
repeating your previous babble is not
Again,
doing you
because I
any
think that's the only
good.
thing that matters, Steven.
The
You
babble?
read books all day, which means
No.
nothing if you don't leave your house to put it to practical application. That's the
If
whole
you
premise of
want, I
our
can tell
arguments,
you
the whole
about the
premise of
path
all of our
and how
arguments.
it was
You
discovered.
bash on people who go out while physically not setting foot out.
But
You bash on people
seriously,
who go out to get evidence,
all you
don't
got is a
leave the house to go
wiffle
get
bat,
evidence.
and you're
No,
swinging birdies.
you can have a daughter, you can have excuses. I got full-time fucking kids, family, all that. I make time. It doesn't matter. You can have excuses, or everyone has excuses.
Well,
Everyone
what's your
finds
excuse now for
time to get past the excuses, right?
sitting on the phone for 4 hours, not researching Bigfoot? We could have discovered Bigfoot right now.
Yes, you have not spent 4 hours researching Bigfoot, in which you would how would you apply that knowledge that you would gain to the field, to practical use, to further roll the ball down the field?
I've been applying it. I've applied everything that I needed to in my life to explore and survive and learn. The trail on my yard.
But you like you said, I thought you said it was too manly to learn self-defense and to have guns and to shoot on your private property.
I was making
kind of terroristic activities toward your neighbors is what you kind of to, right?
Fun of your fixation on that.
I am fixated on because you said your neighbors were shooting guns at your property, which was a fucking lie.
No, it wasn't.
You said that your neighbors are actively shooting towards your house in a terroristic fashion that puts your daughter's life in jeopardy, and she fears for her life. And I asked you, where was the target and the lane of shooting set up? Towards your house? So that if they miss the target, it hits your house? You can't answer that fucking question. So the answer is no. It's not facing your house. Your daughter... They are not engaged in terrorist activities against you because
there. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
If a bear comes onto private property and destroys property or endangers lives, you have the right to dispatch that bear without a bear license. Is that true or that's not true?
Like a guy who learned five words and tried to make a song.
No, it's not. So one, there's no guns fucking being shot at your house. That was a lie.
I didn't say shot at my house. They're shooting in a neighborhood, is what I said.
Yes, towards your house. Your daughter's scared.
They're in a fucking neighborhood. My daughter is terrorized, and you should shut your fucking claptrap.
She is terrorized by neighbors doing everyday American things. This is America. We're allowed to shoot guns off.
You know, if you were here, you would
any hours we want.
Do you know the sound of what hooligans out in the woods shooting off white rifles and going yeehaw sounds like?
I 100% know what controlled shooting at a target sounds like in the middle of the night.
No, that's not what controlled shooting sounds like. That's not how real gun owners say.
Steven, is the shooting lane so when they miss the target, it's going to hit your house?
There was no shooting lane. I could hear them from random points all around their property.
I understand. Okay, the shooting lane is where.
What point of that do you not get?
Is the direction the bullet is traveling. So whatever's behind the target is in the lane of the bullet.
You asshole! It only takes one bullet to kill my daughter. It only takes one
behind the target in case I miss. A house? I probably shouldn't be shooting that way.
I don't have any faith
Are they
in a bunch
shooting
of
towards
black
your house? The answer is no. So they are not engaged in terroristic activities against you.
You assume these guys are like...
They're not illegally dispatching bears. They are not illegally shooting on their private property. You obviously are totally against all of that, and you have no idea what you're talking about, but you are
No,
scared
I have
and
every
are fearing
I
for
have
your life.
every idea of what I'm
Normal,
talking about
everyday American
because
God-given
I
right to
actually live
practice
here
this.
and you don't know fucking shit from your
Are
ass.
they? If they miss the target, is your house in the way?
Maybe.
But you know what they're shooting at, right? Because you went up there and you seen they're shooting at a.
I can hear the gunfire going off in all
You went up
directions.
there.
I can
I
hear
don't.
them running around
I
and
don't care if
yelling
you
at
lose
each
my
other.
respect.
And
If I lose
what?
respect for you, I
This
could give a
is
shit.
not like standard NRA
What is that going to do?
protocol behavior. It's like
I mean, seriously.
a bunch of criminal drug growers
What?
shooting
Oh
off
my God!
guns
Well,
for
then do something about it.
yahoos.
If you're so scared, if there's a criminal organized crime up there, then do something about it, Steven.
God,
Or then don't complain, Steven. Then just shut your mouth, Steven. They're not
when
terrorizing.
when did your mother drop you on your head?
I don't know. Are you making fun of my mom?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? At least my kids aren't going to be little bitch ass babies worrying about people shooting at them when they're not clearly shooting towards your fucking house.
Teach your macho little kids to go
I'm not
out
a macho. What? You mean my kids are going to understand gun safety and knowledge and practical application and know the difference
I
between
just told you
terrorist
that
applications on private property against me and my family or
the
normal
behavior up
shooting
there
at
I
a
thought
controlled target?
was inappropriate to a residential neighborhood, and that's what this is. We're at the very dead end of the residential.
No, we're not. I'm just calling out your bullshit. You claim they're
No,
shooting at your house.
you don't know.
That's
You
a
don't know what
lie.
you're talking about. You have
You're
no
an
idea what you're talking about.
terrorist activities. I mean, I think that shows your character and that you're not. I mean, you
If
keep claiming I'm a manly man and blah blah blah. Okay, that's cool, but you're not even man enough to have self defense on the first.
I'm not making
No,
claims
I mean,
about me.
you think your
I've
neighbors are
said
fucking shooting guns to terrorize you.
you are the one
Scare
with
your
your
dog.
stupid
No,
dick
that's what you
wagging
said.
thing,
And
baby
like you
bull.
said, you went up the path.
This is like
You've
fifth
seen
grade or
the
second
trunk
grade or
and down tree that they were shooting at, right? The controlled target.
your psychic mind powers tell you that.
He admitted to seeing it. You know
How
they're
did
not shooting towards your fucking house. You know they're not doing any of that.
we're
You're
talking
just
about
scared because you
behavior.
don't know how to handle
We're
guns.
talking
You
about
probably really
behavior that
haven't
would go on
been
from
around them that
spring to
much.
fall.
So you're scared. It's because your lack of experience. It's okay.
No, it isn't.
I'm sure.
You're wrong. You're being an idiot. Your statements
Okay.
your statements have no foundation whatsoever.
Steven, you went up the trail. In your own words, you said you seen what they were shooting at. Is that target, if they missed the target, is that going to hit your house?
There were no targets.
What are they shooting at, Steven?
They're shooting at fucking ghosts of their monetary dreams of a good crop of marijuana.
Steven,
These
what are they
people
shooting
were out
at?
there all
Didn't you
summer.
explain? You went up
spring,
there, you
summer,
seen
and
the
fall.
chainsaw, seen the cut down trees, and you seen they were shooting into the tree, right? A controlled target to shoot into, right? Is that in front of your house to where they miss it, it's hitting your house?
So what do you think? Everybody picks up a gun, they suddenly have knowledge and ethics?
The answer is none. The answer is no. The
Then
answer
what
is
the fuck
no.
are you
Your house is
trying to
not
say?
endangered. No, they're not going to be in the same lane as shooting towards your house. No, you are scared shitless because you want to be.
No, I told you my daughter was afraid, not me. I was just standing there calling.
The house on purpose.
I was standing there
I wanted to get
was
this clear understanding because you don't fucking know what's going on that property. You just want to make believe that you know what's going on that facilitates your narrative.
I know exactly what's going on.
That's what you said. Yeah, you did. You basically told us a big fantasy story about them being on the fucking hill, being uncontrolled, undisciplined about their shooting, in which case and I said, explain it.
Your brain is run dry.
They cut down a tree. They're shooting into the tree, a controlled target with a berm.
I didn't say there was no berm.
And if they shoot past the target and miss, it's not going to hit your house, right?
It could.
Is your house in front of where they're shooting or behind where they're shooting?
Oh, yeah. They're on the top of the hill, and anything they shoot off this side of the property could come down and you're in.
Are they physically shooting that your way? Are they shooting that way, Steven?
I don't know.
You don't.
I'm not gonna sit there and like be able to monitor every possible bullet.
Yeah,
I'm
this
telling
isn't
you
really.
that,
Or I mean, it's kind of, yeah. You're right. It's
I'm telling
right,
you, this is not the topic
and
that
that's
I
okay
want
to
to
lose.
talk about.
I'm not sure why your
But
respect would
you are really, you must have had a lobotomy
or
at
have
some point.
influence in my life, but
When did you get your lobotomy? Please tell me.
I don't. Does everyone think I have a lobotomy?
You are acting like one who does have a lobotomy, who's got a severed frontal lobe, who can't fucking think.
Are you
That's
getting
what you're
upset,
acting
Steve?
like. No, I'm getting righteous. I'm telling you that
Righteous? That's not a word that you
you
can't.
can be all fanatical chasing your
How would you
Bigfoot, and I
know what that
can't
is?
raise my voice when I feel
I have
righteous.
no concept of what that is.
Bullshit. Fuck you. You know, a fool in the woods is still a fool.
And you're right. And a broken clock can be right twice a day. And so a
And
fool
it
in the woods
means
is
and it
100%
means
more likely to find
and
Bigfoot
it
than
means
badass in
nothing.
a chair that does nothing, right? That's book smarts.
No, it
right?
not. If you don't have book smarts, I encourage you to go get some.
Okay.
Please
And if
learn
you
how to read
leave the
and
house,
write and think
never find
first.
Bigfoot, right?
You can do
Are you
this
going to
in your
find
spare
Bigfoot?
time when you're not in the woods. Okay.
Are you going to find Bigfoot while reading a book?
Yes, maybe.
He's going to pop out?
Maybe so. Yeah. And I've read a lot about Bigfoot.
I
So
think the chances are zero. I think the chances of finding Bigfoot by just simply setting foot in the woods are
what's the
100%
difference
more
between
than
if I were to go in the woods and read a book about Bigfoot and you go run around chasing some scent trail or some false tracks or whatever they are,
because they
and
have
you
to be
do
false.
that all day, maybe the
fake.
Bigfoot just
I'm such a dumbass that obviously they're fake, right?
Well, I don't know. I said whatever they are. Like
it doesn't matter, Stephen. I think
you could discover nothing, and the
I can
Bigfoot could come
100%.
right up to me and tap me on my shoulder and say,
ever
"Hey,
fucking met
that's
experience." But at the same time, I think that we've experienced that you've admitted
no
to
one's here. No one's an asshole here, but
shown
you.
stuff of trolling. We've shown the simple post can't even function without
Your
you.
Lies.
It's not lies. It's not lies when I showed evidence to show people and invited people to go onto your group.
Not evidence of anything.
Right?
Evidence of nothing.
To do it
Exclamation points, punctuation marks.
They're
nothing.
They
you are bottomed out, dude. You're on the fucking bottom dregs. The bitterest dregs of the shittiest little fucking shot of whiskey. Oh my God. You have nothing.
What are you gonna do? Run your mouth some more?
You've whittled yourself down to the fucking nub, dude.
What are you gonna do?
Ridiculous.
You're gonna block me or run your mouth. I mean, that's about it, right? So that
I've completely won this discussion. You have
I'm not trying to make.
You have not let me say
you're
anything.
Not mad. I don't.
You know what? Let me say. If I were mad, I'd be fucking punching you right now. I'd be smashing my phone.
Do you want to? Would you want to try?
I want to fight you, manly dude. You're so macho.
Hey, man. I'm not. I didn't say to fight you.
I'm not gonna fight you unless you put on some camo underwear.
What's funny is like when people know how to fight, they don't go asking other people to fight.
I'm not asking you. You're the one asking me to fight right now.
Actually, when two men get into discussion and debate, and it goes south really fast, the next thing that happens is fighting, right? That actually happens.
You want to fight me now?
No, I'm.
What happened?
Uh-oh, having a little issues. But if you're insulting me on the street and I'm insulting you on the fucking street, I'm
gonna assault you.
There's one outcome it leaves down to. Either you're gonna put up or you're gonna shut up. Either I'm gonna put up or I'm gonna shut up. That's what it comes down to.
I don't go around fighting. That's
and of course, we're never going to get to that thing.
But I don't need any self-defensive.
By all means, I 100% take your challenge, and I will do it one hand behind my back. I have no care. I mean, I don't want to hurt you.
What challenge do you think I made?
I don't know, Stephen. I mean, if you want to, I'm just saying, if you feel the need to, by all means, I will 100% agree to it, and all donations.
What I said is you are very
the charity of your choosing.
You're a very weak and insecure man.
I'm not. I'm just saying, if you wanted to do that, you can. I
And
gave you
Bigfoot is not going to be born out of your sense of machismo.
But if you want
which
to
is
be a man and have a little
compensatory for your weakness.
what weakness? I think a
Your
man who's too fat and
insecurity.
unable to
Your
defend himself
your
is the
need to
most
prove
creature on the
yourself.
fucking planet. As
You know,
he has
not
no
a-
self-control of his life. He has no power to defend himself or the loved ones. He becomes a scared little
What do you
bitch.
what's
Nothing
the
but run his
straw
fucking
man
mouth.
you're talking about? Where did you
No, I'm just
conjure up
saying, you know,
this
men
man of straw?
it
This
is a man's
fantasy of yours?
obligation to learn how to defend himself and the people he loves.
I
A
said
woman
if I were mad at you, I'd punch my
doesn't fucking
phone.
learn how to fight to
You
protect
know
a
what?
man.
Do you understand what a joke
Don't go
is?
to war to
It
fucking.
takes a certain amount of mental power to
It doesn't.
understand a
It's
joke.
called reality.
A joke.
Okay?
Thinking.
It's a joke. Well, I'm just joking with you, Steven. I mean, hey, if I smack you across the face, it's
you're
just a
not.
joke, right?
No,
I mean, don't
you're
take
not
it too
joking.
seriously, right?
You said yourself you're deadly serious about all this.
About Bigfooting when I'm out in the field, 100%. Yeah. What's wrong with
You're
that?
serious about it right now because your manhood is threatened and your
manhood's not
belief
threatened.
systems are challenged.
In what way do I need to prove my manhood to you?
You seem to feel like you need to.
No, you just said you
are
about
afraid. You're intellectually insecure, and you're trying to assault me with insults and untrue facts
by showing evidence against you.
That's not actually your evidence. There's nothing in your fucking evidence to show anything was there.
There's the fact that you admitted on
Steve.
camera
Steve posted in his
actually thought about hoaxing Matthew Johnson. And beginning of the show, you were denying it. Oh, I was just denying. Blah blah blah. And then you just
this feels like gaslighting now. Like you're just trying
honestly,
to.
Steven, you are the willing participant. I can't force you to do anything. I can't force you to do anything at all.
Shit that's totally insane. There was no hoax.
Right?
Okay.
Well, I'm insane. I'm fanatical. Then why bother?
Why bother what?
If it doesn't, don't hurt you that bad. If it's meaningless, if I don't matter, then why are you here?
What?
Anyway, Steven,
being here. What the fuck do you think I'm doing here? I'm
we
challenging
are at 4
your
hours
lies.
Counting, baby. This might be a world record.
Inaccurate freaking lies. You're shoddy, crappy.
He spews his nonsense to define himself by trying to undermine people, because they're too fanatical or they act too manly or they know self-defense or bullshit reasons.
I didn't say anything
or they're not smart enough because
they
invest in other skills other than books.
Having self-defense and gun skills and outdoor skills are all very good things. What makes you think I disapprove of those things?
No, Steven, I think it's just the discussion we've had shows your true how you feel about things.
No, it doesn't.
I think it shows how I feel about people calling out bullshit artists.
It shows like literally nothing.
Or a hoaxer. And I have no quorums about doing it over and over again. And if I lose respect,
are you talking about?
Okay, because their respect doesn't fund my research. It doesn't help me out there. They're not standing with me trying to do anything. So I'm not sure in what way that matters.
I'm watching you bang your head against a concrete wall.
I'm sure you would love to try to do that. And by all means, you have an open station. Please, whenever
you see me being mad here, I mean, like, I'm watching.
Have we seen him mad? Have we seen?
I'm watching you here right now with complete pity. You are just such a pitiable.
You can. That's fine.
Pathetic.
I have pity that you will never leave the bookstore ever again to go search for Bigfoot. Thank you for leaving it in the hands of us that actually will do the work, though.
Oh, I'm looking right now. Our cameras are right there in Bluff Creek, all over the place.
Doing nothing. Catching nothing.
What?
And you're not going to be going out to
found an endangered species of martin, pine martins, that are like the humble martin was thought to be extinct.
Clap for the pine martin. This is the regurgitated story we've heard for the last decade.
Oh, you mean somebody actually accomplishes something and you go fucking whine and complain? And
hey, you discovered an undiscovered rat. Congratulations!
It was an actual real thing, dude.
Congratulations, Steven. I applaud you.
Get your head out of your ass and go do some real research for once.
Get off my ass. Really, that's literally all I do. But hey,
put some boots on the ground. You've got nothing but blob splotches.
Boots
Just
on the
look at
ground,
you.
baby.
You go out there with your gun and your fucking machismo and probably wearing camo.
You mean I go with my self-protection? If
Traipsing
something attacks
around.
and
Self-protection
my
when you see
knowledge of survival situations in case I have to be manly and macho
you
and
see you
drag my
see a
broken leg
you
out
see
of
a
the wilderness to
yearling
go get
black
help because
bear
I'm
and you
out there by
jump in
myself.
fear. A
Yeah,
skunk
I'm
comes near
macho.
you and you're out with a
Yeah, if a
machine
bear,
gun.
yeah, I would rather be totally armed than a defenseless bitch prey out there waiting for any fucking thing to take a hold of me. He
I
damn
love
right.
bears. Bears are cool animals. They've never
Yeah,
hurt
I'm
me.
sure, but again, you want to make fun of me for being armed out in the woods? I think that's
No,
the
you are
I think
making fun.
that's the
You
immature
are
man in
making
me speaking
fun
volumes coming out
of
because
yourself.
only real men know how to defend themselves. Only
You're
real
just
men take preparation to safeguard their defense
you're just
in the
displaying your
wilderness.
insecurities.
Nah, I don't know who. Yeah,
It's like
why
those
would
guys
we
who
don't
have
need
to drive
guns?
a big pickup
No,
truck
no,
because
no. We don't need
they're
guns.
small.
No one needs guns when out in the wilderness. Everything is friendly. You can go
Small,
pet a
big,
mountain
big
lion and
truck.
bear. No, no guns are needed. You're too manly. If you're a real man, you
You
don't
know,
need a fucking
I don't
right.
carry guns personally, but I told you other people in my group do.
You know what? I just think it's amazing. You think that it's logical that a man shouldn't defend himself in the wilderness.
I
It's
didn't
too
say that.
manly. Yeah, you were.
When did I say that?
I am macho and manly,
I know. Oh,
not
Oh,
for
yeah.
simply having a gun
No,
in the
I didn't
wilderness,
say that out.
not for
You said
not
it.
for simply
You
just
said
saying
that.
put down the gun. But I try to be manly, to be a
Well,
protector of my
good
family and
for
my kids
you.
and
But
who
I
are
tried to
weaker
tell
around me.
you. I
So
tried
that
to tell
in
you
the face of
before.
danger in a situation, everyone stands behind me, and I might be the only fucking person to stand up against whatever's needed.
Good for
While
you. Be
fat ass
strong.
fuck is
Be
going to run
smart.
away and hide behind women and kids. It's not
No,
being manly. It's an obligation and duty of every man to learn and to work his body in a physical way to learn how to defend
how much
himself,
hate,
to see
how much
the
hate,
beauty
how much
of himself that
hate
is crested
speech do
and
you
coming
have
out.
to use?
Being a fat
You,
slob, a slimy scumbag all your life, that is not how humans are supposed to fucking live. Okay?
what
You
makes
want
you
to
think
make
I'm
fun of
fat?
people because what? Because I know how to defend myself against fat fucks like you who might fucking come up and try to do something
So
to my
now I'm
kids.
fat. Now I'm not. You're going
Hey,
full
you
hate
damn right.
speech
If a
now.
fat fuck like you came up and did something, I 100% know how to defend myself to the fullest extent.
But
It
intellectually, you
doesn't
can't
make me
hold a
manly.
fucking Twinkie.
That doesn't make me manly. That makes
Yeah,
me being
it's what your
that
whole
makes
thing
me being
depends upon.
logical. That makes me seem like a
I
realist.
never
Like
said anything
the
about
real world is full of situations that are out of our control. So we should
manly
prep
defending yourself
ourselves
in the woods.
so we can better
That's like
handle each and
you.
every situation we might
That's
find
you.
ourselves in.
You
Right?
are just skylarking
Having
on some
another man try to
fantasy
fight you
warp trip
for any
now.
reason. It's okay,
Like
Steven. I
you
know
feel
it's too
so
manly
important
to understand the concept.
with your self defense motif going on there. But I didn't say
It's an
any of that.
obligation of every man to
I
know
didn't
self.
say any of that. I've never had to be defended by anybody. The fact is, like,
No, it's okay. If it's too
I'm
manly
support.
to
I
simply
told
have a
you.
firearm out in the wilderness, then don't
uh,
carry a
I,
firearm.
I
I
told
think
you that.
you're a fucking moron for not being strapped while going into bear-infested places. But hey, to each their
I don't
own.
consider bears an infestation. In fact, the reason I go out into the woods is to be around the bears,
Are they
to be
dangerous? Are
around
bears
the
dangerous?
mountain lions, to be around the
Are bears
trees.
dangerous, Stephen?
Not usually, no. I mean,
Okay.
they're dangerous when people do stupid things around them. Yeah. But half the time people have to shoot at bears, it's their own damn fault. The other time it's just an accident by stumbling across cubs or whatever.
Yeah, so not being prepared for that situation is just more logical, right? Should not have a fire.
If I were in Alaska, I'd be carrying bear spray and whatever else I could. I wouldn't probably want to have a gun, but maybe somebody else with might have one. I don't know.
So you leave the defense of yourself to other people. Understand?
No,
Yes, you
I
do.
said I defend myself in my own ways by
It's
being
okay.
smart. By being
You're right.
smart.
I do carry a gun. I'll carry a gun everywhere I go. I carry a fucking gun everywhere. Why? Because I've experienced stuff and I'm not going to be prey. I feel like any animal that's out there that might think that I'm weak and a prey and might feel the need to pounce on me, it's
You
going
carry
to
a gun in your own hometown, in your house, in your
Yeah,
yard.
I can if I wanted to.
Do
It's
you
legal.
though?
I have,
Good
yeah.
for you.
It's called open carrying. Yeah, actually, it's legal.
Why?
You have a problem with
Why
it?
do you need that? Why do you need that?
Why? Because I don't know. I can.
You can. You know, I could
What's
carry
the
a
other reason?
fucking
What other reason do I
machine
need?
gun around. It doesn't mean anything.
Okay, then what's the point?
The point is,
Look
what the
away.
fuck is your problem?
What are you
No
talking
one's
about?
trying to. No one's
I
trying to
walk
kill
around with the
you.
open carrying a gun. What's the problem?
No one's trying to kill you. You're just afraid. The bears
Okay,
don't want to hurt you. The
okay. Well,
bears just
that's
want to
cool,
go
but
about
I
their
don't.
own
No,
business.
that's fine. But I don't have smoke detectors in the house because I think the house is going to catch on fire
Yeah,
every day.
I have those too. I
You know?
use those.
I don't have guns because I think I'm going to fucking get killed every day.
Okay, but yeah, have you ever had to use
And
guns?
open carrying a gun or concealed carrying a gun it doesn't mean people are fucking scared. It's called being prepared for any situation.
No, I'm not saying they are
Yeah.
scared. I'm saying you are.
Oh,
Those
I'm scared.
I'm
Yes,
not saying
I'm
good.
scared.
You want to
Yes.
make a straw man out of this, but I did not say anything against gun ownership.
Did you think
Yes,
so? I'm personally scared because I might or have open carried a gun.
not because of that, because you are already scared, and it's just emblematic of the fact that you're weak.
How
and
am I scared?
You're out there trying to prove yourself, trying to be macho man in the woods. It's so obvious. It's like
By actually by actually putting work in and putting myself in stressful situations to prove myself to myself that makes me weak and scared.
you're twisting it again.
I
I
mean,
didn't
hey,
say
if
anything
I, you
against
know
you.
what?
I
Maybe
didn't
I
say
could be so
anything
weak and
against
scared that, you
work.
know what? When I go and do that, I conquer myself and I conquer my fears. Thus, I'm not scared no more.
Well, good for you, bro. I'm
No,
happy
I'm
for
just saying
you.
maybe that's why. But hey, I'm not scared at all. But you think I am? I mean, I
No,
would be delighted to have you explain how I am.
I'm basically just observing something about you that you don't have the courage to just face me in an objective conversation. You won't
I
listen.
mean, if hey, you want to have a live debate where you control everything,
This is a
you can.
live debate
No, no, no,
right
no, no.
now.
If you want to play host and you want to be in full control of everything, then please, you set up your own live stream and
No,
invite me over
no,
there,
I
and
didn't
I
say
can
that.
do whatever the fuck you want me to do over there.
I did not say that. I said
Okay, well
this is the
then
game right now that you're
you
playing
don't get what
and
you
that
want.
we're in, and I'm doing this
Want to do
just to
something the way
expose
you want
you
to do
for
it, then set
your
up the
the
way
weaknesses
in
of
which you
your
have control over.
mentality. To me, Bigfoot
No,
could be
I want to get
real.
back to how I'm scared. And I'm the only reason
Yeah,
I'm out
see,
in the
that's
woods
because
is
it's
no, no, no.
what it's all
I
about,
want you to
right?
explain yourself. I'm scared, Steven. That's why I carry guns out in the woods. That's why I'm trying to prove myself, right?
Yeah.
Explain to me how you know that better than I do. Please
Well, you
explain.
seem to know what happens in my neighbor's yard where they're
I
shooting
actually
at
deduced
target
that by
practice.
questioning you about the reality of what's going on. And you gave us the answers that told the story that they're not fucking uncontrollably
Yeah.
shooting at your house, Steven.
You have no idea what their behavior
Actually,
was.
you told us.
You act as if you knew that they were just
We
orderly
investigate
shooting.
claims by having you further explain it in detail and re-questioning it and having you reconfirm that they are shooting at a cut down tree that they cut down, that they set up,
No,
that they are actively
I didn't
shooting at,
say
that is
anything
not
about.
in front of your house. We
It is
called you out. We
actually.
investigated. You're alive. You made
There
up
were
shit.
cut down
I'm just freaking
trees
out because
all
you're
around
so
the perimeter
uneducated
of
about
their.
American fucking lifestyle and what Americans fucking do, and with the
See,
freedoms that
it's
they are legally
impossible to
allowed to
talk
do.
to you.
If it's illegal, is it? No, it's not. It's legal. Okay, so you have no ground to stand on. They're not shooting at your house.
The
I
point is,
called you out on it.
you don't know what they were doing.
We deduced
That
from
was
your
my point.
answers and found exactly what they were
Your
doing.
deduction is invalid.
It's invalid because because you don't want it to be. You
No, it's
explained it all
because
to us.
you're deducing shit out of the
Doesn't
clouds,
matter. You
man.
already explained
You're
everything to
lifting your
us.
hand up there and you're pulling down Chewbacca's fucking shit and throwing it all over, hoping some of it will stick on me. I could just say,
I
fuck
don't think so.
off.
I think you've said stuff. I think you presented yourself in a way
You try
mindset
to
that
twist
people can
every
understand.
single thing that I've
I
said
think
here
that
tonight.
No, I think it's been a
Every
wonderful.
single thing you've
I think
twisted.
it's been a very educational
You are
video
absolutely
for people because you
disingenuous,
references
anti-intellectual
on. Well, maybe you don't
scoundrel.
get called out enough. Maybe people haven't called you out
Scoundrel.
enough. So you're not experienced in what you're feeling now, right?
I get
You're
called
kind of
out
used to being the
I
troll
get
and
called
calling
out
out.
every single day, so I've gotten very good
You
at
do.
managing
You're
it.
damn right you do.
Yeah,
And there's
yeah.
always reasons for it. It's
From
not just
trolls and
everyone's against.
idiots like you.
There's reasons,
Trolls
Steven.
and idiots like Ryan and well, I'm
He's a
not even
troll,
going to
but you
say.
went on his post and trolled him, right? All
No,
he did was post a simple, I
he
want to see
posted it in my group.
Yes, and what you do, you didn't have any discussion. You just simply fucking trolled him. And then when he asked you to
How did I troll it?
explain yourself,
How did I troll it?
you fucking said no and gave him bullshit excuses that we've already looked at and we've
I
already
did
gone.
not say no. I said false dichotomy. Two
And
words.
when he explained and he asked you to explain it, you said it was a waste of fucking time, right? There's no discussion in it. There's no clear logic and knowledge being spread.
That was after
You wanted
days.
to troll on him because you don't like him because he's trolling your group. Oh my God,
that was after days.
You can't even have a functional, simple poll in your group without you and your administration and moderators trolling them.
It's not.
So in what way is that open and friendly discussions wanted?
Just the day before, he had posted like a 5-page monster essay that was just a brain rot to read because it was so full of grammatical errors. Look, I have a master's degree in fucking English literature, so fuck off. You know, like this guy. He writes like he's brain damaged. I have to say, it's sad.
Not everyone is fucking trained classically in literature and knows how to fucking write the way you've studied, Steven.
I've tried to encourage him to think properly, but he refuses to learn. You know what,
Steven? Not everyone knows how to write like you, Steven. Not everyone knows how to form a fucking paragraph sentence the God.
Does it ever occur to you that the way I think and speak and write is not effortful for me? That it's just normal conversation? That's all it is for me.
How's the weather up there on that high horse? Is it raining up there?
I'm not on a high horse. I am what I am. If you
and I am what I am too. Your book smarts don't mean nothing.
If you feel insecure about that, then you should just shut up and go do your own thing. I don't expect you to know about Foucault and Heidegger and Derrida. I don't expect you to know the whole history of English poetry. I don't care.
No, I don't. You know what? I have no passion about that. My passion is going down the fucking field and finding the fucking truth.
Why don't you just do your thing and I'll do mine?
Because I see you calling out everyone else, right?
You're posting in my page.
Yeah, right. You're right. You 100% can do anything you want, right? But you're still calling out people to troll. There's no discussions.
There's
no debating those people. There's no trying to prove them wrong by showing their own evidence and explaining and taking through the time of showing why they are wrong, other than they're delusional maniacs who are fanatical. Any other fucking words that you as an excuse to stifle debate.
They show themselves.
But the fact is that you don't go out there. You don't do nothing. The experts in your group, some have amazing qualifications, but they don't go out and do anything.
Look,
because they're not getting paid to go out there.
I'm like 50-something, and I've spent my whole life.
Government grants, right?
What are you even talking about?
Doesn't matter. I'm just talking about people in your group.
What about my group? What about them?
I don't know.
We have a geologist. He's a professional geologist. We have a film scout, cameraman.
All jackasses who push everyone away, so no one wants to present anything to your group.
We have a former.
Qualifications mean nothing when you're alienating yourself from everyone.
We have me, who's a guy who ran a bookstore and had 2 master's degrees. We have
in literature, in English writing and stuff. It's not. Let's not. Come on now. That high horse, that pedestal ain't that fucking big for you to set your ass on like that. But
the study of history of philosophy.
It means nothing. You know the history of how people tell stories and write stories and formulate.
And part of that is the history of science, the evolution of historical scientific ideas. Do you have any clue about any of this stuff, or how poor and impoverished your mind must be? I mean, you don't have anything to think about.
Most people who think and study analyze philosophy. They just simply won't get off their ass to do anything else. But
you know what we did?
Live in their brain.
We
I mean,
learned how
yes,
to,
you are very
we
knowledgeable.
learned
You've
how
read
to think.
thousands of books. I'm sure you
We
have
learned how
a lot of
to
knowledge
think.
you can spread.
That's what I
But
learned in
like
school.
all
And
people who
I
live
also
in their
learned how to
brain,
teach
they don't
people how to
simply
write and how to
use
think.
it in the physical world, nor do they apply it with any effort.
It means nothing to you because
Sweating.
it's like a
No
phantom.
sweating.
It's like, it's not
Steven
even real.
hasn't sweated in a long time, clearly. So that book, all that is useless. What are you going to do? Strategize and formulate everything up here, and then never leaves up here? What usefulness is that? What practical application will that ever produce?
Straw man.
It's not a straw man. It's the truth.
It's
If
not
all
what I
you do
do.
for years is think about, I'm thinking about finding a book. I'm thinking, and you never set foot, you're doing nothing. You don't
What are you
even
talking?
take the
Never said that. What is like from the year 2003 to 2023 mean to you of being a resident of Humboldt County, which is one of the most rural districts in the.
You've sat at your bookstore, using that as an excuse to hinder yourself from going outside and doing the research that you know you should have done.
Do you have a job?
No shit, everyone.
Okay, so my job
So
is bad.
you're trying to. Okay, so you there. You have a job. Yes, Steven. You have a bookstore, Steven. Yes.
Well, let me attack your fucking job for a while.
Without really losing much business. And
What?
you can still go out and do stuff, right? Since you live underneath the very mountain, you can just walk right the fuck out of and go right up there, right?
I don't know. Living in Willow Creek has brought the world to me.
It's 20 fucking years is not only old and crusted, it falls on deaf ears.
Well, if you are the next generation,
about your bookstore that you've had for 20 fucking years that you won't fucking leave. That smells like a cat. Cat fucking just had its way with it. Like no one cares. That's your excuse for why you don't go out and do
Deutscher, have you ever been in my store?
Thank you, Steven, for making fun of my name. Is there anything else that you would
your name is just like mine, okay? Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Oh, you have definitely not, but you didn't ask, did you?
Well, so what is your pronunciation of your name?
I am 100% okay with not obliging you on that.
Are you not German like me?
Oh yeah. But again, it has no bearing. Again, I have no need to tell you about how to pronounce my last name. You don't have the respect for it.
I thought it was Deutscher. I'm wrong. I'm
sorry. In the world to learn about. So
it's not a personal
You're not
matter.
in Hollywood, Steven. We are not on a set in Hollywood. There's no acting here, Steven. You don't have to play like you are acting when you don't give a fuck.
You're acting
let's be under the same mutual understanding that we don't give a fuck, right?
Look, I'm
my last name. You don't care about my religion, so don't ask.
I'm not interested in you as a person, but the Bigfoot world.
The way I'm acting out here is not how I am in person. It's not how I am in the field. Well, this is a special presentation for you because I'm engaging with you.
You seem pretty screwed up.
People get offended and don't like me. Well, I'm not like this all the time.
I don't know, like how you could go on the street and have a conversation with somebody and talk for 4.5 hours about.
It's actually really easy,
and interrupting them in every single sentence that they use, which is what you've done to me here tonight.
No, I just wanted to call out on stuff and have you further detail the explanations that you're giving and dive into why you believe those things and call out the bullshit and expose your lies.
What lies?
That your neighbors are shooting guns towards your house.
Did I say they're shooting guns towards my house?
I think that we've gone through it round and round enough that people can make their own informed decisions.
You asked me if I thought they were shooting towards my house, and I said maybe. They were shooting guns.
We went through and deduced why you think that, and it's not because
you are thinking something false.
It's not because of that.
False.
You don't know. You said that they're randomly shooting at ghosts or whatever, taking shots at any random directions, but you can't prove that. You don't know that. That's just your.
It's exactly what it sounded like.
That's what it sounds like. But you're not a gun expert, and you don't really know anything about guns. So
I've been around people shooting guns a lot. Okay,
people shooting guns. Notice how he said he's been around other people shooting guns.
Well, I've shot guns too, okay? But I'm trying to tell you, I'm not that interested in guns.
That's good. So
And
you really don't. So you don't have a clear understanding of where they were shooting, and you probably don't have a clear
no, I
understanding
have a pretty
the
damn
sounds of
clear understanding because
echoing.
I'm living in the real world right here.
They're
And
shooting at a controlled target away from the house.
the reason I don't like shooting guns and in general is because I'm a non-violent person, and I believe that there are non-violent means of survival in the world. And
You're not
also,
nonviolent. You're just
oh yeah,
weak.
totally.
No. To be
Where have you ever
nonviolent,
seen?
no, stop. To be nonviolent, you have to be capable of violence and control, and to be controlling of that.
No, it just means not acting
No.
violently.
You're weak. Being weak is not the same. It's not the same.
Man, you're talking nonsense, okay?
I'm
This is
not talking
completely
nonsense. You're
stupid.
not dangerous. You're not. If you were, you're not a
Look,
peaceful person, because a peaceful person is
I'm
capable of
actually
being
am a
dangerous
very, very peaceful
and knows how to
person.
control it. That's why they are a peaceful person.
That's some
Being
bizarre
no, I don't think
dichotomous
so. Being
statement.
unable to defend yourself just makes you weak.
I never said I was unable to defend myself.
It's okay.
In my whole life, I've actually been just fine. I'm like 50 something. Look at me. I'm
I
alive.
know. Yes, Steven. Yes.
I never had to call the police and cry and get anyone to come and help me. So you should just shut up when you don't know what you're talking about.
Actually, it's pretty simple. I didn't call you out. I just said that's the fact.
You
cannot be a peaceful person if you do not understand violence or how to be dangerous. You're not peaceful. What do you doing? You're not actively engaging in being peace because you have no understanding of the other
side. You
side.
Want me to smoke some marijuana right now? Make you feel better?
No, but if a person trains and knows how to fucking fight and then is peaceful, that's a peaceful person. If you're a weak person who doesn't want to know how to fight and just says I'm a peaceful person, no, you're a weak person who just that's all you are. You're peaceful because that's the only option you have.
Fight is
you
not
can't
weakness.
be nothing but peaceful because you have nothing to back that up. So there is no concept of anything else.
No, that's an illogical statement.
That is not illogical. That is the reality of every man on this planet. No man is born and comes into this world and becomes a man who doesn't know how to fucking self-defense and protect the women, children around them. That's not man.
Why can't
I'm
you
sorry that history shows us that men are needed and need to learn self-defense to protect themselves, their family.
Maybe what men need to learn is how not to be violent and fight all the time.
Okay, and then so when you encounter someone who is violent and can act like that, you have no self-defense.
I've never had to use any self-defense.
And since you're not a peaceful person, because you're not a dangerous person who knows how to defend themselves, who acts peaceful, you are just a weak piece of shit who's going to be begging for whatever.
You think when was this ever demonstrated?
These men know how to defend themselves and are definitely
you are like a slime on the earth right now.
Better than a weakling who never learns how to fight, never feels the obligation as a man to defend himself, to physically get into shape, or to physically feel the need to defend his family, your own daughter. Like as a primal, as a man, you have a primal urge to protect her. Every man feels it.
How do you know anything about this? You know nothing.
As a man who has kids, I assume if you are a man, you have a primal need to protect your daughter. That means you will fucking rip the head off if any motherfucker would attempt to do anything to her. Right? That is called being a man and being peaceful and understanding. That's probably what you would do. If you say, that's not what I would do, I'm not going to rip someone's fucking head off who touches my daughter. You're a weak piece of shit who cannot defend his daughter, and he doesn't have the fiery passion to even kill another man who touched their daughter. I'm sorry that you don't feel the fiery passion or defend yourself or your daughter.
Here goes the straw man now. Here goes the straw man.
It's not a straw man. It's the physical obligation of a man to fucking learn.
Do you know what that even is?
Steven, I know that you are not a dangerous man.
It's not a straw man.
You're not a peaceful man. You're just a very polite, scared weakling. You don't know how to defend yourself. You're scared.
I'm not being polite right now, you motherfucking piece of shit. And
Oh,
I'm
you're
not
getting mad?
scared. I
Do you
don't
feel the
fear
manly
you.
urges to use your
I don't
fist
fear
to
you
shut
at
me up?
all. I don't fear you at all. I've been on the phone here with
You
you for
shouldn't have. I gave
4
you no reason
hours.
to fear me, Steve. I've never
You
threatened you.
you
I've gave you no
you
reason to fear.
you're
I've
being an
invited you to
asshole
the
this
place. I told you
whole
I would
entire
protect you.
time.
I said I would
And
practically give my life for you if
what I'm
chance
talking
came
about.
and arose to it.
Yeah,
In
so
what
you're
way should you be scared of me, Stephen?
I'm not
Did I
saying I'm
threaten
scared of
you?
you.
Did I do anything to make you
You're
scared of me?
you're creating a
Don't
straw
be
man
scared.
again.
No, I'm not, Stephen. Don't be
No, why
scared.
do
It's
you,
okay.
okay, tell me what a straw man argument is.
Why don't you explain it to us? You keep regurgitating it, so please
You don't
explain.
know. You don't know. You have no clue. You're lost. You're substanceless, purposeless, completely in the void, just
Oh
falling
my
in.
God, Stevens won. Stevens won. Here, let me look it up. You want me to look it up the dictionary right now for you? Right?
I can
No,
tell you
it
what
doesn't
it
matter.
is.
Steve. I'm giving you examples. You can say it's straw man
The
all
example
you
is that
want.
you're having a conversation with
You
somebody. Just shut up and listen. I'm not. This is
just
not
shut
me
up and listen.
talking.
Yes.
It's not me talking.
Why don't
This is
you make
you. What?
why don't you make me shut up and listen to you?
All right. Fuck you.
You see that, folks? That's called the illusion of power. See, when you just, I mean, simply, hey, why don't you make me listen to you and do that? He didn't like that, did he? He didn't like that, did he? He couldn't handle it. Words hurt him too much. I want to thank everyone in chat who showed up and participated for this. This turned out extremely, so much fucking better than I could have ever planned and thought. And I think we heard it from him that he admitted to practically everything that we exposed him with the hoaxing and stuff, right? At first he was denying it. It was Jamie. And then it never happened. And then it was, oh, well, we were just circle jerking off in the circle talking about how we're going to hoax Matthew Johnson, right? And then it's just denying, oh, well, that wasn't him. And hoaxers facilitate hoaxers. If you're scheming and trying to produce a hoax on other people, you are the scum of the fucking community, man. You are shit. There's dog shit. Straight up dog shit. So I hope everyone enjoyed that. And, you know, I do kind of apologize. Maybe I came off as an asshole to some. But I don't fucking apologize because get over it. It's fucking words. You know, it's discussion. If words hurt, well, you know, physical force must fucking kill you then, all right? I think we had a pretty easy, good debate. I mean, I let him talk. I wasn't going to just listen to him fucking talking about boring nonsense stuff he's already talked about. And in fact, that's the only experiences and stuff he actually can talk about in the 20 years of research he's done. So I don't want to hear the regurgitation of the same fucking bullshit for the last 20 years we've heard from him. I want to hear real shit. I want him to explain the hoax. Well, he explained it. Let's give him a slow clap for coming on. That was shocking. I 100% was going to take bets on him not showing up, and I would have lost. So, yeah, you know, I think it was a success. You know, he can say I laid a trap for him, but he knowingly set foot in it, right? And I didn't ask him anything out of the ordinary. I didn't. I don't think I was too mean. What? Really? I mean, I don't think I called him an asshole and a fuck you and all this other shit for 3 hours like he did me. I mean, I called him a troll, called him a jackass. I did start calling him a fat ass. You know, there's some stuff that, yeah, you know, in a debate that's probably not good for discussion in Discord and doesn't paint me in a good picture. But at the same time, he wasn't getting mad at all, right? So you know, take from this what you will. This is not for, you know, I didn't come and do this for you guys to join my side and hate on Steven. This is for you guys to to see Steven in his own words explain the stuff and show his true colors so that you guys can have an informed decision on whether or not he's worth a fucking damn or not. Or, he's on this pedestal. Like he said several times, he tries to paint himself as some expert who is knowledgeable in literature and historical writings and structure and stuff. Very, very good out in the field. And where that's the only thing that matters, people. All this talk on Facebook, this Discord, that means nothing because we're not in the field. Bigfoot is in the field. It will get discovered in the field, right? If you don't fucking leave your chair, you're never going to discover it, right? Like, what use is 1,000 books in your brain if it's never going to be put from that brain into physical reality? You're just going to brainstorm for 50 fucking years and come up with something? Nah, Steven definitely didn't hurt my feelings. I mean, come on. Is he that important that he can hurt me? Am I such a weak individual that his mere words coming from him could affect me so greatly? No. No, it cannot. But I definitely will use him as a fuel source to further be fanatical in the field, right? So we'll with that, I guess this is the end of the show. I'll have another show if other people want to come on and talk about anything and everything. You guys who wanted to join in the chat can feel free to join in that show. This was for Steven and me only tonight. I didn't get too crazy that a referee needed to be involved. So, yeah, I am surprised that he came on and did this. So, yeah, but I highly recommend everyone go to Steven's own group site to join up and to do your own research and kind of see what kind of group they do and are there. So I appreciate everyone's friendly Discord in the chat and stuff. Everyone has different opinions on everything, and it's nice to be able to openly discuss with people without being too crazy in the chat. And there's an my open invite for Steven applies to everyone. Anyone can come to Michigan. We will go out and hopefully find stuff. And hopefully you will be next to me as a witness to know the truth. That's what we're looking for, is the truth. No one knows what the fuck the truth is, but everyone wants to find it out. Some people are doing more work than others. Others are just sitting on their ass looking down at it, trying to spew bullshit on everyone else. I mean, you pick your side. Who the fuck do you think you're going to stand beside on actually getting shit done? Just remember, if you post to Steven's group and you start debating him, do not delete your comments. He will have a meltdown and throw a fit, and you will be instantly banned from his group. Only he is allowed to delete his post or your post. So, yeah, I have no problem calling out people, especially if you go in the field with me and you're a fucking fake shill charlatan. You should be called out. You're an actor at that point, and that's not going to be tolerated. And for change to happen in the next decade, there's glass jars on pedestals that need to be broken. Bottom line. All right, guys. And with that, I am finally signing out of here. I appreciate everyone who joined, everyone who spent their time listening to this clusterfuck of madness that it actually was. But it was a great time for me. I really enjoyed Steven actually coming on here and exposing himself. I could not have done it any better by myself. There is just no doubt that he truly made this happen. All right, guys. Take care of your families. God bless. And stay safe out there.